What if the one who found baby Harry wasn't Hagrid, but a goblin from Gringotts, raised beneath marble halls and molten gold, taught ancient magic older than Hogwarts itself? This Harry isn't just a wizard. He's a contract-bound warrior of the Goblin Nation. He knows blade before broom, oath before spell, and gold before glory. Welcome to the Cosmic, Harry, and today we will see, what if Harry Potter was raised by goblins? Watch till the end. Subscribe and like the video. Now, let's begin.
The street was quiet. A dog barked 2 doors down, then went silent again. The porch lights on number 4 stayed off. The curtains didn't move. 2 small shapes slid out of the hedge and crossed the lawn without bending a blade of grass. Their boots didn't sound on the path. One carried a flat case. The other watched the windows and door hinges, and the letterbox slit like they were traps. "Entry ward reads crude," the taller goblin murmured. "Pinned to the lintel. Edgework. Brittle." "Break it without light," the second said. 3 count. They laid 3 coins across the doorstep. The coins hummed in a way a human couldn't hear. The door latch eased. The ward peeled away from the wood and folded into a dull curl that fell into the taller goblin's palm. They stepped into the hallway. The smell hit first. Old bleach, dust, cooking fat in the air. A faint ammonia sting under everything. The house was neat and sharp around the edges, like the furniture never moved and the pictures on the wall never tilted. A cupboard door sat under the stairs. A heavy padlock hung there. The second goblin knelt and put 2 fingers to the wood. He didn't blink. "He's inside," he said. The taller one nodded, lifted the case, and flipped the clasps. Inside were tools, not shiny, not delicate. Straps. A knife wrapped in white cloth. 2 small rune plates with hairline cuts across them. A red cord. A bone needle. "Keep your voice low," the taller one said. "I know," the second one said. He slid the pick into the lock, turned, and eased the padlock off. The door stuck. He pressed the heel of his hand under the handle and pushed past the swollen wood. The cupboard smelled like damp cloth and stale breath. There was a thin mattress on the floor and a thin blanket that was rough to the touch. A child sat on the mattress with his knees pulled up and his forearms pressed over them. He had dark hair and big eyes that looked older than 5. His head turned. He didn't speak. "I'm Sharptongue," the second goblin said. "This is Stoneshade. We're here to take you somewhere safe." The boy swallowed. His eyes flicked to the knife-wrapped cloth in the case and then back up to Sharptongue's face. Are you with the man with the beard?" he asked. Quiet. "No boble." "No," Sharptongue said. "We don't work for him." The boy stood. His knees cracked. He kept one hand on the wall. He was thin in a way that looked normal if you didn't know what you were seeing. If you did, it wasn't normal at all. "What's your name?" Stoneshade asked. "Harry," he said. "Harry," Sharptongue said, like he was testing how the name sat in the air. "Do you want to leave this house?" "Yes," Harry said. "Good," Sharptongue said. "We're going to lay 2 plates on your skin. They'll tingle. We're going to wrap this cord around your wrist. We're going to cut a thread you can't see. It won't be long." "Okay," Harry said. He didn't ask for a reason. He didn't ask where they were going. He watched Sharptongue's hands and the plates and the cord. His breathing got faster. He didn't back away. "Plate 1, Stoneshade said. He slid the thin metal square under Harry's shirt and pressed it to the skin over his heart. "Anchor." "Plate 2, Sharptongue said. He set the second square on the inside of Harry's left wrist. "Counter anchor." Sharptongue looped the red cord around Harry's wrist and tied a clean knot. He pressed 2 thumbs around the knot and leaned in with his head down like he was listening. "All right," he said. "Harry, you're going to feel a pull. Don't fight it. Don't help it. Let it happen." "Okay." Sharp Tongue lifted the cloth and took out the knife. The blade wasn't bright. It looked dull on purpose. He held it under the plate at Harry's wrist and slid it under the cord. He made a small, careful cut in the air above the skin. There was no light, no sound. The smell in the cupboard changed. The bleach smell thinned. A taste like pennies came and went. The hairs on Harry's arms stood up. His heart stuttered, then settled. "Thread cut," Sharp Tongue said. "Stone shade. Tripwire down. The house wards are blind to him now," Stone Shade said. He held a pebble between two fingers and it dissolved. "Harry," Sharp Tongue said, and he looked he straight in the face. "We're going to move. I'm going to pick you up for the first step. Then you can walk. Is that all right?" Harry nodded. Sharp Tongue lifted him. Harry's hands grabbed the goblin's vest out of reflex. Warm cloth under his fingers. The goblin smelled like metal and smoke and clean leather. They stepped out of the cupboard, down the hallway, through the kitchen, and out the back door. Stone Shade put 3 more coins on the sill. The coins hissed softly and then were quiet again. The garden was dark. The grass was cold through Harry's socks. Sharp Tongue set him down. "Hold my sleeve," he said. Harry gripped the fabric. "On my mark," Stone Shade said. 3, 2, go. The world pinched. The air folded. They walked a single step and arrived in a place that didn't smell like any house. It smelled like old earth, oil, hot metal, and something sharp in the back of the nose that felt clean. Stone underfoot. A wide hall cut from bedrock. Lamps burned in iron cages along the walls with low, steady flames. There were no drapes, no knickknacks, no soft things. It wasn't cold, but it wasn't warm. Felt steady in a way the house didn't. Harry let go of Sharp Tongue's sleeve and stood on his own. "Good," Sharp Tongue said. "Health first." A door opened without a push. A small goblin with a shaved head and a clean apron stepped out. His hands were bare and quick. His eyes moved like he was counting. "Healer Doc," he said. "Bring him." Sharp Tongue gestured. Harry walked without being told again. He heard his own steps and the soft pad of goblin boots and nothing else. Healer Doc's room had a heavy table with a flat stone top. There were carved lines in the surface like thin rivers. The walls had slots for tools. Jars with labels in a script he didn't know sat behind glass with wire clips. "Sit," Doc said. "Shoes off." Harry climbed onto the table. The stone was not cold. That surprised him. He set his socks in a neat fold at the edge without thinking about why. "Name," Doc said. "Harry." "Full." "Harry James Potter." Doc watched his face, then nodded once. "Consent to diagnostic by Gringotts, inclusive of blood, bodily magic mapping, and oath-sealed record?" Harry wet his lips. "What's consent?" "It means you say we can do it," Sharp Tongue said from the door. "If you say no, we stop." Harry looked at the table lines. He looked back up. "Yes." "Logged," Doc said. He set a parchment on a slate frame at the foot of the table. He unwrapped a short, thin blade. "Small cut. Left thumb. I'll hold your hand. Look at me. Not the blade." Harry held out his hand. His fingers trembled. Doc wrapped his own hand around his. His palm was dry and warm. "Breathe," Doc said. Harry breathed. Doc made a quick, clean cut. Harry hissed. A drop of blood hit the parchment. It sank and then spread out in fine lines that moved like roots of a plant. They shaped words in the same script as the jars. The lines moved into diagrams that looked like rings and a web over a figure's chest. There was a circle around the forehead. A knot at the scar on the boy drawn on the page. The room made a sound like a deep exhale. The lines finished moving and held. Sharp Tongue stepped closer. His jaw tightened. "Read," he said. Doc tapped the parchment with a dry finger and spoke. Not loud. Each item clear. "Magical core. Force suppression at estimated 80%. Method. Layered external binds grafted to ambient wards. Signature elements. Phoenix aligned and Headmaster's staff charm variant. Sharptongue's mouth thinned. Continue. Cognitive and emotional tampering. Compulsion chain linked to loyalty indexing. Inputs, potions in low, repeating doses. Trigger reinforcement through caretaker contact. Harry's stomach clenched. He didn't know all the words. He understood enough. He stared at the lines. He kept his mouth shut because if he opened it, his throat might close. Doc didn't change tone. Foreign soul fragment bound to scar. Parasitic. Dormant state active. Risk high. Harry's hands went cold. He put his right palm over the scar without meaning to. The skin itched. He pressed harder. Financial and political interference, Doc said. Will suppression noted. Proxies filed in error or fraud. Seats held by external party under claim. Temporary stewardship. Sharptongue made a small sound in his throat and then swallowed it. Healer. Priorities. Doc set the blade down on a cloth. Parasite first. Then core unbind. Then purge residue of compulsion. Finance corrections begin in parallel through accounts. Time, Sharptongue said. Parasite removal. 15 minutes if he holds still, Doc said. Unbind. 10 seconds of force. Then stabilization for 1 hour. Compulsion purge. Days, not hours. We don't rush that. Sharptongue nodded once. Harry, he said. And he came to the table and leaned on the stone with both hands. Do you understand what Healer Doc will do? Harry pressed his palm flat to the stone to ground the shaking. It helped. He lifted his chin. There's a piece of something bad in my head, he said. You're going to take it out. Then you're going to take chains off the magic. Yes, Doc said. Will it hurt? Harry asked straight, not trying to make it brave. Yes, Doc said. I'll tell you exactly when and for how long. You can hold my hand or Sharptongue's sleeve. You can say stop and we'll stop. I recommend we don't stop. Harry nodded. Do it. Doc's eyes softened by a fraction. He set a small block between Harry's teeth and then took it away again. We don't need that, he decided. You have control. Good. He placed 3 small stones in a triangle around Harry's head. He set a thin silver hoop over the scar without touching the skin. He lifted the dull blade again and set it against one of the carved lines on the table so the tip rested in a notch. Count, Doc said. 3, 2, 1. Pain hit fast. Not a burn. Not a cut. A pull from inside the bone. Harry gripped the edge of the table with both hands and made a rough sound in the back of his throat. He kept his eyes open. Doc's face didn't move and that helped. Sharptongue touched his forearm once and then took his hand away so he didn't interfere. The smell went metallic again. Harry's heartbeat got loud. Then it got louder. 2 beats. Not a misbeat. 2 pulses at the same time, one behind the other, like an echo that didn't echo. He felt awake. He could feel where the pain came from. He could feel where it needed to go. He didn't know how he knew that. He did. Hold, Doc said. 10 counts. Harry counted. His voice didn't come out. He counted in his head. 1, 2, 3. He reached for and something scraped under the skin and slid. 5, 6, 7. The pressure broke. 8, 9, 10 were breathing. The silver hoop flicked. The air got cold over his forehead and then warmed. Doc lifted a small glass vial already sealed with a stopper. Black smoke swirled inside. Pressed at the glass and failed to go through. Contained, Doc said. He set the vial in a lead-lined box and closed the lid. The sound of the latch was clean. Harry's fingers cramped. He stretched them. The scar throbbed, dull, like a bruise. Good, Doc said. Now the unbind. The force wave will be strong. It won't harm you. It will shake the room. Stoneshade has the brace on the door, Sharptongue said from the threshold. He's smiling, which I don't like. Harry let out air he didn't know he was holding. Came out like a laugh. Doc placed both hands flat on the carved lines at Harry's sides. He didn't make a show of it. He didn't chant. He pressed down. The lines around the table lit in a dull, steady way. Not bright. There. Harry, Doc said. Breathe in. Breathe out. On my mark. 3, 2, 1. The block went. It wasn't like the parasite. It wasn't pain. It was pressure that left all at once. The way your ears pop and then you hear everything. The air rushed past his skin and back again. The lamps rattled. The stone under his shoulder blades felt deeper. The world had more edges. Not sharp. Accurate. The double heartbeat settled into a steady rhythm that didn't feel like two sounds anymore. Felt like one bigger sound. It sat under his sternum like a weight that belonged there. Harry blinked and tears ran out of both eyes without his permission. He wiped them away with the heel of his hand and then wiped his hand on the stone because it was wet. Doc watched him for a full 10 seconds without speaking. His own breath was steady. Stabilizing, Doc said. He adjusted one of the stones near Harry's head a finger width. Good response. No fractures in the core. Capacity high. Sharp-tongue exhaled softly. It sounded like he hadn't done that in a while. What does high mean? Harry asked. His voice was hoarse. It means you had a lot that wasn't allowed to move, Doc said. It's moving now. We'll teach you to carry it. Harry nodded. His hands were steady again. His skin tingled all over like he'd been cold and then warmed up fast. Sharp-tongue stepped closer. Harry, he said, you gave consent. You held still. You didn't scream. That matters here. Harry shrugged one shoulder and then stopped because Doc gave him a look that said don't move yet. I wanted it out, Harry said. Good, Sharp-tongue said. He looked at the parchment again. Healer. The compulsion residue? We begin the slow purge, Doc said. Small potions. Short sessions. Supervision. He will be listened to. He will be informed. Nothing is put in a child without explanation. Harry watched Doc move the parchment onto a wooden board and press a seal into the lower margin. The seal sank into the fibers and held. A new voice came from the doorway. Deeper. Calm. No rush. Report. Sharp-tongue straightened. Director, he said. The goblin in the doorway wore no armor and no robe. His tunic was plain black. His hair was bound back. He looked at Harry first, not the parchment. Ragnarok, Sharp-tongue said. Subject. Harry James Potter. Retrieval successful. House wards severed. Headmaster Ward's signature encountered and bypassed. Diagnostic complete. Core suppression at 80% removed. Parasite removed and contained. Compulsion chain identified. Purge schedule planned. Will suppression and proxy theft logged. Ragnarok's eyes kept on Harry while Sharp-tongue spoke. There was nothing cold in them. There was no soft either. It was a straight look, like a craftsman checking a line. Harry, Ragnarok said, do you understand where you're? A bank, Harry said. Gringotts. Correct, Ragnarok said. We run money. We also run what money pays for. Healers. Smiths. Law. Security. Harry swallowed. Okay. We don't keep children, Ragnarok said. We do adopt them into clan under law. Adoption gives protection, not chains. Protection has price. The price is truth, effort, and rules you can read. Harry watched his face and tried to see the trick. If there was one, it wasn't in the words. What happens if I say no? Harry asked. You'll be escorted to a wizarding guardian that's not the man with the beard, Ragnarok said. You'll leave with your records sealed and copies in your hand. We'll continue legal action on your behalf regardless, because fraud against an account is fraud against us. Harry thought about the cupboard and the padlock and the plate under his shirt and the way the air felt in this room. He thought about the pain and how it had ended when Doc said it would end. What happens if I say yes? He asked. You become under clan protection, Ragnarok said. You get a guardian we appoint. You learn our language so we can speak to you without an interpreter. You learn how to read contracts so you don't sign traps. You attend the school or you don't. That's a tactic, not a fate. You keep your name. You gain a clan name that says who stands for you. Harry nodded. He didn't try to say something wise. He didn't have something wise. He had a simple answer. Yes, he said. Ragnarok's chin dipped once. Not a smile. Approval. Logged, Doc said from the parchment. He pressed a second seal. Guardian, Ragnarok said. Barchoke is available, Sharptongue said. Senior Accounts Manager. Calm. Not one for speeches. Fine, Ragnarok said. Summon. Sharptongue lifted a small brass disc from his pocket, pressed his thumb to it, and spoke one word in a language Harry didn't know. The disc warmed, then cooled. Ragnarok stepped closer to the table. He set his hand on the stone near Harry's shoulder. He didn't touch You have something unusual, he said. It's not a prophecy. It's not a gift granted by a school song. It's capacity. It will make fools want you as a banner. It will make weak men call you a weapon. Harry stared at the ceiling. The stone there had faint scratches like it had been smoothed a long time ago and someone had done it by hand. I don't want to be a weapon, he said. Good, Ragnarok said. Weapons don't make choices. We'll make sure you do. The door clicked again. The goblin who came in wore a gray suit with a leather belt that had a pen and a small notebook on it. He had a neat beard line that stopped before it got sharp. He looked at the stone table, the parchment, Harry's face, the vial box, and then Sharptongue. Barchoke, Sharptongue said. Harry, Barchoke. Barchoke nodded once to Harry and once to Doc and then looked at Ragnarok. I have the account file, he said. His voice was even. The Potter wills are logged in the old way, unopened. I have the key to the vault's deep ledger by right of crisis. Open it, Ragnarok said. Barchoke set a narrow case on the counter, opened it, and took out a small iron stamp and a book that looked like it had never been opened but also had been used for years. He pressed the stamp to the book's clasp. The clasp unlocked with a soft click. He turned pages without licking his finger. His eyes moved like he was reading 3 lines at once. Proxies, he said. Headmaster claims temporary stewardship. Filed under emergency without emergency triggers. No oversight signatures. Fraud. We file immediate suspension and notice to the Wisengamot clerk. Funds under his hand are frozen for audit. Sharptongue's mouth actually twitched up. Shame. Not for us, Barchoke said. He looked at Harry. Harry, he said, and his tone shifted. Less report. More direct. Do you know what a proxy is? Harry shook his head once. It's when someone is allowed to vote for you, Barchoke said. On paper, it can be fine. In practice, it's how lazy people steal power. We're taking it back. You don't need to do anything for that part except exist. Harry nodded. The lines on the parchment swam a little. He blinked hard and they settled. He was tired in a deep way, like a thin wire inside him had been pulled tight for a long time and then cut. Doc, Ragnarok said. He can sit up now, Doc said. Slowly. Harry pushed up on his forearms. The room didn't tilt much. He swung his legs over the side. His feet found the smooth stone step at the base of the table. He set them there and looked down at his toes. His socks were still folded on the corner. He picked them up and pulled them on. The wool scraped on his skin in a way that was almost nice. Drink, Doc said, and he held out a small cup that smelled like mint and something stronger. Small sips. Harry drank. The heat went down his throat and sat in his chest. His shoulders loosened without him telling them to. Guardian, Ragnarok said. Terms. Barchoke pulled the pen from his belt and clicked it once. The sound was sharp in the quiet room. Simple, he said. I stand as guardian by clan adoption. I make decisions with you, not over you, except in clear emergency. You keep your name. We add a clan name for law. I take no personal cut from your accounts. My cut is from Gringotts as salary. You obey house rules I write and you can read. If a rule feels wrong, you say it. We talk. You get lessons language, numbers, contracts, combat basics, and how to sit still in a meeting without falling asleep. You'll hate some of it. You'll do it anyway. Harry almost smiled. Okay, he said. Barchok looked at Ragnok. Ragnok gave a small nod. Done, Barchok said. He turned back to Harry. Last question for now, he said. Do you want to see the thing that hurt you? The safe in the box. I don't show children if they don't ask. Harry's fingers curled. Then he made them uncurl. No, he said. Not now. Good choice, Barchok said. He closed the case with the vial. He didn't put it near Harry. Sharptongue checked the time on a chain watch. The headmaster will have reached the house by now, he said. He will notice the cut threads. He will shred his own ward in anger and then fix it to hide that he shredded it. He will come knock at our door in the morning like a man bringing a cake. I recommend we prepare the polite words where we tell him to leave. We have those pre-written, Barchok said. I wrote them years ago. Ragnok's mouth didn't smile. His eyes did. Good, he said. Harry, last thing for tonight. A ritual that's not pain. Harry tensed and then forced himself to let go. Ragnok drew a small knife from his belt. The blade was dull in the same way Dawka's had been. He turned his wrist and touched his own thumb to the edge. A single drop of dark blood fell to the stone and sank in like water. Clan oath, Ragnok said. We don't swear to your blood. We swear to your will. If you break, we don't own you. If we break, you own us for it. He offered the knife. Harry looked at Doc. Doc nodded. He took the knife. It was heavy for its size. He set the edge against his thumb. He pressed down. The cut was small and smarted more than it hurt. A drop of blood fell and hit the same place. The lines carved in the table warmed under his skin for a moment and then went flat again. Done, Ragnok said. He took the knife back, wiped it, and sheathed it. Welcome, Harry. Harry breathed out. The air didn't feel thin here. Felt normal. Barchok closed the ledger and the iron stamp clicked back into place. One more stop, he said. Then sleep. Where? Harry asked. The forge, Barchok said. They didn't walk far. The hall sloped down and the air picked up a different smell, coal and something sweet that wasn't food. The forge room was large and full of machines that looked simple and strong. A wide anvil sat on a block. A furnace glowed dull behind a grating. Racks on the wall held bars of metal. Some were flat, some round, some edges, all with tags clipped on them. A smith looked up from a bench. She had burned scars across her knuckles that looked old, and a leather apron with black marks across it. Her hair was braided back so it wouldn't fall into the fire. Client? She asked. Clan child, Barchok said. No commission yet. He should hold a piece. The smith nodded. She walked to a shelf and chose a bar. Not the biggest, not the smallest. She held it in her palm like it weighed nothing. She came over and set it on a clean cloth in front of Harry. Goblin silver, she said. We don't call it that for you. We call it that because that's what it's. It holds an edge. It holds an oath. It doesn't like lies. Put your hands on it. Harry looked at Barchok. Barchok nodded. He set both palms on the metal. It was cool at first, then warm. Not bright warm, body warm. The warmth didn't travel into his arms. It stayed in his hands and met him there. The sound in his chest, his new, even heartbeat felt like it ticked a fraction closer to the metal's slow heat. Breathe, the smith said. Harry did. The room sounds narrowed. The low burn of the furnace, a small clink of tools settling, Barchok's pen clip tapping once against his belt when he shifted weight. The metal under his hands didn't hum, didn't flash, didn't play tricks. took his touch and gave weight back. "It likes him," the smith said. "Good," Barchoke said. Harry lifted his hands, then put them back down because he didn't want to stop feeling it yet. His eyes stung again. He blinked hard and kept his face straight. "I want," he started, then stopped because he didn't know the right word. "Something that ends bad magic," the smith said. "We can make that. Not tonight." "Not tonight," Barchoke said. "Tonight, sleep." Harry nodded. He looked at the metal one more time, memorized the soft scratches and the way one edge had a tiny nick like a bite. "May I keep this?" he asked. The smith looked at Barchoke. Barchoke looked at Ragnok. Ragnok, who had followed and now stood at the door with his hands behind his back, gave the smallest nod. "Yes," the smith said. "It's an ingot, not a weapon. Not yet. You can hold it when your head hurts and your hands shake. Don't drop it on your foot." Harry picked it up with both hands. It was heavier than he expected. He liked that. He tucked it against his chest and his arms closed around it without thinking. "Come on," Barchoke said, voice low, steady. "Guest suite. Bed. In the morning, breakfast, then language, then numbers, then health again. Simple day." Harry nodded. He kept the ingot close. The metal warmed under his fingers like a hand he could trust. POV, Dumbledore. The door to number 4 swung on its hinges and knocked the wall. The dent in the plaster from other times lined up with the knob. A bearded man in a long coat stepped over the threshold with quick, precise steps that didn't match his age. "Arabella?" he called softly, wand out, slipping the door shut with a flick. The hallway was clean. The umbrella stand was empty. The cupboard door under the stairs hung open. The padlock dangled. It was still warm when his fingers brushed it. He didn't touch long. He knelt and peered in. The blanket had a crease from a small body. It was fresh. He pressed his wand tip to the wood and whispered 2 spells in a row. The air over the doorway trembled and then smoothed. He stood. He breathed in through his nose and got bleach and something metallic he didn't like. He let it out through his mouth. He walked to the back door and tested the handle. It had been opened from the inside. No alarm on the sill. He checked again. The ward he had set on the lintel over the front door was gone. Not burst. Cut. He closed his eyes for 1 second and then opened them. "Well," he said to the empty kitchen. "Calm. Plan B." He stepped back into the hall, shut the cupboard door, and hooked the padlock through out of habit. He left and eased the front door shut and made sure the latch caught and the line on the jamb smoothed. He lifted his wand and drew new threads in the air, neat, quick, a hand who had tied a lot of knots in his life. When he was finished, the air over the door was still. The line of the ward looked fine. He knew it wasn't. He smiled anyway, the polite one that made people feel safe. He turned and walked down the garden path without making the gravel crunch. "Gringotts," he said. Once he was past the hedges and alone. His eyes were tired, but the speed in them didn't dull. He vanished without sound. POV Harry. The guest suite had a bed with a heavy blanket that smelled clean. There was a small table with a glass of water on it. There was a door to a little washroom with a sink low enough for him to reach without a stool. Barchoke pointed to the bed. "Shoes," he said. Harry sat and pulled them off. He set them side by side under the table. He put the ingot on the blanket, then picked it up again and set it on the floor by the leg of the bed where he could touch it with his fingers if he reached down. "Sleep," Barchoke said. "If you wake and the room feels wrong, call. If you need a light, there's a switch." He flicked a small brass lever by the bed. A lamp on the wall came up. Not bright. Enough. "What if I dream?" Harry asked. "You'll," Barchoke said. "When you wake, we'll remind you which parts were real." "Okay." Barchoke stood for a second like he might say more, then didn't. "Good night," he said, and left. Harry slid under the blanket. The fabric dragged on his skin in a way that felt like proof. He lay on his side facing the ingot on the floor. He kept his hand out where 2 fingers could touch the metal. His heartbeat was steady, still strong, not loud like a drum. There, 2, that was 1. He didn't have a word for it. He didn't need one. He fell asleep like someone who had been holding a heavy bag for a long time and had finally put it down. The last things he heard were the low burn of air through a vent and the distant thud of a hammer from another room that kept time like it had a job to do and would keep doing it in the morning. Povey Harry. I woke because someone knocked once and opened the door before I could answer. Barchoke didn't step in. He leaned on the frame. Up, he said. Washington healer first. Breakfast after. I pushed the blanket off and rubbed my eyes. My head felt clear. My scar felt like a normal patch of skin. I slid off the bed and checked the floor with my toes. Cold stone. The ingot sat where I'd left it. I touched it with 2 fingers. Warmth came back into my hand. Bring it, Barchoke said, reading me without looking. No one will take it. I picked the ingot up with both hands, went to the little washroom and splashed my face. The water smelled clean. A rough towel scratched my cheeks. When I came back, Barchoke handed me a simple shirt and trousers. They fit. He didn't say where he got them. We walked the same hall as last night. The lamps hummed. We turned left instead of right this time and Healer Doc's door opened for us before we knocked. On time, Doc said. Good. Seat. I climbed back onto the table. The carved lines caught the light. Doc checked my pupils, put 2 fingers under my jaw, and watched a second hand on the wall. How do you feel? He asked. Clear, I said. Hungry. Good, he said. 2 procedures now. Neither pleasant. Both necessary. I nodded. Tell me when, I said. First, Doc said. We sever the residual tether to the foreign soul. We removed the fragment. A hair-thin thread still tries to pull. We cut that thread. It will feel like pressure behind the eyes and a burn down the neck. It will last 1 minute. Okay. Second, he said. We push your core into balance after the unbind. Think of a clamped spring that has been released. It wants to bounce. We stop the bounce. That will feel like every muscle wants to jump. It will last 40 seconds. Okay, I said again. Hold the stone if you want, Barchoke said from the wall. I lifted the ingot onto my lap. I put both palms on it. Doc placed new stones in a line across my forehead and temples. He set a thin loop against the scar again, but it was a different metal. He pressed his thumb to one of the table grooves. 3, he said. 2, 1. The pressure came fast and deep, like fingers pressing behind my eyes from the inside. Heat rolled down the back of my neck to the base of my spine. My teeth clicked. I kept them apart after that. My breath came short and angry without a sound. The room stayed steady because I held my eyes on Doc's ear and counted. 30, Doc said. Half. It got worse for 5 counts. Then it evened out. My hands wanted to fly off the ingot, but I pressed down. The heat snapped off like someone pinched a candle. Done, Doc said. Don't sit up. I let out a breath and took a new one. Sweat ran down my temple. I didn't wipe it. Second, Doc said. He moved the stones a hand's breadth, placed his palm flat on 2 grooves and pressed. 3, 2, 1. My muscles tried to jerk. All of them. I felt the impulse in calves, shoulders, chest, fingers. I felt like I had to run, jump, throw something. I did none of that. I rode it. I focused on my palms on the metal and my heels pressed together at the edge of the table. 20, Doc said. Peaked, faded. It left a buzz behind like after a sprint. I swallowed. Done, Doc said. He didn't smile, but his tone eased. Good. I swallowed again. Can I sit now? Slowly, he said. I sat up. No tilt this time. I wiped my forehead with the back of my wrist. Barchoke passed me a cloth. I took it and dabbed. then folded it and set it aside. Compulsion purge starts today, Doc said, writing with a firm hand on a slate. Small doses. You'll taste bitter for a while. Some old habits will feel wrong. That's the purge working. Tell us when something feels wrong. We don't guess. Okay. He mixed 2 potions in a small glass, added 3 drops of something dark, and handed it to me. All, he said. I drank. Tasted like oversteeped tea and metal. My tongue went numb at the edges for a second. Breakfast, Barchok said. Then language, then numbers, then runes. After Smith. Marshall, I asked. Before dinner, he said. I slid down from the table. My legs held. I picked up the ingot. Doc tapped the sealed lead box once. We neutralized the fragment today, he said. There's no link. You won't feel it. You can watch if you want. You don't need to. Tell me after, I said. He said. Barchok nodded once to Doc, once to me, and led me out. The dining hall didn't look like a cafeteria. No lines. Notras. Wide tables. Benches that didn't wobble. Steam rose from bowls already set down. A goblin with a ladle jerked his chin at us. We sat. Eat, Barchok said. He didn't say please. He didn't need to. A bowl held porridge with nuts and dried fruit on top. There was a boiled egg, a small dish of pickled something green, a metal cup of water, a small slice of black bread. No sweets, no fuss. I started with the egg. Salt. 2 bites. The porridge went down fast. Warm. The pickled greens were sharp and cleared my nose. The bread was dense. I chewed it and swallowed and felt full without heaviness. The goblin across from us glanced at my ingot and then back to his bowl. No one asked why a child had a bar of metal at breakfast. No one stared at my scar. Barchok ate with clean movements. He didn't talk until we were both mostly done. Language first, he said. Gobbledygook. We won't overload you. We'll build 1 brick at a time. Okay, I said. He pointed at himself. Barchok, he said, then tapped his chest again and said, Uruk, manager. Uruk, I repeated. He pointed at me. Harry, he said, then Tal, child. Tal. He pointed to the room. Cars, he said. Hall. Cars. Truth, he said, and looked at me like this one mattered. Karth. Karth, I said carefully. The Th snapped a little. He nodded. Stop, he said. Rack. Rack. Good, he said. He took a flat chalk and set 4 words on a slate in neat runes and their sounds in our letters underneath. He pointed and I read each one again. He corrected my mouth on Karth once. The sound sat at the back of the tongue, not the front. By end of week, he said, you'll speak 10 words clean. By end of month, simple sentences. We don't rush and make bad habits. I nodded. Felt good to say words that had weight. He scraped the slate clean. Numbers. I didn't groan. He looked like he expected me to. He smirked a little anyway. He drew 3 circles. Coin, he said. Wizarding world uses galleon, sickle, canute. Our ledgers track more. But start here. He wrote. 1 galleon 17 sickles. 1 sickle 29 nuts. Why 17 and 29? I asked. Because the people who made them liked primes and control, he said. We do conversions in our sleep. You'll too. He ran me through quick problems. If something costs 2 galleons, 8 sickles, how many nuts? I worked it in my head, slow, and told him. He didn't praise. He drew the next one. When I missed a carry, he tapped the place I jumped. I corrected it. Paper will lie to you, he said when we finished. Numbers don't. If numbers say a man is stealing, he's stealing. We act on numbers. I nodded. He wiped the slate again, and this time he drew a simple rectangle and marked its corners with dots. Runes, he said. We start with safety lines. These are bind, vent, ground, kill. Say them. He tapped each dot. Bind. I touched the point he touched. Vent. Ground. Kill. We don't carve kill on practice stones, he said. We talk about it. You'll see it when you have to see it. Okay. He placed 4 small wooden tiles on the table. Each had a scratched mark. Find ground. I picked them up one by one and turned them. Third was right. He grunted approval. He pressed his thumb to each tile. The marks flashed faint and then went flat again. These are dead, he said. You'll use live ones with a mentor. Never alone. Say it. Never alone, I repeated. Good, he said. He checked the time, stood, and jerked his chin. Smith. We carried the slate and the tiles with us. I kept the ingot cradled against my chest. POV. Smith mentor, Iron Bloom. He came in with his arms tight around the bar like someone might snatch it. He kept his chin up. He looked and didn't pretend he wasn't looking. Good. Barchoke stopped where he always stopped and nodded at the quench barrel without speaking. Also good. My forge likes quiet until it's not quiet. I tapped the bench. Put it here, I said. He laid the ingot down like it mattered. Good again. You remember me? I asked. Yes, he said. You didn't tell me your name. Iron Bloom, I said. You can call me that. Iron Bloom, he repeated. No stumble. You want something that ends bad magic, I said. We start with a focus blade. Not long, not heavy. Something you can carry on a belt and not fall over. He nodded. His eyes stayed on my hands as I pulled a chalk. I drew a simple profile on the bench top. Short blade, no guard, thick spine, straight back. This, I said, tapping the outline, cuts because it's steel, also because of what's on it. Your nullity, your runes, your blood, but it still has to be a blade. If the steel is wrong, the magic fights it. So we don't make pretty junk. We make tools. Yes, he said, quiet, firm. We're not finishing today, I said. We prep. We test how your touch sits in the metal. We etch. We see if your canceling field behaves or flares. What happens if it flares? He asked. I pointed at a bucket in the corner. It was full of sand. You put it in there and step back, I said. And you don't cry about the lost scrap. We start again. He stood straighter at that, not smaller. Good. I pulled a practice billet from the rack. Goblin silver folded over a core steel. I weighed it in my hand and felt for any memory of a bad heat. It was clean. I set it on the anvil and cut it into a shorter piece with a hot chisel. Bellows, I said to Barchoke without looking. He stepped to the side and pumped the lever in a steady rhythm. He's good at that. He's good at most things he chooses to do. I heated the billet to a dull cherry and set it on the anvil. Hammer, turn, hammer, sound even. No ringy dead spot. The boy watched the color like he'd been told to, not the hammer. Better than most apprentices on day one. Hold, I said. I slid the billet back into the fire, turning it with the tongs, watching the skin of the heat move. 2 rules, I said to the boy. 1, you never rush. If you rush, you break grain or you crack a face or you burn metal. 2, you keep your feet under you. If you get hurt, it's usually because your feet were wrong. Feet, he said, and looked down at his stance and moved his left foot half a step back. Better, I said. I pressed the billet to a mark gauge, nodded and pulled it back out. Hammer, turn, draw. The spine lengthened. I established the tang. I set it on a heat-proof block. Touch it, I said. Your palm. He looked at me first. I nodded. He placed his hand flat on the warm metal for half a second and pulled back. What did you feel? I asked. Push, he said. Like water against my palm. Then it stopped. Good, I said. That's your nullity trying to chew the heat. It bounced because it had nothing to grab. We give it something to grab. I took a scribe and scratched 4 shallow lines along the spine. Not runes. Tracks. I wiped the surface with alcohol, dried it, and sprinkled a fine white powder. The boy watched, eyes narrow. Etch tracks, I said. We'll inlay later. For now, we see if your field rides grooves. Why does it ride grooves? He asked. Because magic is lazy, I said. It takes paths. Give it a path, it will take it. Then we make the path do what we want. He nodded like that made sense. I brought the heat up again, then set the piece on a flat stone. Now, I said, 2 fingers, breathe. Think about stopping a hot coal from burning a table. Not killing it, stopping it. He put 2 fingers on the metal. His breath steadied. I saw the skin ripple along the track lines like frost on a window should, but we don't say that here. The heat didn't go out in a flashy way. It settled. It was not dead. It was not dangerous. Again, I said, short pulses. Don't spend yourself. He did it 3 times. The track lines stayed darker. The rest of the face held heat. Good. I quenched the billet halfway, showed him the color change, then pulled it out. You'll etch proper runes with a runewrite, I said. I do the steel. They do the script. You do the touch. All 3 make the blade. Understood? Understood, he said. Eat anything you hate? I asked. He blinked. Liver, he said. We won't serve it in here, I said. Back later. We'll drill holes for pins. He stepped back. He looked like he wanted to pick the billet up and tuck it away the way he did the ingot. He didn't. He left it where I placed it. Another pass. Go learn words with teeth, I said, and jerked my chin toward the runewrite's room. Barchoke took the boy out. I cleaned the bench. The billet held its line. Good steel. Good start. POV, Barchoke. He kept looking back at the billet like I looked back at a ledger I'd left open. Habit already. Attachment forms fast after violence. We use it or we break it. We'll use it. The runewrite, Grey Etch, sat on a stool with a magnifier on his eye. He didn't get up. He pointed at the bench across from him and kept carving the test plate until he finished the stroke. Only then did he look at us. Child, he said as greeting. Harry, the boy said. Grey Etch, the runewrite said. We start with safety. We start with names. We don't carve what we don't understand. The boy nodded. He sat without fidgeting. Good. Dawka's stabilization worked. Grey Etch set a slate between them. He drew a box with 4 marks, the same 4 I'd run earlier. Say them, he said. Bind, vent, ground, kill, the boy said, touching each. In our tongue, Grey Etch said. The boy's mouth moved. Gal.
Vem? Tor.
He hesitated. He looked at me. I shook my head. We don't say the last one live, I said. Grey Etch grunted. He knows restraint. Good. Now carve ground. He handed the child a bone stylus. The boy took it and set the tip carefully. He sketched the mark slow, not scratching deep. Grey Etch stopped his hand once, moved his wrist angle, let him continue. The mark finished. A clean line, the correct hard turn at the base.
No curl.
Again, Grey Etch said. He did it again, for times. The last matched the second. The third was off by a hair. Grey Etch tapped the bad angle and made him do 5 more. Then he nodded and pushed a small live plate across with the same mark already primed. Touch, he said. Say Karth. The boy set 2 fingers on the plate. Karth. The mark glowed a faint red, then went dull. The plate hummed in a way that sits in your teeth. Grey Etch took it back without comment and locked it in a drawer. Enough live for today, he said. Now talk. He turned the slate and wrote a sentence in our script, slow enough for the boy to track.
Ragkart Tor Harry.
He pointed. Read. The boy sounded it out. Rack Karth tor Harry. Stop truth ground he. Close, Greyetch said. Meaning, stop, truth, ground, Harry. Placement matters. We use short strings in a fight. We use longer in builds. You'll learn quick strings now. He made the boy speak short commands. He corrected his mouth shapes patiently. The boy kept his eyes on the signs and not on Greyetch's hands. He didn't try to impress us. He tried to be correct. I like correct. After an hour, I lifted my hand. Greyetch nodded and set the stylus down. Finance, I said. The boy didn't sag. He stood, picked up his ingot, and followed me. Hungry? I asked. A little, he said. Meal first, I said. Then vaults. We went to a smaller room off the main hall. Fewer tables. Softer light.
Apod bublat onastova.
The cook, Stonepan, served stew into 2 bowls and set them down with a thunk. He dropped a small dish of sliced apples between us. Sit, I said. He sat. Steam lifted off the stew. It smelled of meat and something green. He blew on the spoon and tried a small bite. He nodded like he had decided it was safe and then ate with steady speed. Stonepan watched from behind the counter like he always does with new mouths. When the boy went for the apples last, he nodded to himself and turned back to his cutting board. Rules at table, I said. Short. We don't talk numbers while chewing. We don't rush unless the alarm rings. We clear our bowls. Okay, he said around a swallow, then swallowed again and said, okay. We ate in quiet. It was a good quiet. Not mean, not heavy. Bodies filling with heat and salt and not thinking about pain. Halfway through, he looked up. What's my clan name? He asked. You can choose it, I said. We can give you one. It should say something true. He thought. He didn't rush. Last night, he said. The director said I get a name that says who stands for me. Yes, I said. Crow, he said. You called me that before. Does it make sense? It does, I said. Crows don't waste. They watch. They take bright things and make them useful. They don't sing pretty. They live. He nodded. Harry Crow, he said, testing the sound. He smiled, small and real, like the name clicked into a lock. Harry Crow, I repeated, logged it in my head, and saw the papers that would need stamping. Good. He finished his stew, wiped the bowl with the last piece of bread, and popped the last apple slice into his mouth. Vaults now, I said. Povey Harry. Barchoke's office had a long desk, not big, but heavy enough you could not kick it by accident. The wall behind it had 3 locked cabinets and a slate board that already had numbers on it. He opened a drawer and took out a key. The key looked simple. It had weight. He set it on the desk and tapped it once. This opens your deep ledger, he said. This is not the same as opening a vault and throwing coins. This shows where the coin came from. If we don't like where it came from, we don't spend it. Even if it's mine? I asked. Especially, he said. Your name will be used to grease bad deals if we're lazy. We're not lazy. He unlocked a smaller case inside the cabinet and pulled out a metal-bound book. He pressed a seal into 2 corners, turned the clasp, and opened to a blank page that wasn't blank. Letters rose as the page breathed. He angled it so I could see. House Potter, he said. Revenue lines. Rents, stake in 3 merchant concerns, patents on 2 spells from your grandfather, interest on ministry bonds. What's a bond? I asked. You lend the ministry money, he said. They promise to pay it back with extra. If they fail, we take something else. We don't lend without something else. He pointed at the next column. Outflow, he said. Tuition, stipends to war widows, bribes disguised as donations. I looked up at him. He didn't blink. We call them what they're, he said. We cut them. We send letters. We demand refunds when possible. We publish what we cut so the bribe givers learn a new habit called shame. He turned the page. Black, he said. Less clean. We'll clean it. That's work for another day. Do I have to go to court? I asked. Sometimes, he said. You'll sit. I'll speak. You'll say no when someone asks you to be sorry for taking back what was stolen. Okay, I said. My palms went damp. I rubbed them on my trousers. I can do that. You can, he said. Now we sign the adoption properly. He set out a thin stack of papers. The words were in our letters and in runes. He pointed where to read, then where to write. He gave me a pen that didn't blot. I wrote Harry James Potter in careful letters, then Harry Crow in smaller ones beside. Barchoke wrote his name in a tight hand. He pressed a seal that looked like a claw and a coin. Done, he said. Welcome, Harry Crow. I stand for you. If I fail, you can have my salary for a year and my left boot. Why your boot? I asked. Because you'll see it and be reminded not to trust men who boast, he said. I snorted. He almost smiled. He closed the ledger and locked it. He tucked the key inside a small leather pouch and tied it to a cord. This hangs under your shirt, he said. You don't take it off unless you bathe. We'll make a better chain later. He looped it over my head. The key lay flat against my chest. It was cool. It warmed. I put my palm over it once. Runes again, he said. We went back to Greyetch. He made me carve ground 10 more times. He made me say the short strings until my mouth got tired. My tongue learned where the sounds sit. When I slurred, he made me drink water and start again. Marshall after, Barchoke said. Then Smith. I nodded. My shoulders loosened. The potions made me taste metal again. Faded. Came back. I told Doc when it peaked and he adjusted drops on the next dose. He wrote it down. The Marshall room had mats and wood dummies. No mirrors. A goblin with a scar across his eyebrow stood in the center. He looked me up and down, then at Barchoke. Who? He asked. Harry, Barchoke said. Clan child. New. I'm Cutter, the goblin said. We don't fight pretty. We fight to walk away. Basics today. Okay, I said. He stepped behind me and set my feet. Lower, he said. He pressed my knee with 2 fingers. Better. Hands up. Chin down. Breathe through your nose. I did it. He walked around me and pushed my shoulder until I found balance again. Palm strike, he said. Watch. He stepped, turned his hips, and hit the dummy with the heel of his hand. The sound was a deep thump. He didn't pull back far. He didn't lock his elbow. He looked bored. Your turn, he said. I stepped, turned, struck. The first hit slapped. The second had more meat. The third sounded right. My wrist stung. Good, Cutter said. Knuckles are fragile. Palms are not. Throat, nose, ear. Those are soft. You aim soft. Knees, ankles, fingers. You break those. You don't stand and trade hits with a bigger thing. Okay. Knife, he said. He handed me a wooden blade. Point down. Close. Slash under. Step out. Again. We moved in lines. He stopped me when my elbow lifted. He tapped my ribs when I left them open. He didn't praise. He didn't sneer. He made me correct and go again. 3 rules, he said. Don't fall. Don't look away. Don't speak while you move. I kept them. I sweat. My shirt stuck to my back. The leather thong of the key went damp on my chest. The ingot sat on a bench in the corner where I could see it. I didn't touch it. Cutter nodded at that without words. We drilled until my arms shook. He saw it before I did. He held up a hand. Stop, he said. Stretch. Drink. Come back tomorrow. I stretched. I drank. Barchoke handed me a cloth again. I wiped my face. The room smelled like sweat and oil and old wood. I liked it. Forge, Barchoke said. POV. Smith Mentor Iron Bloom. They came back smelling of salt and discipline. Good. I had the billet on the bench and holes marked where the pins would sit. I had a bucket of pins ready. The quench barrel was fresh. The stone for etching runes was clean. You ready to not ruin my peace? I asked the boy. Yes, he said. Good, I said. Hold the pin punch here. Light tap. We set the guide. He held the punch steady. He tapped. The mark set. He did 2 more. He didn't rush the second. He didn't let the third double tap. I've seen grown men fail that. Bar choke bellows, I said. He pumped. I heated the billet for the curve. I pressed the spine into the horn, eased the bend, checked sight down the edge, made a small correction. The color held true. I marked the tang shoulders and refined them. Here, I said to the boy, file work. Slow, flat, let the file cut. Don't make it skate. He set to it. He listened. He lifted on the backstroke. He checked his edge. He corrected pressure. He didn't talk. Sweat ran down his cheek and he ignored it. Enough, I said. I took the piece and drew it through the heat one last time, equalizing. I quenched to the line. Steam hissed. The room went quiet. It always does at that sound. I held it still until the bubbles stopped. Lifted it, watched for warp, saw none. Good billet, I said to the air. Good hand. I set the blade aside and pulled a thin plate with etched sample runes. Rune right later, I said. But now you press your thumb here and we see if your nullity rides without eating what it shouldn't. He pressed his thumb on the test plate. The primary line dimmed. The ward lines along the edge stayed lit. He pulled his hand back. Again, I said. It did the same.
No flare. No vern.
I nodded. We can inlay on steel without a fight, I said. Not today, but we can. He looked at the billet again. When is it a blade? He asked. When it cuts and doesn't chatter, I said. When you wear it and forget it's there until you need it. When it ends a spell like it was folding a napkin. He nodded. Okay. Wash, I said. Eat, sleep, back tomorrow. He lifted the billet like he wanted to cradle it. He didn't. He looked at me. May I look once more? He asked. Yes, I said. He looked, memorized, put it down, picked up his ingot and left with bar choke. I put my hand on the billet and felt the heat left in it. It would make a fine knife. POV, bar choke. He didn't limp, but he moved like he knew where all his joints were. That's fine. Day 1 teaches you where you end. We stopped at Doc's again for the purge draft. The boy drank without flinching. Doc watched his pupils again, set the cup down and said, Describe anything strange. Smells are big, the boy said. Metal, oil, the stew. I'm noticing everything. It's loud but not loud. Filter will come, Doc said. If it alarms you in the night, you knock. Okay, the boy said. We walked the long hall to the small library. It's not Wizard's library. No show. Flat spines. Titles by function. Ledgers. Case law. Treaties. History we admit is history, not story. Sit, I said. I put a thin book in front of him. Contracts for children. He looked at me. I looked back. It's not a joke, I said. He opened it. The first page had short sentences. Don't sign anything you can't explain out loud to someone you trust. He read it, then read it again. He nodded. Read the first chapter, I said. If you finish before dinner, you can come to the canteen early. They serve a stew like the one at lunch when we ask nicely. He read. He didn't move his lips. When a word was hard, he tapped it and I told him, then made him tell it back to me. He didn't try to skip. He didn't pretend. He read. Half an hour in, he looked up. Bar choke, he said. Yes. What is consideration? That's the part of a deal where both sides get something real, I said. If only one side gets something, it's not a contract. It's a trick. We don't sign tricks. He nodded, wrote consideration both get something real on a scrap, and kept reading. When he finished the chapter, he closed the book and put his palm on the cover for a second. He didn't know he did it. He does that with things he means to keep. Eat, I said. Povey Harry. Dinner smelled like the lunch stew but richer. Stonepan ladled a thick beef stew with carrots and barley into my bowl and gave Barchok a look. 2 sugars? Stonepan asked him. None, Barchok said. For me. Child gets 1, Stonepan said, and set a small sweet roll on my plate like he'd won something. Barchok shook his head once but didn't push it away. I ate the stew slow because Cutter had told me to go slow after drills. It tasted like pepper and long cooking. The sweet roll was soft and sticky on top. I ate half and left half. Stonepan noticed. He wrapped the rest in paper and put it by my elbow. For later, he said. Thank you, I said. He grunted like it was nothing and went back to the pot. Barchok broke a piece off his bread and dipped it in his bowl. Tomorrow, he said between bites, we give the director the name. We stamp the papers. We send the first notices to the clerk to freeze proxies. Headmaster will come and make words. We'll make other words and he will leave. Will I be there? I asked. You'll be in the next room with the door open, he said. You'll hear the tone. You won't answer his questions. That's my job. Your job is to see how polite knives sound. Okay, I said. He glanced at my hands. I realized I'd been rubbing my thumb over the edge of the ingot without thinking. I put it down on the bench. Barchok's tone shifted. The thing you feel in your chest, he said. The new weight, the steady beat. I nodded. That's not a prophecy, he said. It's not a god in your bone. We have words for it. We call it a source echo, but that's shorthand. It's instinct. It's a way your magic organizes itself. You choose what to do with it. If you do nothing, it will be nothing. If you practice, it will be a tool. It's not destiny. I didn't think it was, I said, and I meant it. It feels like when you know where a word should go in a sentence, you can still say the sentence wrong. Exactly, he said. Say it back. It's an instinct, I said. If I practice, it gets useful. If I don't, it doesn't. It doesn't tell me who I'm. Good, he said. We keep it that way. We finished eating. We brought our bowls to the counter. Stonepan nodded to me like I'd passed a test I didn't know I was taking. Back in the suite, I washed, touched the key under my shirt, touched the ingot, and lay down. My hands hurt a little in the forearms from holding the file and the punch. My shoulders were sore. It was a good sore. I fell asleep fast. POV, Barchok. He slept hard. I stood in the hall and read the night's messages in the light of the wall lamp. Clerk acknowledgement. Proxy freeze notices sent. Headmaster request for appointment stamped urgent by himself and ignored by us. Daka's note. Fragment neutralized without splatter. Good. I drafted the morning script for Polite Knives. I don't rehearse often. I rehearse for him. At dawn I knocked. He answered faster than yesterday. Bath? I asked. After breakfast, he said. Smith will smell me if I bathe now. I made a noise that might have been a laugh. He will, I said. Breakfast. We ate in the small room again. Stonepan had made thick porridge with chopped nuts. He slid the wrapped half-sweet roll toward the boy without comment. The boy unwrapped it, broke off a small piece, and ate it slow. He didn't wolf it. Good. Director, I said after we finished. Then Smith. Then Runes. Then Marshall. Then Law. Okay, he said. He said okay to a lot. He didn't mean, I'll let you do whatever you want. He meant I heard you. I'm ready. There's a difference. You can work with the second. We went to the director's office. The door was already open. Ragnok stood at the window without looking out. He turned when we stepped in. Name, he said. Harry Crow, the boy said. Harry Crow, Ragnak repeated. Good.
Come.
He brought out a board with 3 slots for seals. He pressed his signet into the first slot. I pressed mine into the second. He handed the boy a small seal that matched the one on last night's table. The boy pressed it into the third. The wax cooled fast. Clan adoption formalized, Ragnak said. We won't speak the terms again unless someone breaks them. We don't sing. We work. The boy nodded. Headmaster, I said. Outside, Ragnak said. We took the smaller meeting room with the door ajar. I sat with the boy to my left, out of the sight line from the hall. We didn't wait long. Albus Dumbledore stepped into the outer office with the kind of smile that belongs on a biscuit tin. He looked around as if he didn't look around. He spotted Ragnak and lifted his hands a fraction. Director, he said. What a relief. There has been a misunderstanding. Ragnak raised a hand a quarter inch. Lord Dumbledore, he said. Neutral. We have business with you. You have no business with us. Surely. Barchokethit stepped into the doorway and blocked half of the sightline. Proxies for Potter and Black are frozen, I said. Filed fraud. Return any funds moved under those proxies in the last 30 days. Audit continues beyond that. My boy. Not yours, I said. Calm. Crisp. Guardian of record stands in this room. Clan adoption sealed. Medical fraud documented. You won't approach the child. I must insist. You may, I said. You won't succeed. He moved to angle his body to look past me. I didn't move. He saw only the edge of a bench, a shadow, the corner of the boy's sleeve. Director, he tried again. You placed binds on a core without consent, Ragnak said. You maintained them by proxy through wards. You dosed potions into a child. You filed false proxies. You may make your case to the Wisengamot. You won't make your case here. Dumbledore held his smile with effort. The corners went hard. The greater good, he began. Numbers, I said, and held up the ledger. Not slogans. Numbers. He stopped. He looked at the seal on the ledger, saw which one it was, and knew we were not bluffing. He tried one last line. If the boy is in your care, he said, I must insist on a visit. No, I said. A letter. Through counsel, I said. A gift. Returned, I said. He stood there, hand on his wand, not to draw, but as if it lent him weight. Didn't. Good day, Ragnak said. Dumbledore's eyes slid to the door I blocked one more time. He didn't see the boy. He stepped back with a small bow that didn't reach his shoulders and left. His perfume smelled like sugar and old books. Faded. I closed the door softly. The boy let out a breath. He hadn't been holding it. He had kept it quiet. That's a polite knife, I said. I saw it, he said. Smith, I said. POV. Smith Mentor Iron Bloom. We drilled pinholes today. We did first grind. He learned to feel the scratch pattern. He learned to keep the blade cool and his fingers cleaner than the steel. He learned that fire fights your attention and you fight it back with rhythm. Nullity test, I said, and put a thin shell of auric on the test plate. Small push. He placed 2 fingers. The ward stuttered and collapsed like someone cut a rope. He didn't grin. He didn't flinch. He looked at me. Again, I said. He did it with less force. The ward folded quieter. You don't need to hit everything with a hammer, I said. You can shut the door instead. Yes, he said. Do you want a quillin? I asked, tapping the sketch. No, he said. Catch would trap me. I want a clean line. Good answer. We kept it clean. He took a file and cut the groove for the inlay under Greyetch's marks. He held the angle like I told him. He breathed through his nose. He didn't talk. He didn't show off. I've said that 3 times today. It matters. Stop, I said after 2 hours. Go bruise your shins with cutter. Come back after. We peen pins. He wiped his hands, nodded, and left. Barchok stayed a beat. He understands what his power is, I said. He understands what it's not, Barchok said. Good, I said and went back to my steel. Povey Harry. Cutter didn't smile when I came in. He never does. Knife drill, he said, and tossed me the wooden blade. Close, then in. Count 3. Again. We moved. Step, hook, slash, step out. Cutter tapped my wrist when my blade drifted. He wrapped my shin when my feet crossed. He made me hold guard until my arms shook and then had me lower it a finger's breadth, not more. Against a wand, he said. You don't play fair. You don't wait for a chant. You don't let them say the whole word. You break a wrist or a nose. You end the wand. If you can't end the wand, you end the hand around it. Okay, I said. My breath came short. Sweat ran into my eye. It stung. I didn't wipe it. Runes, he said to the wall. Greyetch appeared like he does when he pretends he wasn't waiting. We did strings. Rack, Karth, Tor, stop, truth, ground. He made me say them fast. He made me say them after a spin. He made me say them while he poked me with a stick. I said them right anyway. Enough, he said. I drank water again. Tasted like metal still. I didn't mind. Smith, Barchok said. We went back. Iron Bloom placed the blade in a clamp and set 2 pins. Your turn, she said. Small taps. You're not tenderizing a steak. I tapped. The pin heads spread. They sat flush. She checked with her nail. She grunted. Handle tomorrow, she said. Runes in 2 days. You don't rush. I don't rush, I said back. Good, she said. She wiped the blade with a cloth and set it high on a rack. We stop. Go wash. Eat. Sleep. I looked at the blade one last time and went with Barchok. Dinner was soup again, thinner this time, with noodles. Stonepan slid a small dish of something sweet across at the end. What is it? I asked. Pudding, he said. Milk, sugar, nutmeg. Don't get used to it. I ate half. Barchok raised an eyebrow. I shrugged. Save the rest, I said. Good, he said. Law after. We sat with a junior counsel in a side room. She wore simple clothes and had ink on her fingers. She laid out a fake contract for a fake broom. Find the trap, she said. I read. The words were long on purpose. The letters tried to hide the trick. I found the part where loner meant we keep it forever and pointed. There, I said. Mark it, she said. I crossed it out with a thick line. Rewrite, she said. I wrote. The broom is mine unless I say in writing that it's not. She nodded and fixed the grammar. Again, she said. Find the next trap. We worked until my head got heavy. She slid the fake contract away and gave me a small card. It had 3 lines. Read it twice. Ask 1 question. Sleep on it. Carry it, she said. I put it in my pocket. Back in my room, I washed, checked the key and the ingot, and lay down. My body throbbed, not in pain but in use. Felt honest. Good work, Barchok said from the door. Good steel, I said back. He snorted. Tomorrow we inlay, he said. Then we test with a live ward. You'll cut it. You'll do it small. You won't show off. I won't, I said. Good night, Harry Crow, he said. Good night, I said. I touched the key once, then the ingot and slept. POV. Smith Mentor Iron Bloom. Morning. Healer had already taken the boy's pulse and tongue and signed off. Good. We started with handle scales, not inlay, because I like to make boys wait for the part they want. Wood, I said. Pick one. Feel, not eyes. He ran his hand over oak, ash, bog oak, horn. He paused on a dark piece with tight grain. This, he said. Good, I said. It won't swell when you sweat. It won't splinter when you slam it. We cut, drilled, pinned. He sanded with steady strokes, not sawing like a beaver. He checked fit without smearing oil on it like a child. He wiped the dust with a tack cloth and looked up at me. Now runes, I said. Grayetch. Grayetch came in with his kit already out. He looked at the blade, nodded, and laid 3 marks on the spine between my tracks. He didn't say what they were. He made the boy say carth and tore while he carved the first. He made him place 2 fingers on the line and stop when told. The glow settled into the groove. Inlay, Grayetch said. I handed him the wire. He tapped it into the cut with the smallest hammer in the shop. He made the boy press each press after his own. The wire sat flush. No gaps. He burnished it with a bone tool until the line looked part of the steel. Test, I said. I put up a thin ward in the corner, simple and clean, tied to a lantern so we'd see it go. The boy stepped up. He didn't lift the knife like a hero. He put the spine to the shimmer and pressed as if closing a door. The ward folded. The lantern flickered and stayed lit.
No flare. No van.
No drama. He let out a breath. He didn't grin. He looked at me. Again, I said. Smaller. He did it with less pressure. The fold looked like it belonged there. He stepped back. Good, I said. You'll fail the first time you try it under a hex. You'll panic. You'll cut too hard. You'll fix it by the 3rd time. Don't chase loss. Back off. Try again. Okay, he said. Say it. Don't chase loss, he said. Back off. Try again. I nodded. Sheath tomorrow, I said. We don't leave teeth out on bear belts. He reached for the blade. I shook my head. Not yet, I said and put it on the rack. He took his ingot instead and held it like always. Go run, I said. Cutter will make you fall and get up. Then law. Then sleep. You'll dream you're falling. You won't be. Your body is learning. He nodded and left. Barchoke stayed. Heard from the clerk? I asked. Proxy's frozen, he said. Headmaster sulking. Letters from 3 families wanting meetings. We won't meet. We'll send forms. Good, I said. You're making a statesman. I'm making a knife. Both cut. He smirked. He's making himself, he said. Also true, I said and went back to the bench. Povey Harry. Cutter made me fall and get up for an hour. He made me roll and keep my knife hand off the floor. He made me crawl under a low bar without hitting my back. He taught me to turn a grab into a wrist lock and walk away. He said nothing when I did it right. He tapped my ankle when it drifted. Enough, he said. You move like you know where you end now. Good, I said. Bent over, hands on my knees, breathing through my nose because he said to. Drink, he said. I drank. The water tasted normal now. The metal taste was fading. Doc had been right. Law after that was a fake courtroom with a table and 2 chairs and a goblin with a bell. I sat. Counsel asked me questions about a made-up deal. I answered what the card in my pocket said. Read twice, ask 1 question, sleep on it. He tried to rush me. I didn't let him. He banged the bell. I didn't jump. He made a face like a smile and wrote something down. At dinner, Stonepan served fish with lemon. I ate all of it. He slid me a small plate with cucumber slices with salt. I ate those too. Barchoke had me sign 3 more forms. Simple language. My name looked better this time. My hand didn't shake. Tomorrow, he said, you test the blade on a stronger ward. You'll stop when Ironbloom says stop. I said. He looked at me, then at the ingot, then at the key cord under my shirt, and this time he did smile. Small. Barely there. You're doing the work, he said. That's all this is. I nodded. I know. When I lay down, my body hummed in the way it does after you use it. The heartbeat under my sternum stayed steady. It didn't feel like two anymore. Felt like mine. Instinct. Not destiny. A tool, not a chain. I fell asleep with my fingers on the edge of the ingot and my mind on the blade that would be finished soon. Not as a trophy, but as something I could reach for and trust. Povey Harry. Barchoke set the cuff straight on my sleeve and looked me over like I was a ledger he was about to hand to a clerk. 3 stops, he said. Account hall. Vault claims. Out on the alley for supplies. You stay at my shoulder unless I say otherwise. If anyone says a word, Mr. Potter, you say speak to my manager and look at me. If you're tired, say so. We stop. Got it, I said. Knife stays sheathed, he added. It will, I said. He handed me the leather pouch with the key. It lay flat under my shirt. I checked the weight by reflex, then checked that the nullity blade sat clean in the new sheath on my belt. Handle fit my palm.
No rattle.
Iron Bloom would have heard it if there was any. We walked up the long stone ramp. The big bronze doors opened. Air changed. Quieter even with the noise. The Gringotts lobby was wide and bright in an honest way. Benches to the sides. Polished counters. Goblins at stations. Heads bent. Hands moving with pens and stamps. Humans in lines, glancing at each other and pretending not to. Barchoke didn't go to a line. We crossed to a side door marked accounts. He pressed his seal to the plate. The door clicked. Inside, quieter still. A clerk with ink on her knuckles looked up. Appointments? She asked. Barchoke with Harry Crow for claims, Barchoke said. She checked a board. Conference 2. Council is in. Conference 2 was a clean room with a table and 6 chairs. Water. No snacks. A goblin sat at the end with a narrow folder and a calm face. He wore no jewelry. His quill had a sharp point and no feather. Council Sharp Quill, Barchoke said. Harry, this is the mouth who talks when I don't. Sharpquill nodded once to me. Good morning, he said. We'll do this briskly. Read, sign, press, seal, done. If you don't understand a line, say plain words and I'll give you plain words. Plain words, I repeated. Good, he said and opened the folder. He laid out 3 parchments side by side. Document 1. Accession to the Potter main vault, he said. Effect. You're recognized as heir and permitted access with guardian supervision. No spending caps beyond standard minor protections. Clause 13 says you don't sell heirlooms without the guardian's countersign. Plain words. If you want to hawk your granddad's ring for sweets, we stop you. I'm not selling rings for sweets, I said. Excellent, he said. Document 2, reclamation of the illegal proxies filed by Albus Dumbledore. Effect. All votes attached to the Potter name revert to your account as suspended until majority. Good. We hold them in trust. We don't let him wave them like flags. Fine, I said. Document 3. Freeze and audit on any funds moved under those proxies, Sharpquill said. Plain words. If he spent your money, we grab it back. There will be letters. There will be posture. We ignore posture. Numbers only. I read each one. Short sentences. Bold terms defined at the bottom. I signed where Sharpquill tapped. The pen didn't blot. Barchoke pressed his seal under mine. Sharpquill added the bank seal that sang a little when it hit the wax and cooled. Done, Sharpquill said. Now rings. He opened a small iron box and slid it to me. Inside sat a matte band with a simple crest. No gems. No silly filigree. Potter signet, he said. Wears on the right hand until majority. It's keyed to your blood. It won't let someone else wear it without screaming. Screaming? I asked. In a legal sense, he said. It marks the thief and writes to our wall. If it bites, you'll feel a pinch. Don't panic. I picked up the ring. Cool metal. Weight that made sense for the size. I slid it on my right ring finger. Tightened once and settled.
No bait.
A small warmth, then normal. Sharpquill watched my face. Any dizziness?
No.
Good. He closed the box and put it aside. We won't claim the black ring today. That waits until the wolf is out of his cage. And he will be. Later. Now we go meet the public. Barchoke checked the time. 15 minutes in the lobby. Then alley, he said. Sharpquill, you walk 10 paces behind. If a beard tries a speech, you get to say the nice words. I have them printed, Sharpquill said, holding up a small card that looked satisfying. We stepped back through accounts to the lobby. People noticed. They always do. It started with the goblin at the post table straightening a fraction. Then a witch by the benches glanced over and put her hand to her mouth. Someone whispered Potter, like it was a bird that would fly away if you said it loud. I kept my shoulders level. Knife stayed on my hip. Hands at my sides. Barchoke moved a half step in front like he was blocking a wind that wasn't there. A wizard in a green robe peeled off from the line and smiled like he wanted to sell me something. Mr. Potter, a pleasure. Speak to my manager, I said, and looked at Barchoke. The wizard's mouth stayed open. He pivoted. Sir, I only... No, Barchoke said, and didn't slow. We made it to the doors. The porter pulled them open. Outside, Diagon Alley hit my nose and ears at once. Yeast from the bakery. Hot brass from the cauldron shop. Ink, dust, voices. A woman laughing too loud down the way. Cobblestones underfoot that rolled a bit if you were careless. We didn't go far. 2 shops down, we turned into Flourish and Blots. The bell over the door made a small, real chime. Paper smell. Dust. Binding glue. A man with round spectacles at the desk looked up and then down again like he had taught himself manners. Text list, Barchoke said. The clerk blinked. 4. First year, Barchoke said. We're shopping. We're not discussing. We're paying with account draft. Please don't fetch a photographer. The clerk swallowed. He shook out a printed list and slid it over. Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. Magical Theory. A History of Magic. Runes for Novices wasn't on it. That was fine. We'd buy it anyway. I took the list and scanned the shelves. Runes section was on the left, halfway up. Finance was in the back, 1 shelf over from the books people pretended to buy for their children. Someone in the aisle ahead of us ran a finger down the spines like she was counting. Bushy hair. Neat clothes. A woman with the same hair and a man with a patient face stood half a pace behind her. Not crowding. The girl looked over, clocked Barchoke. Then me. Her eyes didn't jump to the scar. She pinned us in the order we stood. Good start. You're blocking Hogwarts. A history, she said. Her tone wasn't rude. It was factual. I stepped aside 1 pace. Better. Much, she said, and slid the book free. She glanced at the list in my hand. First year set. She didn't wait for an answer. You'll hate Bin's class if you try to read this like a story. Read the index first and then scan the chapters that match key years. It helps. Barchoke made a small noise that, for him, was a laugh. The girl's mother looked between us. Hermione, mind your tone, she said, but her mouth tugged like she was holding down a smile. It's fine, I said. I prefer direct. Same, the girl Hermione said. I'm trying to find a decent primer on logic that won't get me mocked for bringing it to school. She looked at me. Do wizards even do formal logic, or is it all, hand-wavy certainty? Mostly hand-wavy, I said. But the ones with money do numbers. Numbers are logic with coats on. She snorted. Good. I won a national logic contest last spring. It doesn't make friends. I like contests that use rules, I said. They make cheats nervous. The man with her father, from the jaw stuck out his hand to Barchoke first. Dan Granger, he said. This is my wife, Emma. Hermione. We were told the shop was safe. It's as safe as any, Barchoke said, shaking once firm. Barchoke. I'm his guardian. Dan took that in without blinking. He offered me his hand next. Nice to meet you. I took it. Harry, I said. He didn't look at my scar. He looked me in the eye. His grip was clean. No crush. Good to meet you too, Harry, he said. Hermione glanced at my list. You're getting a beginner's guide to transfiguration? There are misprints in chapter 3, she said. H's and R's swapped in the incantation list. Don't practice from that page unless you want eyebrows on your knuckles. Which print run? I asked. The one with the pale blue border on the title page, she said, like she had measured it. Get the one with the darker border. Show me, I said. We walked to the transfiguration shelf. She pulled 2 copies, flipped them open, compared shades and put one back. I took the darker one. Thanks. Trade, she said. If you see a decent runes primer, point it at me. I asked the clerk. He tried to sell me a coloring book. Here, I said, and led her to the left side shelf. Runes for function, not runes for children. This one treats you like you have a brain. She picked it up, weighed it, skimmed the first page and nodded. Proper index, she said, and it doesn't draw little stars in the margins. She tucked it under her arm. What else is on your list? Basic set, I said, plus finance. Her eyes lit. Finance. Numbers don't lie, I said. People do, she said. We both said, exactly, at the same time and then stopped, looked at each other, and grinned because it was stupid and true. Emma watched us with the expression of someone who knew what it looked like when 2 kids found the same gear in their heads. She looked at Barchoke. Are we meant to introduce ourselves to someone official? She asked. We read the letter, but it was a vague. You'll get a second letter with book lists and a supply list, Barchoke said. You bring your child to the station on the 1st of September. You put her on the train. She'll come back at Christmas. There are better and worse ways to do all that. If you'd like, I can give you a short paper with the less bad ones. I would, Emma said immediately. Council will send you a pamphlet, Barchoke said. Plain words. No obligations. He glanced toward the front. His eyes sharpened. Sharp quill. I didn't turn. I kept my eyes on the shelf. But I heard the shift in the front of the shop. The bell. Voices that made the staff stand straighter. Polite pressure. Hermione looked up at me. Is something happening? Probably, I said. We're going to keep shopping. Okay, she said, trusting me in the way smart people do when they've already decided on the odds. We collected the rest of the basic books and added runes for function, foundational contract law, and practical arithmancy tables even though it wasn't on the list. Hermione snagged the same law booklet and arithmancy tables like she'd been waiting for an excuse. We brought everything to the front. The clerk stacked it neatly. He looked nervous like he expected a camera to pop out of the floor. A shadow fell across the counter. A hand with age spots set a lemon drop on the wood. Hello, a warm voice said. Harry. I turned. Albus Dumbledore looked like a kind grandfather and a man who never missed the last word in a conversation. Purple robe, clean beard, eyes that tried to twinkle and didn't, not with us. Barchoke stepped a half-step forward. Council, he said, and Sharpquill was there, card in hand, mouth already open. Good day, Lord Dumbledore, Sharpquill said. You're 2 shop fronts away from our door, but the rule still applies. All communication goes through Council. For your convenience, here are the approved channels and a list of things you may not do. He passed the card to Dumbledore. It had neat lines. Communications regarding Harry James Potter, Clan, Crow, submit filings to Gringotts Legal, Accounts Division, attention Sharpquill. No direct contact with the minor without guardian consent. No gifts. Gifts will be returned or destroyed. No praxis. All proxies are frozen. No medical claims. All medical matters are under Gringotts Healer Doc. Violations will be noted and published. Dumbledore kept his smile on. It looked tight now. I only wish to welcome the boy back to. Plain words, Sharpquill said, cutting him without raising his voice. You used him as a paper stamp. You lost that privilege. Take your lemon back. The shop is not a stage. Hermione's parents stood close behind her now. Dan's hand moved, subtle, to touch his daughter's shoulder. Emma angled herself so she was between she and the new arrival, even though there was a counter. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to them. He put the lemon drop back in his pocket. He tried a different tack. Miss. No, Barchoke said. You don't address other people's children either. A word with the guardian. You're having it, Sharpquill said. Here, now, the word is no. Dumbledore took in a slow breath and let it out. He looked at me. He tried to get past the bodies between us with his eyes. He got to my cheek and had to stop there. The angle wouldn't let him see the scar. He didn't like that. Harry, he said. Yes, I asked because I could. I'm glad you're safe, he said. I'm safe because you're not my guardian, I said. My voice didn't go hard. Stayed clean. If you have business with me, speak to my manager. Dan Granger coughed once into his fist. It might have been a laugh. Dumbledore tipped his head. Well, he said and looked at Sharpquill again. You'll hear from me. You already have, Sharpquill said. We sent you receipts. He stepped back. The clerk didn't breathe until the bell over the door rang again. Then he started in a rush. Would you like these wrapped? He asked. Yes, I said. He wrapped in brown paper with tight corners. He tied twine. He stacked the bundles and slid an account slip across to Barchoke. Barchoke signed it with a quick hand. Hermione looked at the stack and then at me. You're coming to Hogwarts, she said. Not a question, a deduction. Yes, I said. Good, she said, and then added fast like she didn't want it to sound pushy. If you want a study partner, I'm not boring when I'm not nervous. I want one, I said. I'm not boring when I'm not tired. She grinned, then looked down and swallowed it. I have a notebook for runes already, she said. We can share tables. We'll, I said. Emma cleared her throat in the way mothers do when they don't want to break something but need to move life along. We need a wand shop, she said. Never buy wands when you're hungry, Barchoke said, deadpan. Eat first, then Ollivanders. Emma blinked, then laughed. We'll take the advice. Council will have a pamphlet sent to your home, Sharpquill said to the Grangers. Plain words. Maps. No obligations. Thank you, Dan said. He looked at me again, not past me. See you in September, Harry. See you, I said. We stepped back out into the alley with our parcels. The noise picked up and moved around us. A woman hissed, "That's him," to a friend and then looked guilty. A boy my age stared, then stared harder when I didn't meet his eyes and didn't smile. Someone's owl hooted from a perch. Cart rolled by with clattering glass. Decision time, Barchoke said as we cut down a side street to avoid a knot of people. I'm going, I said. To Hogwarts, he said. As a recon mission, I said. Not for robes and songs. For maps. For reading the system from the inside. Barchoke nodded once. Terms. I sleep under bank accord in the independent suite, not in a house dorm, I said. I carry a contract for staff to sign about consent and no potions. I bring my own textbooks for contracts and runes. I write my schedule and keep to it. I don't duel in hallways. If I'm forced, I end it fast and clean. Good, he said. You'll add. All letters routed through us. You won't meet anyone alone. You'll keep a ledger of incidents. You'll send us copies every Friday. Fine, I said. Hermione. You can study with anyone you like, he said. No one signs her over to us unless her parents want it. We respect lines. I know, I said. We cut back toward the bank. The porter opened the door before we reached it. Mail room, Barchok said. We went down a side hall with pigeonholes and brass tags. A goblin with tiny spectacles sat at a high desk, sorting envelopes into slots without looking at his hands. School letter to Hogwarts, Barchok said. Acceptance with conditions. The clerk slid a standard parchment across. Blank acceptance, he said. Barchok didn't take it. We don't sign blanks, he said, and looked at me. Read twice. Ask one question. Sleep on it, I said out of habit. Right now we'll write it ourselves, Barchok said. Sharpquill appeared at my elbow like a well-timed footnote. He produced a short, clean sheet. To Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Hogwarts letter acceptance of place. Conditions attached. From Harry James Potter, Clan Crow, under guardianship of Accounts Manager Barchok, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Madam, I accept a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for the coming year. Conditions. Accommodation. Independent suite under Gringotts Hogwarts Accord, per Section 7. No dorme assignment. Consent. No potions, spells, or mind magic applied to me without written consent from me and my guardian. Health. All medical matters to be handled by Healer Doc, Gringotts, in consultation with Madame Pomfrey. Communication. All official correspondence to route through Gringotts Legal, Sharpquill. Discipline. Any disciplinary meeting to include my guardian or bank counsel present. Curriculum. Addition of runes and contract study track. Outside materials permitted. Please acknowledge receipt and either A. Countersign agreement, or B. Reply with requested amendments in writing.
No verbal arrangements.
Regards, Harry James Potter. Barchok, Guardian. Sharpquill Counsel. Sharpquill handed me the quill. Read, he said. I read it. Add, no legitimacy, I said. Explicit. Good catch, he said, and inserted item 2A, no legitimacy.
No exceptions.
I signed. Barchok signed. Sharpquill stamped it with the bank seal. The mail clerk clipped it to an owl tag that had our return address already stamped. Bird? The clerk asked. Bank courier, Barchok said. No school owls. The clerk whistled. A lean brown owl dropped to the rail. He tied the letter on. The owl took off without drama. I watched it go and let myself breathe out once. Not relief. A step marked. Done, Barchok said. Now we go home. You write your study plan. I'll file copies with the clerk. We wait for McGonagall's reply. If she balks, we tighten politely. Okay, I said. We reached the top of the ramp. The doors shut behind us with a sound that meant safe. I touched the key under my shirt, the ring on my right hand, the line of the blade at my hip. I thought about Hermione's fast eyes and the way she didn't flinch at rules. I thought about Dumbledore's lemon drop and Sharpquill's card. September, I said. Soon, Barchok said. Eat, then write. POV, Hermione. Mum threaded her arm through mine as we stepped out of the bookshop. Dad took the bag with the heavy books like he doesn't trust handles, which is fair because handles lie. That was him, I said, like an idiot. Yes, Mum said. And you were fine. I was fine, I said, and then checked myself. Was I too sharp? I was a bit sharp. You sounded like someone who knows where the book she wants is, Dad said. I liked him, and his guardian. Barchok, I said. He was clear. That counsel was a work of art, Mum said. What was his name? Sharp. Sharpquill, I said. Can we get a card like that? For people who interrupt when I'm reading? Mum laughed. We can make one. We stopped outside a tea shop. I set the books down on the little iron table and leaned on the back of the chair. Do you want to go to this school? Dad asked. He wasn't joking. He wasn't teasing. It was a real question. Yes, I said. I want to see how it works. I want to learn magic. And I want to bring good books so I don't go mad if the teachers are slow. Mom squeezed my hand. We'll bring you good books. I met Harry, I said, as if they hadn't noticed. He reads indexes. He saw me. Not. I tapped my hair. This. Then he has taste, Dad said. What do you think of the old man? Mom asked. The headmaster. He was careful with his voice, I said. But he tried to step around people with his eyes. It was rude. He didn't like that he couldn't see Harry. And that goblin lawyer, he didn't raise his voice at all. Cut him in strips with paper, Dad said. Dad? I said, scandalized and pleased at the same time. Not, he said. We're civilized. Sandwich? Please, I said. We ate. I watched the door of the bookshop in case Harry came back out. He didn't. That was fine. We had time. September was close and far. Logic Club rules still apply, Mom said. You sleep. You eat. You don't read 3 books standing up in a row. I know, I said. I took a bite and tried to chew like a person who hears her mother. The tea was hot. The lemon slice looked like it belonged in a magazine. I poked it down with the spoon and watched the color change. I thought about runes. I thought about contracts. I thought about the way the goblin had said plain words like it was a weapon. Can we get that pamphlet? Dad asked. He said they would send one. I'll write the address on an index card and put it by the phone, Mom said. Sharp quill. Honestly. Honestly, I said, grinning. We finished. We packed. We walked back to the leaky cauldron. The brick wall opened with the pattern the barman showed us. The yard smelled like damp and old barrels. The bricks slid. The arch closed behind us. London air hit my nose and felt thin compared to the alley. Dad looked at me while Mom called a cab. September, he said. Soon, I said, and stood taller without meaning to. POV, Sharp Quill Bank Council. I filed the acceptance with the courier log. The owl line moved steady. No fuss. I stamped the clerk copy and slid it into the Pottercrow file, 3rd slot right-hand shelf. Barchoke keeps that shelf tidy. It makes my job easier. I drafted 2 letters. One to the deputy headmistress, acknowledging terms and asking for the countersign by return. One to the headmaster, repeating the card in longer form for his records and reminding him that violations would be published. Plain words, no edges sanded. I sent a note to our Muggle liaison to prepare the Granger pamphlet. I wrote the title myself. First-time Muggle parents, what matters and what doesn't. Subheads, don't sign blank forms. You can say no. Who can touch your child? No flerischis. Barchoke stuck his head around my door. Filed. Filed, I said. Deputy will accept with 2 tries. The headmaster will push back on the independent suite. We won't budge. Good, he said. He kept his voice low. How was the alley? He didn't flinch, I said. He asked for plain words when he needed them. He didn't show off. He told the headmaster to speak to his manager. The Grangers are sound. The girl is sharp and kind. She told him which Transfiguration book to buy. Barchoke's mouth twitched. Good, he said again and turned to go. Barchoke, I said. He paused. He's ready, I said. Not for battle, for people. He sees lines. He sees them because we draw them where he can read them, Barchoke said. And because he wants to. He left. I returned to my letters. I added one more clause to the deputy's copy before the courier returned. Item 7. If a teacher attempts to violate any of the above, I'll walk out of class, go to the hall, and wait for my guardian. This is not defiance. It's policy. I put it in bank standard language. I kept the spine. I stamped it and sent it on. People think we love numbers more than words. It's true, we do. But words are how you stop people from pretending numbers mean something else. If I do my job right, the boy gets to learn instead of playing defense all day. The courier bell rang. I stood. Time to go watch the mail slot. Povey Harry. We reached the suite. I set the parcels on the table and cut the twine. I stacked the books on the desk that Barchok had cleared for me. Runes on one side, contracts next, charms and transfiguration in the middle, history at the bottom where it could support the weight for once. Study plan, Barchok said, and set a blank sheet down. I wrote the week out. Morning, gobbledygook drills, runes, nullity control on cold metal. Midday, wand drills in the bank spell room with a bank monitor watching and logging. Afternoon, contracts case studies. Evenings, basic Hogwarts texts so I didn't waste time later. Friday, report to Barchok. Saturday, rest or Smith if Ironbloom cleared me. Sunday, family dinner with Stonepan's crew because Barchok says work without table is bad for the head. I slid the sheet over. He read it, made 2 notes in the margin, add 30 minutes for wrist strength, add 10 minutes at night for breathing, and signed it like a contract. I signed under his. He stuck it to the wall with a clean tack. The courier bell clacked in the hall. Sharpquill's steps were easy to hear once you learned the cadence. Reply, he said, stepping in and handing over a stamped envelope.
Fast OVL.
Barchok broke the seal and read. His eyebrows didn't move. He passed it to me. Mr. Potter, your acceptance is received. The independent suite is unusual but permitted under the accord. Your conditions are noted. I have no intention of dosing you with potions or performing legilimency on you or any other student. Healer Doc and I'll coordinate. Please collect your wand and school supplies by the end of August. Term begins the 1st of September. I note that you added runes and contracts to your curriculum. Approved. Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. P.S. I'll send a list of recommended reading that's not on the standard list. Please feel free to ignore Professor Binns when he tries to talk over you. I read the P.S. twice. I smiled without meaning to. She's fine, I said. She's, Sharpquill said. The headmaster will send his own reply later. It will be longer. It will say nothing. I won't read it, I said. I'll, Sharpquill said, and I'll say no in 7 different ways. You can keep studying. Barchok tapped the letter. Put it on the board, he said. Then write a thank you to McGonagall. Short. Thank you for the clear reply. I'll arrive with a schedule. Please expect a weekly incident report so we don't argue about facts. Like that? I can do that, I said. He nodded at the stack of books. Start with a beginner's guide. Page with the misprint. Fix it in the margin. Hermione said it was wrong. I opened the book, found chapter 3, and circled the swapped letters with a neat red ring. I wrote, wrong. Use this, and copied the right form. Barchok watched my hand, then the ring, then the blade at my hip. Don't chase loss, he said. Back off. Try again. I finished. He nodded, satisfied. Sharpquill slipped back out. The hall bell rang again for another courier. The bank kept moving. I set my fingers on the desk, felt the grain, and started reading. September was soon. I would walk into the castle and it would feel like a test. That was fine. I like tests. They have rules. I wrote the thank you. I signed my name. Harry James Potter. Harry Crow, smaller underneath. I sealed it. I handed it to Barchok. He didn't say good work. He didn't need to. The owl took my letter. The suite door clicked shut. The room smelled like paper and ink and clean stone. I read until the lights told me to stop. Then I stopped. Povey Harry 40. The boats hit the bank and scraped. Cold air off the lake pushed through my robe. I kept my grip light on the rail and counted the steps to the path. Lanterns swung. The castle rose ahead, big and lit, not soft. I didn't look up long. I watched feet and hands and the way people bunched at the doors. McGonagall met us in the antechamber. She was straight-backed and tired around the eyes, like someone who did 2 jobs and didn't drop either. "Mr. Potter," she said, voice low enough not to carry. "Your letter was clear. The suite is prepared. We'll sort you with the first years for form. You'll move to the independent rooms after dinner." "Thank you," I said. Her mouth tugged. "You'll still call me Professor," she said lightly, then turned to the group. "Line up. Hats off. Quiet." The hall opened. The noise hit like a wall and then peeled back when people saw me. Whispers. A few elbows. I kept my pace steady.
Hat on Stuhl.
The list of names started. Hermione got called before me. Granger, she walked straight.
Hat down.
It didn't sit long. Gryffindor, the hat called. Table roared. She looked back for 1 second, found me, and lifted 2 fingers in a small wave like we were already in the middle of a study session. Then she slid in beside a red-haired boy who stared like he'd swallowed a button. "Potter, Harry." The room went quiet. I walked. Saturday. Hat dropped. Smelled like old wool and chalk. A voice said in my ear. "Calm. Plenty to work with. You'd sharpen in Slytherin. You'd be efficient in Ravenclaw. You'd clean up Gryffindor's messes without wanting to." "Independent suite," I said in my head. "By accord." "Unusual," the hat said. "Rare. Not wrong. You'll be watched either way. Do you know the cost?" "Yes," I said. "You'll need allies without banners," it said. "You have one already." "I know," I said. "Well," it said and raised its voice. "Independent suite by accord." A ripple ran the length of the tables. McGonagall didn't blink. She lifted the stool, set the hat down, and spoke like we were naming a color. "By agreement with Gringotts, Mr. Potter will reside in the independent suite. He will attend classes per schedule." Murmurs rolled. Dumbledore smiled from the high table the way he smiles at everyone. It didn't get past McGonagall's shoulders. Snape didn't move. Flitwick pumped 2 fingers against his glass and then lowered it, face neutral. The rest of the sorting finished. My name settled into the room like a knife on a table. Present. Not for show. Food appeared. I didn't have a house table, so McGonagall pointed me to a small set of seats against the left wall. "For sweet students," she said. There were 2 old boys there, 7th years, one witch, one wizard, both acting like they were made of quiet. "I'm Hall," the wizard said. "I take my A's alone. Don't bother me after 10. If you knock at 2 in the morning because your sheet went crooked, I'll hex your door from the inside." "I won't," I said. The witch nodded at my plate. "Eat the roast," she said. "Skip the pudding unless you like stale sugar. They rush it the first night." 8. Roast, veg, plain water. The hall loudness faded to background. When the benches scraped and people stood, McGonagall lifted 2 fingers to me again. "Contracts," she said. "Now." Sharpquill was already waiting in a small staff room off the entrance hall. He stood with a folder and a pen. McGonagall took the end seat. Flitwick hopped up onto a cushion and folded his hands. Sprout came in still dusted in dirt from somewhere. Snape walked in last. Dumbledore didn't come. Good. Sharpquill laid out 3 thin parchments. "These are short," he said. "Plain words. 1 page each. 3 signatures." McGonagall glanced at me. "Explain to the boy," she said.
No sarcasm.
Sharpquill tapped the first sheet. "Consent agreement," he said. "No potions, spells, mind magic, or diagnostic charms applied to Harry without written consent from he and his guardian. Emergency exception. If he's bleeding out, Madame Pomfrey may act to stop the bleeding and stabilize. She files a report. We talk later." Pomfrey stepped in from the corridor right then like she'd been waiting. "I sign," she said. She read the lines with her finger moving the way people read when they're careful, then signed. McGonagall signed under. I signed. Sharpquill stamped. Second, Sharpquill said. Classroom boundaries.
No legilimenti.
No tests of character that breach body autonomy. No surprise potions in goblets. Classroom detentions logged and time-limited. You assign academic work, not blood scrubbing. Flitwick signed before Sharpquill finished. I have never. I know, Sharpquill said, not unkind. We sign anyway. Sprout signed with dirt on her thumb and didn't apologize. McGonagall read line 3 twice and pressed hard. Snape watched the ink like it was a living thing, then looked at me. Do you understand what you're asking for? He said. I'm not asking, I said. I'm setting rules so I can learn. Snape's mouth tightened. Then he took the pen and signed in a clean hand. Under protest, he said out of habit. Logged, Sharpquill said dryly, and the corner of Snape's mouth moved a millimeter. Third, Sharpquill said, discipline and meetings. Any meeting that can change his status includes his guardian or me by mirror. If a teacher attempts to override this, he will walk to the corridor and wait. That's policy, not defiance. McGonagall signed first. Good, she said firmly. No arguments. Snape took that one too. He didn't add under protest. Sprout signed with a small smile. Flitwick signed and patted my wrist quick, respectful. Gone. Done, Sharpquill said. Thank you. McGonagall stood. Mr. Potter, she said, I'll walk you to the suite. We went up 2 flights and down a corridor I didn't know. The door to the suite had a clean plate. It opened on a small sitting room, a bedroom, a washroom, and a writing desk already stocked with paper, ink, and a calendar tacked on the wall. The window looked over the lake. The glass felt thick. The bed had weight to it. Good. There's a bell, McGonagall said, pointing to a pull near the desk. It rings my office during reasonable hours and the suite ward afterward. You're responsible for your own fire. You don't invite half the school in. You keep your door locked if you sleep. Understood, I said. She hesitated. Mr. Potter, she said softer. You'll be watched. I can't stop that. What I can do is make sure you're not eaten. Come to me before you swing. I said. Her mouth eased into something that might be a half-smile. Good night, she said, and left. I locked the door. I checked the hinges. I checked the floor seam. I took the blade off and set it on the desk in reach. I breathed. It was fine. The first day doesn't decide the year. The contracts helped. POV. Snape 25. I hate committees. I like rules. The bank brought rules. Fine. I watched the child when Sharpquill read. He didn't preen. He didn't shrink. He kept his hands still and his eyes on whoever spoke. Evenly. He looked like someone being fitted for a uniform he had already bought. After McGonagall marched him away, I stayed behind because I did. Spare me the lecture, I said to Sharpquill. He didn't rise. I wasn't going to give one. Good, I said, because I don't use legilimency on children. I don't slip potions into drinks. I don't pad detention hours. I don't make them peel slugs with their fingers to watch them weep. Understood, he said, and you'll be the first to file if someone else does. I said. We looked at each other like men who recognized each other's jobs and didn't like saying it out loud. Fine. Potter, he said. Crow, I said. Don't play at pretending. The name matters to him. Noted, he said. I went back to my dungeon and checked my stores. I counted the files I replaced last year when certain bottles went missing before they reached their caretaker. Numbers matched my marks now. Good. 20 minutes later, there was a knock. The boy, alone. He had that goblin weight to his steps. He held himself like someone who didn't want to take up space but refused to give any up. Mr. Crow, I said. Professor, he said. He closed the door behind him and stood in the middle of the room without touching any jars. Good. Say your piece, I said. I have two, he said. First, I'll do the work without drama. If I don't understand, I'll ask. If you insult me, I'll write it down and keep working. I raised an eyebrow. You plan to write down insults. It helps to have facts, he said. I see, I said. And your second piece? Quarrel, he said. His aura stutters. I didn't move. He kept going. I felt it in the corridor, he said. It's like a bad stitch under the skin. It's not a ward. It's not a charm. It's a hitch. I can sit on it with a null field and it stops for a breath. Or you can trigger it, I said. I won't do that, he said. Yet. Good, I said. I stepped closer. He didn't step back. You won't patrol. You won't play constable. But tell me when you feel the hitch again. Yes, he said. Do you plan to cut anything at school this week? I asked dry. Only food and bad wards, he said, deadpan. And only the second with permission. I didn't smile. It was close. Your handwriting? I asked instead. Readable, he said. Prove it, I said, and handed him a bottle register to sign. He printed clean, then wrote Harry Crow in a straight, narrow cursive under it. Not flourish, not childish. Fine, I said. Go to bed. Classes start at 8. Bring a clean file. 10 points from whoever you run over to get here on time. I don't run in halls, he said. Then you'll be early, I said. He left. I let out air through my nose. He was not the man's weapon. Good. He was not a banner either. Better. He was a child with teeth, and with goblins standing behind him to remind him when to bite. Quirrell's name sat in my head like a timetabled ache. I took a small mirror out of the drawer and turned it over. The surface stayed dark. Good. We keep it that way. POV, Hermione. Gryffindor Tower was loud. I set my trunk by a bed that had a red quilt and a window with a draft. Parvati asked where I was from. Lavender asked if I liked ponies. I said I liked books and puzzles. They made faces, then decided that meant I could help with homework later. Fine. I sat on the floor beside the trunk and sorted my books into a stack that made sense. Runes at the bottom so the pile didn't tip. Arithmancy tables slid inside a textbook so no one borrowed them. I kept the little pamphlet Barchoke promised. It had arrived tonight, hand-delivered by a short goblin with a neat hat. Mum would love it. It said, in normal words, what to expect and what not to allow. We had dinner. I watched the high table dynamics with my fork halfway to my mouth. Dumbledore liked his own voice, even when he wasn't talking. McGonagall cut him off twice with a look and a list. Snape looked at his plate like it had offended him and then at Quirrell like he was watching a kettle. Harry sat with the sweet kids and didn't pretend to ignore the room. He checked doorways. He checked staff hands. He checked the ceiling once. He ate the green beans first. I don't know why that mattered to me. It did. Classes started. Charms was good. Flitwick had a plan. He kept track of names without sounding like a game show host. We practiced swishes. I tried not to correct people out loud, and I failed once and then apologized. He let me show a counter. It worked. Ron muttered. I decided not to care. Potions was hot and smelled like burned hair with soup under it. Snape walked like a threat and grated like a ruler. I didn't mind. I like rules. He didn't play favorites. He didn't look at Harry any longer than anyone else. After class, Harry waited until the room emptied and then asked me, "Study at 7?" "Yes," I said too fast, then slower. "Yes, the suite or the library?" "Library," he said. "Neutral ground." "Neutral ground," I repeated. It made me feel weirdly safe. We built a schedule. Runes after dinner 3 nights a week. Contracts case studies once a week. Charms drills on weekends for 20 minutes, not an hour, because that was how you built habits without burning out. He matched me on every point without being smug. It was nice to talk to someone who spoke list. "Your handwriting," I said, and pushed a scrap over. He wrote Harry Crow in a clear hand. I wrote Hermione Granger under it and didn't add a doodle to make it cute. "We're not 5. "Good," he said. We put the scraps in our books like stupid trophies. Third day, the smell in the corridor turned wrong. Not class wrong. Rotten wrong. People started whispering. A low voice ran up the hall. "Troll! In the dungeons!" Everything blew up. Kids shouted. Prefects flapped. Percy bellowed like a train guard. People banged into walls and into each other. My heart went fast. I tasted copper. Harry put his hand on my forearm. "Bathroom?" he said. "What?" I asked, dumb. "Closest big tile room with drains," he said. "We trap it." "You want to?" "Trap it," he said again. "Not fight it. Trip it. Lock it. Then we call the adults." I swallowed. Okay. It made sense. It was math. Points A to B in a tight corridor didn't work. Big room with boundaries did. We ran, but not like panicking. Quick steps. Shoulders in. We cut across the next corridor, down the flight, into the girls' bathroom because boys wouldn't think to look there. Smelled like cleaner and wet stone. "Myrtle," I called, because I'd met a sobbing ghost the day before and she'd told me her name around hiccups. No answer. Good. Harry knelt and shoved his hand under the first stall, feeling for the pitch of the floor. He pulled chalk from his pocket. "Door," he said. "Hold it open a crack and get behind the third sink. If it comes in, you step behind me and then you call for McGonagall. Loud." "Okay," I said. I propped the door with a bin. He started chalking lines. He didn't draw pretty. He drew anchors. Bind. Vent. Ground. 3 trip chains in a row inside the threshold. He pressed his thumb to each. They warmed and went quiet. He moved to the side and drew ground along the base of the last stall. My mouth was dry. I swallowed. "What if it doesn't come this way?" "Then we go to plan B," he said. "But the smell's stronger here." He was right. It hit harder. Damp. Rot. Something heavy dragged. The door shuddered. I stepped back to the third sink and flattened my back to the wall. My hands went cold. I rubbed them on my skirt and hated that I couldn't control it. The door pushed open. Big gray shape. Club. Sloped head. Tiny eyes. It grunted. It swung the club into the doorframe. Stone chipped. The trip line caught its foot. The first chain snapped. The troll stumbled. Second chain caught the left knee. It howled. Third chain took the ankle. It fell forward onto both hands. Club clattered. Harry stepped in, low and quick, not grand. He set the spine of the blade to the air over the club and pressed like closing a lid. The faint shimmer around the clubsome keeper's charm shivered and died. He kicked the club under the sinks and away from its reach. The troll lurched up, slow and stupid. Harry backed 2 steps. "Call," he said. "Professor," I shouted, voice cracking, feeling stupid and not caring. "Bathroom. Now." Footsteps. Fast ones. McGonagall's first. Then Snape. Then Flitwick. Then a wave of noise behind them. "Back," McGonagall said, sliding in front of us without drama. Wand out. She flicked binding cords that stuck because the club's charm was gone. Flitwick added a weight charm. Snape slashed a smell cutter that took the rot down a notch. The troll went prone and stayed. "Hands," Pomfrey said, appearing from nowhere. She didn't look at the troll. She looked at us. "Show me your hands." "They're fine," I said, and then realized I was shaking so hard my nails clicked on the porcelain. She took my wrists, warm and firm. "Sit," she said. "Both of you." Floor. Slow breath. She wrapped blankets around our shoulders in one motion like she'd done it 100 times. She handed us water with something sweet in it. My throat tried to choke. I swallowed anyway. It helped. "Explain," McGonagall said. Not angry. Contained. "Trip chains," Harry said, breath even. Bound ankles and knee. Nullity on the clubkeeper's charm died. Hermione called. Snape looked at the chalk lines. He crouched and touched one anchor like he was judging if it would bite him. He stood. Clean work, he said almost to himself. Who told you to come here? McGonagall asked me. Harry, I said. He said drains and tile made sense. They do, Flitwick said. Proud of you both. Runes on demand under pressure is not taught until 5th year. We'll speak later about your sources. Not tonight, Pomfrey said sharply. Tonight they shiver and then they sleep. Agreed, McGonagall said. She looked at us. You didn't go hunting. You trapped and called. That's correct. Next time there won't be a next time. You'll go to a teacher. Yes, we both said. We meant it and we didn't. She knew it. Dumbledore arrived late. He opened his mouth. McGonagall didn't let him speak. Handled, she said. Aftercare. He looked wrong-footed and nodded like a man who doesn't control his own feet for once. Pomfrey made us hold the mugs until we stopped clacking them. She checked pupils, pulse again. She touched my forehead and nodded. Bed, she said. Suite for you, Potter. Tower for you, Granger. If we have nightmares, we wake and knock. Okay, I said. My voice still shook. She squeezed my shoulder once. It helped. Mr. Potter, Snape said, as people started clearing the hall with brooms and a floating charm on the troll. Stay. I did. Hermione hovered. He glanced at her. You too, Miss Granger. You're a witness. He leaned against the sink and folded his arms. Quirrell, he said to Harry. I felt the hitch when he ran past, Harry said. It went quiet when I set the runes. For a second. Snape nodded once. You won't approach him alone. You won't share this with students. You'll tell me and only me if you feel it again. Harry said. I'll too, I said. He looked at me. I swallowed and held the look. I know what I felt. His mouth did the tiny twitch that might be approval. Go to bed, he said. We did. I cried for 6 minutes behind my curtains when the shaking came back. Not loud, wet-faced and sore. Then I wiped my face, drank the last of the sweet water I'd hidden by the bed, and slept. POV, Snape. The troll stank. We levitated it. Filch complained. I ignored him. Minerva glared at Albus and Albus took his lemon drops and went away. Good. I checked the chalk. Goblin lines. Clean grounding.
No Quirrell.
The child hadn't tried to be clever. He'd been correct. I scraped the marks with a boot heel to break them, no reason to let a first-year's trap sit live, and walked the corridor once. Quirrell came limping around the far corner. Sweat on his upper lip. Garlic on his breath to hide it. He tried to make his eyes wide with concern and failed. A troll, Severus? He said. How dreadful. I said. You ran quickly. I was going for help. I'm sure, I said. He put his hand to his turban. The skin at his wrist was mottled like someone had pressed it too hard. The hitch under his skin when he got close made my teeth itch. The boy was right. It wasn't a ward. It was a bad seam. Rest, queerness, I said, voice soft. Drink water. You look like you might faint. He stammered a thank you and scurried away. I stood still until his steps faded. I turned and went to my office. I shut the door. I took out the small mirror again and turned it until the surface brightened. Not with a face. With a sigil. Bank contact only. Snape, Sharpquill's voice said through the glass. Dry. Awake. Quirrell is wrong, I said. We may require wards with teeth. We expected as much, he said. You'll keep the boy out of corridors? As much as anyone can keep a child from breathing, I said. He will tell me before he moves. Good, he said. When the headmaster asks you to go to the 3rd floor, say no. I said. I put the mirror away and reached for my ledger. I wrote one line under tonight's date. Hitch Q. Confirm with Doc if necessary. Then I stood, stretched the ache out of my shoulders, and went to bed at 2 like an idiot. In the morning, first period, Harry's potion was clear, not gray. He watched the cauldron like it could bite him and didn't talk. Miss Granger's potion matched his. I took 1 point from a boy who snickered at someone's hair and didn't enjoy it. The day ran on rails until lunch. POV. Harry 40 continued. McGonagall handed me a folded parchment at lunch. For you, she said. Read. Don't react. I opened it under the table. The handwriting was clean. 3rd floor corridor closed. Don't enter. Signed by Dumbledore. Helpful. Sharpquill's mirror chimed when I shut the suite door that night. He'd already written 3 clauses. Stone, he said. Flammels. Your headmaster keeps it in a school with a broken defense teacher. We're not letting that stand. We'll propose a transfer by contract. We do it quiet. We don't give speeches. What do you need? I asked. Eyes, he said. You won't break the oath about the 3rd floor. You'll tell me if you see ward seams. Minerva will escort you to the corridor under supervision. You won't step into traps. You'll map pressure. You'll leave. When? I asked. Tonight, he said. After curfew. With her. I've already filed. McGonagall arrived at 9 with a lantern and a mouth like a line. I assume you'll keep up, she said. I said. I belted the blade and pulled on boots. We walked in silence. She stopped me with a hand at 2 points and fixed a loose stone with her heel like she'd been doing this her whole life. Here, she said at the landing before the 3rd floor corridor. She raised the lantern. The air felt wrong, stretched. My skin prickled along the forearms. Not dramatic, not loud. Seems, I said. Point, she said. I knelt and touched the lintel without touching the ward. My breath slowed on purpose. I felt for the catch not with sight, with that part of my edges that knows when a table isn't level. Left side, 10 inches in, a slop where a rushed hand lifted. Left, I said, 10 inches, sloppy reset. She grunted. Figures, she said. Better. No, I said. It's layered. It'll cut students. It won't cut adults. She swore under her breath in a way that sounded like a different language, and that made me like her more. We'll write, she said. We turned without entering and went back the long way. She walked me to the suite. Write this down, she said at the door. Exactly how you felt it. No extra words. I did. Sharpquill's mirror chimed again when I finished. He read my notes. Fine, he said. Letter goes to Flammel tonight. Not the headmaster. We CC Minerva. We propose immediate return under our custody. We promise to deliver to Flammel or his proxy in the morning at the alley. If he refuses, we publish our offer. He'll accept, I said. He will, Sharpquill said. Sleep. Tomorrow we might have to run a quiet errand. We did. At dawn, McGonagall escorted me and Flitwick to the corridor with 2 goblin couriers standing in the shadow like furniture. Wards hummed. Flitwick hummed louder. He sliced 2 anchor points with a spell that sounded like a cough. I pressed the spine of the blade to the shimmer at the door seam and pushed like closing a drawer. The shimmer broke in a neat fold.
No flare.
We didn't go past the first line. We walked the outer ring and came back. That was the deal. By lunchtime, Sharpquill handed McGonagall a countersigned contract from Nicholas Flamel himself. It was short. I, Nicholas Flamel, request the immediate return of my Philosopher's Stone from Hogwarts School. Custody, Gringotts Couriers. Transfer, Vault 42, Flamel, Paris Branch. Receipt, signed on delivery.
No dilas. No speeches.
McGonagall read it, closed her eyes for half a second, and then nodded. At 10 that night, after curfew, we met at the door again. Pomfrey stood with a medical kit in case someone did something stupid. Snape stood because he did. 2 couriers carried an empty lockbox with seals already warmed. "Quiet," McGonagall said. "Do it." Flitwick laid a silence charm that didn't ring in my teeth. Snape bled a key out of the knot with a mutter. I pressed the blade spine to the last seam and eased. We slipped in, backs to wall, not heroics. The dog was asleep because someone had actually fed it for once. The trap was simple. The box was in the last room. We didn't trip vines or skip on stones. We walked the edges, lifted the stone with tongs, slid it into the lockbox, sealed it, and left slower than we came. In the hall, Snape breathed out. McGonagall signed the courier sheet. Pomfrey looked at our hands again because she's herself. "Go," McGonagall said to the couriers.
No detours.
They went. That was that.
No trampits. No glory.
A job done. Dumbledore stood in the corridor when we came back from the stair. He didn't smile now. "Minerva," he said, "you didn't inform me." "I informed the owner," she said, "as is correct." "This is highly irregular," he said. "No," she said. "Leaving it here was irregular." He looked at me like he wanted to ask if I touched it. I looked at Snape. Snape raised one eyebrow in the way that says try me. Dumbledore didn't try. "Good night," McGonagall said to all of us. It was an order. We obeyed. I slept.
No nightmares.
My hands hurt in the knuckles from squeezing too hard in the halls. Passed by morning. POV, Hermione. The next week felt normal until it wasn't. Quirrell stuttered. He dropped chalk. He smelled like metal under the clove oil, and I couldn't unsmell it once I noticed. Harry sat at the edge of the row and watched doorways like he always did. "Library tonight?" I asked at lunch. "Yes," he said. "Runes. Then history because Binns will lie by accident if we don't check him." "He doesn't lie," I said. "He forgets the edges." "Same result," he said. We worked at a back table. Smelled like dust and old glue. Madame Pants glared and then went back to glaring at someone else. Harry copied 3 strings in gobbledygook and made me say them correctly. I corrected his Latin on a charm that read better with a short vowel. We didn't keep score. We didn't need to. "You okay?" I asked when he rolled his shoulders like he was shaking off a coat. "Fine," he said. "Some people watched me trip a troll. I didn't like that part." "Me either," I said. "But I liked not being hit in the head." "Same," he said. We wrote for 10 more minutes. He passed me a folded slip. "Plan for exams," it said. "Start now. Short drills. Measure, don't guess." I wrote under it. "We make a grid." We made a grid. It was neat. Felt like something we could stand on. POV, Snape. The stone transfer made fewer ripples than I expected. That meant the headmaster was hiding the ripples under a carpet. Fine. The owner had it. We kept the receipt. We filed it. That's all that matters. Quirrell came to staff tea and spilled his cup. Twice. He tried to joke. No one laughed. He scratched at his wrist like it itched from the inside. I watched his sleeve ride up and saw the edge of something that looked like writing and wasn't. I walked the corridor outside his classroom after dinner and laid 3 small anchors on the wall where no one would scuff them. Ground.
Vent.
Bind. Not kill. Not yet. I ran my thumb over the last one and kept moving. Back in my office, I took out my mirror and called the banker again. "Done," I said. "We saw the courier enter the Paris branch," Sharpquill said. "Receipt stamped. Thank you." "You'll keep your boy on a short leash?" I said. "He keeps himself there," he said, amused. "We hold the other end when he forgets." I snorted. "Severus," he said, voice flatter. "Dumbledore will try to pull him into a corner and make him say yes. We both know the dance. Stop the dance. Don't make a speech. Stand in the doorway." "I can do that," I said. "I've had practice." "Good," he said. and the mirror went dark. I went to bed early for once. No one died. No one bled. We returned a thing that wasn't ours. Counts. POV Harry. Week 2 set. Classes found rhythm. The suite felt like a base, not a jail. I wrote incident notes on Fridays and sent them. Sharpquill sent thank yous like an accountant. We met in the library every other night. Hermione argued with me about whether Bins was careless or broken. I said results. She said intent matters. We both had points. We both kept our voices low. Snape's class stayed sharp. He didn't play favorites. He picked on me exactly the right amount. When he barked, "Why is your flame that size, Mr. Crow?" I answered because I misjudged the pinch. "I'm fixing it now," and he nodded and moved on. It was almost nice. Quirrell tried to catch me alone after defense. He lifted a hand. "Mr. P. Speak to my manager," I said. "Or Professor Snape." He twitched like a bad wire and stepped back. I didn't smile. At the end of the week, McGonagall called me to her office. She poured tea and pushed the sugar toward me without comment, like she knew how much I liked sweet things and wasn't going to make it a thing. "You returned the stone quietly," she said. "Yes," I said. "Good." She took a sip. "You trapped the troll and then you called for an adult." "Yes." "Good," she said again. "You're doing the work. Keep doing it. Don't chase glory. Don't chase loss." "I won't," I said. She set down her cup. "Professor Snape says you brought him a concern about Quirrell," she said. "Do you need anything from me?" "Permission to say no," I said. "You don't need it from me," she said. "You need to remember you already have it." I nodded. The words sat right. When I left, Dumbledore stood on the staircase, landing like a portrait that moved too much. "Harry," he said. "Good evening, Headmaster," I said. "If you have business, send it to Gringotts Legal." He looked pained. "We're in the same castle," he said. "I know," I said. "I like my room." He chuckled like I'd told a joke. "As you wish," he said and stepped aside. I went back to the suite. I locked the door. I checked the seams because I always would. I set the blade on the desk. I opened Runes for Function to the next chapter. The page smelled like old paper and dust. Normal. I wrote the next line of my log. Week 2, contract signed. Troll trapped. Aftercare good. Quirrell hitch confirmed. Stone returned by contract. Study grid in place. Sleep improving. I put the pen down. I ate the last half of the sweet roll Stonepan's cousin had sent in a parcel for students who don't make a fuss. I smiled because it tasted like someone cared. Lights out. Door locked. Knife within reach. Breath even. Not a weapon. A student. With rules. And a friend who talked fast about logic and remembered to bring water. That was enough for now. POV Harry. Hermione slid into our library table with a stack of notes and a red pencil stuck behind her ear. 3 victims this week, she said, all with the same lead-up. Erratic sleep, staring spells, writing that tilts right, short temper, then silence, then found near water. Pipes, I said. Pipes, she said back. I traced the corridors on a map. Every spot sits near a main line. I turned the parchment. She'd drawn the corridors and shaded the water routes. The pattern was tight. Diary? I asked. Feels like it, she said. Someone talks to it, talks back. It drains and pushes them where it wants. I wrote 2 lines. Find the conduit, pipes. Find the anchor, diary. Hermione added a 3rd. Extract the child. Simple words, she said. Hard job. Roles, I said. Point, anchor, nullifier, rear guard. I'll call in a pair. Sharp tongue and stone shade? Yeah. She tapped the map. Entry. The sink, I said. Or we bypass. Parcel tongue? She asked, watching me. Gone, I said. I won't rely on it. Her face softened. Good, she said. We'll make another door. I pulled a small wooden case from my bag and set it on the table. It held 10 rune slugs the size of coins, etched and safe. Acoustic pings, I said. Drop down drains. Listen for echo. Plot slope. Hermione grinned. I like this game. We'll need Myrtle, I said. She knows this bathroom better than anyone. Hermione's mouth tugged. She likes being asked, she said. We'll ask. We made a list for Barchoke. Authorize goblin pair in-school movement, night chain of custody for cursed object if found medical standby for child permission from McGonagall for pipe access rope, mirrors, quench sand, antivenom kit lead box. I wrote the request in plain words. Barchoke answered within an hour. Authorized. Pair assigned. Sharp tongue, point, stone shade, rear. ROE, locate, bind, extract.
No que lateral.
Containment. Diary to lead-lined case. Don't open. Medical Pomfrey on alert. Doc on mirror. Admin. McGonagall briefed. Flitwick support. Snape informed. Hermione read it and nodded. Security talk, she said. Good. We met the pair in the suite at 9. Sharp Tongue checked our bags without comment. Stoneshade set the lead case on the desk and flipped the clasps to show me the seals. Seal breaks, you shout, he said. Understood, I said. Rolls, Sharp Tongue said. Harry, null. I run point. Miss Granger, anchor arrays and mirrors. Stoneshade rear and carry. We move quiet. One word orders. If I say down, you go down. No pride. Hermione nodded. No pride, she said. Comms? I asked. Hands, Sharp Tongue said, flashing flat signals. Stop, back, left, right, eyes. We'll ask Myrtle, Hermione said. She's the local guide. Fine, he said. Ghosts talk. We listen. We don't promise things we can't give. We moved. Hall quiet. Torches low. My boots didn't echo. Hermione held 2 hand mirrors flat to her chest on strings. One for each of us to grab if needed. I carried the slugs and chalk in a pouch. The blade sat snug at my hip. We entered the second-floor girls' bathroom. It was cold and smelled of cleaner. Myrtle hovered over the far sink, arms folded tight. You again, she said to me, but she looked at Hermione when she said it. Hermione stepped up. We need help, she said. Someone is opening something bad through the pipes. We want to shut it and get a girl out. Myrtle's face changed. A girl. Probably, Hermione said. We'll be careful. Myrtle tightened her arms. They laughed at me, she said, automatic. I won't, Hermione said. I never do. Myrtle stared. Then she nodded toward the third sink. There, she said. The tap with the snake. It hisses. The pipes go down forever. I heard them the night she stopped. Her hands shook. Thank you, Hermione said, simple. Can you do one more thing? What? If students come in, cry somewhere else, Hermione said. Loudly. Clear the room. Myrtle thought, then nodded. I can, she said, and drifted to the ceiling. Sharp Tongue tested the sink pedestal with his fingers. Seam, he said. Valve under the porcelain. We can cut it without noise. No parcel, Stoneshade said. Not a question. No, I said. Good, he said. I knelt and slid a slug under the drain.
Top.
The slug chimed dull. I pressed my ear to the tile. Echo left, down, far. Pitch, Hermione asked. 2 floors, I said. Steep. She drew a quick slope on the map and marked an X by the girls' lav. Sharp Tongue looked at Hermione. Open, he said. She chalked bind vent ground around the base, hands steady. I set my thumb to ground. Sharp Tongue braced with wedges. He slid his blade flat under the seam and twisted. The porcelain lifted a fraction and settled. Air hissed. The room cooled fast. "We go," he said. Hermione tightened the straps on her knee pads. "Mirrors," she said, handing me one. "No direct sight. Reflections only." "Goggles?" Stoneshade asked. "Lenses get you killed," I said. "We use angle and cover." He nodded. "Respect," he said. We dropped into the pipe shaft one by one. Stone. Wet. Metal taste in the air. I took point with Sharp Tongue for the first bend so he could see my null field set on a test charm. It held without flare. He grunted. We slid on elbows and knees where it flattened. Hermione's breath stayed even and loud. She didn't talk. Stoneshade placed a chalk mark every 20 paces. Quiet. Measured. "Echo," I said at a four-way junction. Hermione dropped a second slug. We listened. The ping went long and came back rough. "Large chamber," she said. "Agreed," Sharp Tongue said. "Left." We kept left. I checked the ceiling out of habit. No drips here. Dry. Old. And then the smell changed. Scaled musk. Old rot. Stoneshade tapped my heel and pointed to his nose. I nodded. "Net now," Sharp Tongue said. Hermione pulled 2 folded nets from her bag. They were tight weave with runic knots at corners. She handed one to Stoneshade and kept one. I slid the blade out an inch. The steel didn't sing. Good. We reached a drop. 10 feet. Floor of a carved tunnel with snake motifs. Worn and mean. Sharp Tongue held up a fist. "Stop." He peered over and slid down. We followed. "Eyes," he said, tapping his own. "No direct." We moved with mirrors up, eyes down, glancing off glass. Hall ahead. Door. Carved circle. A slit that would open if a snake spoke. "Bypass," Sharp Tongue said. I stepped up and felt for the seam. The ward buzzed. Not strong. Old. Layered. I set the spine of the blade to the buzz and pressed. Folded. We didn't cheer. We didn't speak. We slid through. The chamber opened like a drowned temple. Pillars. A long floor. A dark pool. And there, small on the stone, a girl. "Ginny," Hermione breathed. "Hold," Sharp Tongue said. "Check." "Eyes," I said. "Mirrors only." We measured the floor with chalk dots and mirror angles. No movement.
No ripple.
The air tasted like old skin. "Diary?" I asked. Hermione pointed. "There," she said. Near her hand. Black cover. Stoneshade held the lead case ready. Sharp Tongue's jaw flexed once. "On my step," he said. We went in a diamond. Sharp Tongue point, me left, Hermione right, Stoneshade rear. 10 paces. 20. We were at the girl in under a minute. No snake yet. Hermione knelt at Ginny's head without touching skin. "Ginny," she said. "It's Hermione. You're not alone." Ginny's skin was cold. Her lips were pale. Breath was shallow. The diary sat in her right hand like it had grown there. "Null?" Sharp Tongue asked. "Contain first," I said. "Then null the tether." "Agreed." Stoneshade slid the case on the stone. Hermione put a folded cloth under the diary to break skin contact. "Ginny," she said, voice low, "I'm taking the book. You can hold my sleeve instead." Ginny didn't answer. Hermione didn't flinch. She lifted Ginny's fingers one by one. Slow. The diary stuck. Hermione didn't force. She looked at me. "Field?" she asked. "Soft," I said. I set 2 fingers a half-inch over the diary. I pictured the noise the tether made and closed a lid on it. The pull eased. Hermione lifted the last finger free. The diary came off the skin with a faint static crackle. She set it on the cloth. Stoneshade slid the cloth and diary into the case. He shut the lid. The seals bit. He locked it. The air lightened by a degree. "Good," Sharp Tongue said. Now the snake will wake. Move, I said. Net, corners. We dragged Ginny back 10 paces and propped her against a pillar. Hermione checked her breathing and pressed a sweet under her tongue. Come on, she said soft. Stay. The water in the pool rippled. A shape rose. Scales. Big head. Wide jaw. The sound was wrong. My skin tried to jump off my bones. Mirrors, I said. We didn't look. We watched angles. Left, Sharptongue said. He threw his net low. It slid across the floor. The basilisk moved and hit the trip knots. Jerked. The net didn't hold long. It bought 2 seconds. Stone Shade threw the second net at the mouth. It slid and tangled the fangs. The snake thrashed. Rock dust fell. Hermione flinched but held. Ground, I said, and slapped a rune spike into a crack. The field bled off the worst vibration. Cut, Sharptongue said. I stepped in range with the mirrors up and the blade spine forward. I found the jaw hinge by reflection and pressed the spine into the air there. The killing gaze ward around the head was sloppy. I closed it like a trap and then slid to the base of the skull. Quick push. No talk. The basilisk jerked once and went still. The room stopped shaking. Stone dust drifted. Hermione didn't look at it. She clamped her mouth and went back to Ginny. Pulse, she said. Present, I said after a beat with fingers on Ginny's throat. Weak. Warm her, Hermione said. Stone Shade pulled a foil blanket and wrapped it around Ginny. Sharptongue took his mirror off his chest and spoke one word into it. Now. POV Ginny. Warmth hit my face like a fire too far away. A weight left my hand. My head felt empty and full at once. Someone said my name and didn't sound angry. Ginny, Hermione said. You're not alone. I tried to speak and coughed. Water burned my throat. Someone pressed the rim of a cup to my mouth. I sipped. Sweet. My fingers twitched. Stay easy, a new voice said. Sharp. Calm. I blinked and saw the edge of a blanket. The smell was metal and dust and something that made my stomach turn. I looked past Hermione's shoulder and saw a huge shape on the floor, and then I looked away fast. Don't look, she said. You don't need to. Tom, I said, and my voice broke on the name. He. We have the book, Hermione said. It's in a box. Can't use you. We'll get you upstairs and checked. I'm sorry, I said. My eyes hurt. My hands shook. I reached for someone without meaning to, and Hermione gave me her wrist. I held it. Not your fault, she said. We'll talk later. Right now, breathe. I tried. Felt like climbing a cold hill. Someone's hand was on my shoulder. Warm. Steady. Not pushing. You're safe, the boy said. I knew his voice from the Hat Knight. Harry, keep breathing. That's the job. I nodded and squeezed my eyes shut. Can you sit? Hermione asked. I think so, I said. She and the goblin lifted me up. The blanket slid and I grabbed it. My teeth chattered. I hated that. Hermione tucked the blanket tight without making a thing out of it. Can you put weight on your legs? The goblin asked. I'll try, I said. We stood. My knees shook. Harry slid one hand under my elbow and didn't pull. He steadied. We're going, he said. Up, slow.
No, Harry.
I nodded again. I looked at the box. It sat on a strap around the goblin's shoulder. Felt like it watched me. I looked away. I didn't mean to, I said again. I thought it was a diary. It listened. It was nice and then it wasn't. Narrow blame, Harry said. Book is the problem. Whoever put it in your path is the problem. Who? I asked. He didn't answer. He met my eyes once, steady. Up, he said again, and we moved. POV, Hermione. We retraced carefully. Mirrors up. Chalk marks counted. We paused twice for breath because Ginny's legs trembled and we weren't racing anyone. Sharp Tongue called our steps. Stone Shade carried the case like it held a live snake. It did. At the sink, Myrtle wailed on cue. The sound bounced off the tile and out the door. No one came in. McGonagall and Pomfrey were waiting in the corridor with a stretcher and 2 blankets.
No speeches.
Pomfrey got to work. Hands, she said to Ginny. Squeeze. Ginny tried. Pomfrey nodded. Good. Hot hands on her back. Not too hard. I set my palms between Ginny's shoulder blades. Heat bled through. She didn't flinch. Eyes on me, Pomfrey said to Ginny. We're walking to the hospital wing. You'll feel awful tomorrow and better the next day. We'll talk about the rest after sleep. Ginny nodded, watery. Okay, she said. McGonagall looked at Harry. Report, she said. Diary in the case, he said, simple. Basilisk neutralized. No students hurt during extraction. Her mouth worked once, then shut. We'll file tonight, she said. Thank you. Sharp Tongue lifted the case. Chain, he said. Sign here, McGonagall said, pulling a form from her sleeve. She signed. He signed. I signed as witness. Harry signed under me. Pomfrey started them moving. I stayed with them long enough to get Ginny tucked in. She grabbed my wrist again before I stepped back. Stay? She asked. 5 minutes, I said. Then I'll come back in the morning. Okay, she whispered, eyes closing. I sat on the chair by the bed. Harry stood at the foot, arms loose at his sides, watching the door and the window and the floor like always. He didn't fidget. He didn't lecture. Pomfrey checked the blanket one more time and nodded at us. Go wash, she said. Then sleep. I'll chase you out if you lurk. We're going, Harry said. We left. Povey Harry. Sharp Tongue and Stone Shade came with me to the suite to clean gear. I scrubbed dust out of the blade grooves with a toothpick and a cloth. The steel stayed quiet.
No microchips.
Good. Bead, Stone Shade said, eye on my pack. What? I asked. He pointed at the seam. Tack. I dumped the bag on the table. A small red bead rolled out and stopped against the inkwell. It smelled like cheap resin and mint. Origin? I asked. Sharp Tongue touched it with a brass probe. The probe glowed once, then dull. He held it over the bead again and it wrote a line on a strip of paper. Owner listed, Ronald Bilious Weasley. Charm source, unknown elder, proxy signed. Intent set, keep track, keep him safe. I stared at it. The null field around the bead was dead, burned when it touched the grooves on my blade earlier. That's why it failed to ping. Log it, I said. Sharp Tongue slid the strip into an envelope and sealed it. What do you want to do? He asked. Not public, I said. I'll talk to him. Then we put counsel on the signature. Good, he said. Hermione knocked twice and came in without waiting. She saw the bead, read the slip, and let out a breath. We don't make him a villain, she said. We don't, I said, but we don't pretend either. Agreed, she said. She sat and set both palms on the table. Ginny's breathing is normal, she said. Pomfrey says her numbers look good. She'll sleep. Good, I said. Hermione looked at the case on the floor. Do you want to neutralize it tonight? She asked. No, I said. Chain first. Questions answered. Then Doc burns it. She nodded. I'll write the log, she said. You sign. She wrote for 10 minutes, short lines.
No flair.
I read. We both signed. Sharp Tongue stamped. Stone Shade tucked it behind the case strap. Sleep, Sharp Tongue said. Sleep, I agreed. He and Stone Shade faded like they do. Hermione stood and pressed her thumb into the edge of the table and left a clean half-moon there. I'm washing my hands again, she said. They still feel stuck. Yeah, I said. We washed. We didn't talk. She left for the tower. I locked the door and sat on the floor until my arms stopped feeling like wires. In the morning, I found Ron by the fire at breakfast, away from his brothers and his friends. He looked up, guilty and mad at the same time, like he had two thoughts fighting for his tongue. "Walk," I said. He followed me into an empty classroom. He shut the door and leaned on it like that would keep me from leaving. I stood in the middle of the room where he could see me. "I found a bead," I said. I set it on the desk between us. It burned out when it touched my kit. It logged intent. He stared at it. His ears went red. "It was to keep you safe," he said fast. "Mom said someone said it'd help. You go places. You don't tell anyone. You think you're—" "Stop," I said, not loud, clean. He stopped. "I get being worried," I said. "I don't accept being tagged like a stray. You didn't ask. You didn't tell me. You said it to keep track. Not check if he's okay. That's a choice." He swallowed. "I thought you'd say no." "You were right," I said. "So you did it anyway. That's the part you own." He looked at the bead and then at me. He looked 12. He's 12. I didn't soften my face. I didn't make it harder. "Is this going to be in a, legal thing?" he asked. "It's logged," I said, "because logs keep people honest. I'm not filing charges. I'm telling you to stop. If you don't, counsel will speak to your parents." He nodded. Quick. Like the words hit a wall and bounced back. "Okay," he said. "I'll stop." "Good," I said. "And Ron?" "What?" "It doesn't make you my enemy," I said. "It means next time you talk to me before you do a stupid thing in my direction." He snorted a laugh and wiped his nose on his sleeve. "You do stupid things," he said. "In dungeons. With trolls." "I call before I do them," I said. He looked at the floor and then up again. "Is Ginny?" "She's okay," I said. "We got her out. She'll sleep a lot today. Don't crowd her." He nodded again. "Thanks," he said. He picked up the bead and put it in his pocket like it weighed a lot. I'm sorry." "I know," I said. "Go eat." He went. Hermione was waiting in the hall. "How bad?" she asked. "Narrow," I said. "He stops. We move on." "Good," she said. We went to class. Flitwick called on me twice and made me demonstrate the charm for locking a door with consent language. "Only opens to the person named here," he said and tapped the line. He looked at me. I nodded. The class watched. I said the line correct and the door thumped. This is how you build better habits. At lunch, McGonagall sat with us for 2 minutes. "Ginny is stable," she said. "Her parents are on their way. We'll keep details quiet. You'll keep details quiet as well." "Understood," I said. Hermione nodded. "The diary?" she asked. "Stored," I said. "Doc will neutralize it after chain and samples." "Good," she said. "Headmaster?" I asked. "I'm handling him," she said. "Go to class." We did. POV Ginny. Mum's face blurred and then sharpened. She cried and then stopped because Pomfrey told her to stop or she'd scare me. Dad held my hand like it was glass. I hated that, then hated myself for hating it, then started crying again because it was all tangled. "Do you remember anything?" Mum asked. "Some," I said. "He told me I was special. He made it easy not to feel lonely. Then he asked me to do small things. Then bigger things. I didn't know it was him. I thought it was." I stopped. I felt sick. Pomfrey pushed a bucket near my head like she'd done this before. I didn't need it. I breathed. "You were used," Dad said, and his voice shook. "It's not on you." "I wrote awful things," I said. "I said awful things to people." "You'll own what you said," Mum said, quiet. "And they'll own that they scared a first year on a bad week. Right now, you eat soup." I ate soup. Tasted like salt and quiet. A knock on the partition. Hermione. Harry behind her, staying back enough that I could pretend I didn't see him if I wanted. May we? Hermione asked Pomfrey. 5 minutes, Pomfrey said. Hermione sat on the edge of the bed. I brought your bag, she said. We pulled the awful notes out. You can read them later or burn them. Your choice. Burn them, I said without thinking. No, keep one. I want to remember how fast it went bad. Okay, she said. I'll label the envelope. You can decide when you're not wobbly. Harry didn't move closer. I filed you under living comes first, he said. That's the list we use for bad days. It's the only list that matters when rooms start shaking. I nodded and then swallowed hard. Thank you, I said, and I meant it with all the air I had. Rest, he said. We'll check in tomorrow.
No speeches.
He left. Hermione squeezed my hand once and followed. Mum pressed a tissue into my fingers. I breathed. I slept. POV, Hermione. We met in the library that night. Runes first because routine is what keeps people from falling apart. Quicker strings, Harry said, and drew 3 small arrays for trap sensing. I said them clean and pressed my thumb where he pointed. They pulsed and went still. She looked better, I said after we closed the book. Color in her lips. Good, he said. She'll need someone to sit with her when people start guessing. You're better at that. I'll do it, I said. We'll keep blame where it belongs. He pushed a slip across. Tracker bead log, he said. I put a note. Spoke to Ron. Stopped.
No escalación.
Sign? I read. It was factual. No dix. I signed. Thank you for not making that bigger, I said. Logs keep everyone honest, he said. He gets to be 12 and wrong. He doesn't get to be a spy. We worked another 20 minutes. On the way out, we saw Snape at the end of the hall. He didn't stop us. He lifted one finger to his eye and then pointed toward the floor under Quirrell's room. Net there, Harry said under his breath. Tomorrow, I said. We split at the stair. I went to the tower. People asked where I'd been. I said the library. It was true. POV Harry. Daka's mirror pinged during breakfast. His face was steady. Diary neutralized, he said. Residue contained for evidence. No splash. Thank you, I said. Drink water, he said. You look tight around the mouth. I'll drink, I said and did. At lunch, McGonagall passed me a sealed note. We're keeping this quiet to protect the child. I signed the bottom where she'd left a line acknowledged and sent it back. Ron nodded at me from 2 seats away and didn't try to talk. Fine. Hermione sat down with a pile of parchment and her mouth full of a plan. We build a schedule for Ginny, she said. Short classes. 1 study hall with us. No questions from crowds. Pomfrey gets to shoot people with a look if they try. Write it, I said. Give it to McGonagall. She said. We walked past the 2nd floor bathroom on the way to Charms. Myrtle drifted out and smiled at us with red eyes. I did my wailing, she said. No one came in. Good job, Hermione said. Myrtle preened and then sighed and disappeared back into a pipe. Charms was steady. Flitwick made us practice locking charms with names. He pointed at me. Mr. Crow, who opens this door? Madame Pomfrey, I said. And if the headmaster tries? He asked. Door stays shut, I said. Correct, he said and moved on. After class, Snape slid a folded scrap into my hand without breaking stride. Quirrell's wrist marks look worse. Avoid contact. I burned the note in a candle and ground the ash into a dish. Hermione watched me and nodded. We're not dramatic. We keep the chain clean. That night, we laid a small net in the floor outside defense. Ground.
Vent.
Bind. No kill. Snape's mouth twitched when he saw it. He didn't say a word. We went back to the suite. I wrote the weekly log. Pipes mapped. Chamber entered with pair. Basilisk neutralized. Diary contained. Then neutralized by Doc. Ginny recovered. Aftercare ongoing. Tracker bead found. Owner told. Intent logged. No escalation. I signed. Hermione signed. Barchoke stamped and filed. I slept with the blade by my hand and the window cracked open to cold air. Poe v. Harry. Barchoke slid a slate across my desk. 3 lines.
No extras.
Target, Peter Pettigrew. Alias, Scabbers. Location, Diagon Alley, Apothecary Row, routine feed run. Action, seize alive. Transfer under Gringotts chain. Notify DMLE. Today, he said. Midday. Crowds help. Witnesses, I said. Exactly, he said. Sharptongue runs point. Stoneshade covers. You and Miss Granger act as civilians who happen to know what a rat looks like. Understood, I said. Hermione knocked twice and came in with her coat on. Ready, she said. Do we have the bead rig? Sharptongue held up a small brass cage the size of a matchbox. Rat can't gnaw it, he said. Vent holes. No show. We walked up the ramp. The alley smelled like hot bread and old potion. Sounds mixed, boots, voices, cages. The Weasleys were ahead near the Olery. Clustered. Ron had a pocket bulge that moved. He slapped it when it wriggled. Not cruel. Careless. Sharptongue nodded at me and peeled off. He moved like he belonged to the crowd. Stoneshade took the other side. We didn't approach the family. We approached the problem. Rat moved from the pocket, Stoneshade said low. Down coat. Into sleeve. Block here, Sharptongue said. He cut the alley flow with 2 steps and a stall at a window. Hermione and I stopped at a nearby shelf with jars of pickled leeches. Ew, she said. Exactly like a kid looking at leeches. The rat slid out of Ron's sleeve, hit the cobble, and ran left. Sharptongue's boot came down fast. Not hard enough to crush. Hard enough to stop. He scooped, caged, snapped the latch and put the cage in a plain satchel. The whole thing took 3 seconds.
Ron spoon.
Hey! Sharptongue flashed a card at eye level. Gringotts forensic hold. He didn't slow. Arthur Weasley stepped forward. What is this? He asked. He kept his voice measured. Good. Rat is a registered wizard on wanted lists, Sharptongue said. Chain of custody begins now. You may walk with us. Don't reach for the bag. Molly opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. That's our son's. It's Peter Pettigrew, Sharptongue said plain. He owes testimony. Come to the bank. Arthur looked at the satchel, then at his son, then at me. He recognized me. He didn't demand an explanation in the street. We'll come, he said. We moved as a knot. The crowd adjusted in that way crowds do when something real is happening. The porter had the side door open. We went straight to a small intake room, not the main lobby. Sharpquill waited with 2 DMLE Aurors and a clerk. Good morning, Sharpquill said. We're live on record. For the camera. Gringotts forensic chain has seized 1 Peter Pettigrew. Present. Barchoke, Sharptongue, Stoneshade, Crow, Granger, 2 Aurors, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, their son Ronald and Counsel Sharpquill. He set the satchel on the table and nodded to the Aurors. You may do the reveal, he said. The senior Auror wide shoulders, calm hands opened the satchel and lifted the brass cage onto the table. Inside, 1 rat, shabby, twitching. Sharpquill slid a parchment under the cage and pressed a seal. Animagus counter-triggered only by the named registry Peter Pettigrew. He said, DMLE, place your seal. The Auror pressed theirs. The parchment warmed. The cage glowed faint. The rat shuddered. Bones lengthened. Fur pulled. A man sat hunched inside the cage now, Too big for it. Squealing until the oar tapped the side and he went still. Molly gasped. Ron swore once under his breath. Arthur set a hand on his shoulder and kept it there. Pettigrew panted. I don't die. Save it, the oar said. You're under arrest. You'll speak under contract oath. Sharpquill nodded. Good, he said. DMLE, please sign our chain receipt. We'll accompany you to the secure room. I already notified Madam Bones. The oar signed. We walked as one through a staff corridor that emptied into a bare room with a table, 3 chairs, and 2 mirrors covered with cloth. The oar set the cage down and dragged a second table in front so Pettigrew couldn't surge forward. Madam Bones arrived 5 minutes later. Square shoulders. Patch. She took in the room in a sweep. All right, she said. Explain. In public, Sharpquill said. In front of witnesses. Bones tipped her head toward the Weasleys. They can witness, she said. And so can the boy and his friend. Sharpquill laid out a 1-page contract oath. Plain words, he said. You'll swear your name, your acts, who you served, and whether you killed 12 muggles on a London street. If you lie, the contract bites you. If you hedge, it bites you. If you refuse, we charge you with contempt and fraud, and I publish your registry breach. Pettigrew licked his lips. I want a solicitor. You're getting a healer first, Bones said, jerking her chin at the oar. He'll answer if he can stand. Then he gets counsel. The oar opened the cage. Pettigrew crawled out, shaking. He looked small now. He didn't look like the posters. He looked like someone who hid under beds. Bones set the parchment down. Name, she said. Peter Pettigrew, he said. His voice shook. Read this line, she said, tapping the oath. I swear to speak the truth about my actions on and around the 5th of November, 1981, my service to Tom Riddle, and the events at Canning Street, he read, stumbling. If I lie, I accept the bite. Sign, Bones said. He signed. The parchment warmed and sealed. Question 1, Sharpquill said. Were you a Death Eater?
Yes.
Did you serve Tom Marvolo Riddle? Yes. Did you betray the Potters to him? Yes. Hermione's fingers tightened on my sleeve. Ron made a muffled sound, then swallowed it. Did Sirius Black betray the Potters? Sharpquill asked, clean. No, Pettigrew blurted, fast, like the word burned. Who did? Sharpquill said. I did, Pettigrew said, tears starting. I did. It was me. Did Sirius Black kill the 12 muggles on Canning Street? No, Pettigrew said, voice small. I blew the street. I cut my finger. I screamed. I turned into a rat. I ran. Bones didn't blink. Why? She asked. Because the Dark Lord told me to stay alive and hide, he said, weeping now. Bones tapped the page. Do you understand that if you're lying, this parchment will chew your hand off? She asked. Yes, Pettigrew whispered. Good, she said. You'll give a memory for the pensive. After that, you'll be transferred to a cell. If you try to scamper, we'll snap your legs. No, please, he said, shaking. Save it, she said. Sharpquill turned to Arthur. Mr. Weasley, he said. I'm sorry this was in your house. We'll help with the paper. We won't publish your son's name. Arthur looked at me, then at Hermione, then at Ron. Thank you, he said. He swallowed. We'd like to go home now. Bones nodded. Or escort, she said. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, your son didn't know what he carried. You keep it that way in the papers. Yes, Arthur said. Molly nodded, shaky, eyes wet and angry in equal measure. Ron walked out between them, red-eared and gray-faced. Bones looked at me. You happen to be here? She said. We go where numbers lead, Sharpquill said before I could answer. Pettigrew uses small coin for feed runs. Our ledgers tagged a pattern. Bones huffed. Fine, she said. Next step, pensive, then arraignment. Black gets pulled from Azkaban to the ministry today. If he can stand, we take the oath immediately. Send for Healer Doc, I said. If you bring Dementors into that room, we'll have a fight over procedures. Bones I cut to me. Explain. I null the feed haze, I said. I can stand in his field and make it thin. But not if 3 cloaks are sucking air by the door. Bones weighed me like a set of scales. 1 Dementor at the distance line, she said. If it chills, you fix it. If you can't, we move it farther. Deal, I said. Don't posture, she added, not unkind. This is a court day, not a duel. I don't duel in halls, I said. Good, she said. Let's go. POV, serious. They pulled me up by the chain like a bucket out of a well. I stood because that's what you do when you won't crawl. Bones' face came into focus. She looked older than when I saw her last. Everyone does except the dead. Black, she said. Can you walk? I can swagger, I said. My voice sounded like gravel. Fine. We're moving you to the ministry, she said. You won't fall over. I'll try it your way, I said. They lashed me to a chair with wheels. It wasn't kindness. It was logistics. I watched the stone go by and kept the numbers in my head. 7 steps between turns. 2 lights that flicker in the old corridor. The air tasted like salt and mold and fear. I kept my mouth shut. The Dementor that met us at the outside ward made the airdrop. I saw the boy in the corridor in Godric's Hollow again, different boy, other house, and shoved it out. The closer we got to London, the more my fingers shook. I told them to stop. They didn't. Ministry lift. Lights too bright. People pretending they didn't see. Bones walked in front like a blade. I like her. Courtroom. Chain. Chair. No water. Fine. And then a boy stood there beside Bones with a goblin counsel and a look I knew from a mirror 20 years ago. He had James' mouth when he said it hard. He had Lily's eyes, the way they saw the whole board. He had a scar like a bad joke that didn't run him. Mr. Black, he said. His voice was steady. We'll do this fast. You're not on trial today. The rat is. Crow, the goblin said at his elbow, warning. The kid nodded. Bones laid out the parchment. Contract oath, she said. Answer directly. No speeches. Thank Merlin, I said. Name? She asked. Sirius Orion Black, I said. Did you betray the Potters to Tom Riddle? No, I said. My throat didn't close. Good. Did you kill 12 muggles on Canning Street? She asked. No, I said. Peter Pettigrew did. Did you know he was the secret keeper? She asked. Yes, I said. We swapped. Last minute. He begged. Said he was a nobody. I thought that made him safe. I was wrong. Do you understand that if you're lying, this contract will bite? She asked. I hope it does, I said. Sign, she said. I signed. The parchment warmed and set. Memory, she said. Take it, I said. They brought the pensive up on a rolling table. I pulled memory slow so I didn't fall. It ached. They slid it in. The room held its breath. The memory showed what it showed. My face young and stupid, grinning at Peter, shoving the scroll at him. His hands shaking. My mouth saying, he'll never look at you. And the way his eyes cut down and away. Then the street. The shout. The blast. My mouth going open and the world going sideways. The rat scurrying down a gutter. When the surface went flat again, Bones' jaw moved. She tapped the pen once against the table and stopped. DMLE notes the oath and the memory, she said. Binding honest. Novait. Madam Clerk? The clerk stood. On the strength of the contract oath, the pensive, and the fresh confession from Peter Pettigrew, this office recommends immediate reversal of conviction, release of Sirius Orion Black, and referral of all process questions to internal review. Any objections? Bones said, scanning the room. A chief warlock who was not Dumbledore numerical type. I don't know, the name shifted and then didn't speak. No one else stood. Released, Bones said. Remove chains. The Auror with steady hands cut the restraints with a tool that hummed. They hit the floor. I stood up and the room didn't tilt. The boy stepped forward. He didn't try to hug me. He didn't try to cry for me. He held out his hand. I'm Harry, he said. I'm glad you're out. Me too, I said and took his hand. His grip was clean. He had a bank ring on his right hand. It warmed against my knuckles. Good. I like kids who sign things. The air shifted cold. A Dementor slid into the doorway. The back of my neck crawled. The boy didn't blink. He lifted his left hand and pressed his fingers together like he was pinching a wick. The cold thinned. Not gone. Thin enough that my teeth didn't chatter. Bones noticed. Explain, she said. Null field, he said. It unthreads the haze. Doesn't fix the soul. Takes the smother down a notch. If we keep it light, people won't break. Can you keep it steady while we get him out? She asked. Yes, he said. Do it, she said. She tipped her chin at me. Move, Black. I moved. The Dementor held the line and didn't cross. The cold nipped. The kid pinched again and the bite dulled. We walked the hall. The lift. The door. I didn't throw up. I wanted to. I didn't. Outside, Bones turned to me. You have options, she said. You can disappear and... Choice 2, I said. Standing's better for the back. Good, she said. She nodded at the boy. Your guardian has paperwork. The Goblin Council Sharpquill lifted a folder like a weapon. We'll do claims today, he said. Then we go to ground for a week. No interviews. You're not a mascot. I never was, I said. Good, he said. Let's go. POV, Hermione. We met in a small bank room with a clean table and tea that didn't taste like anything weird. Sirius sat with his shoulders square and his eyes everywhere. He kept touching the edge of the table like he was reminding himself it was real. House Black ring first, Sharpquill said. Then the Potter transfer papers that Dumbledore sat on. Then the temporary Peveril stewardship while we work out the old law. Sirius held up a palm. Plain words, he said. Ring means you're Lord Black, Sharpquill said. You can sign for your house. Harry can hold Potter seats. Peveril is ancient. We have proof. We'll set it as steward, so nobody squeals about blood. Got it, Sirius said. Where do I sign? Sharpquill put out 3 thin sheets. Sirius read the top line of each and didn't pretend he knew more. He asked 2 short questions. He signed. Sharpquill set the ring on the table. It was old metal. Sirius slid it on his right hand. It bit once and settled. It doesn't scream? He asked. It would if you stole it, Sharpquill said. Sirius huffed. Noted. Barchoke slid a ledger over to Harry. Potter seats, he said. Countersign. Harry signed he James Potter and then added Crow in the corner like always. It looked neat and practiced. Wisengamot sitting this afternoon, Sharpquill said. We claim your seats then.
No fleriscis.
We file the reversal and the oath as attachments. We don't take questions. We sit and vote and leave. Bones? Harry asked. She'll keep order, Sharpquill said. If the old men cough, she'll cough louder. Harry nodded. He looked at Sirius. Dinner at the Grangers tonight, he said. If you want to meet people who won't try to make you a banner. Sirius blinked at the invitation like no one had offered him a normal thing in a decade. Yes, he said. If they don't mind a man who doesn't remember which fork is which. They'll show you, Harry said. They like showing. Done, Sirius said. He sat back, hand on the ring, and breathed out. Povey Harry. The Wisingamot chamber felt like a bank with worse chairs, purple-robbed figures, whisper hum. The clerk stood by a lectern and tried to look bigger. Bones sat like a judge without the hat. Call to order, the clerk said, voice carrying. Sharpquill nudged me and Sirius. We walked down the center aisle.
No parade.
We went to the bar and stopped. Sharpquill spoke without raising his tone. House Potter by Harry James Potter, he said. House Black by Sirius Orion Black. Both present with Gringotts Council. We move to enter notice of reversal and oath in the record, claim seats accordingly, and suspend prior proxies. Dumbledore leaned toward his microphone. This is irregular. Not under the rules, Bones said. Clerk, read the filings. The clerk read fast. Oath, pensive, reversal, chain of custody. It went in the book. Any objections tied to statute? Bones asked. A few robes fluttered. No one stood on law. Good. Seats recognized, Bones said. Potter votes to Potter. Black votes to Black. Peveril stewardship acknowledged for procedural use only. Dumbledore tried again. We should consider. Petitions later, Bones said. Not now. Sirius looked sidelong at me. I kept my face flat. Sharpquill scratched a note. A member across the way cleared his throat like he wanted to be relevant and then decided not to. We took our seats. The agenda rolled. They tried to pass a boring budget transfer. Sirius voted no twice because it smelled like a slush. I followed his lead and voted no on the second because Sharpquill's pencil paused on the page. He nodded, tiny. We moved the needle on 3 small items and didn't make speeches. At recess, a man with a fake smile moved toward us. Sharpquill stood 2 inches to the left and the man found himself speaking to my shoulder. Lord Potter, he said. A word. Petitions in writing, I said. Through council. Sirius was worse. He stared at the man's forehead until the man got uncomfortable and walked away. Bones stepped down from the dais and came to us with a glass of water in her hand. Good, she said. You didn't talk. We're learning, Sirius said. She turned to me. Dementor explanation. 30 seconds. Human words. They eat the feel of hope and warm memory, I said. They make a field. I can cut the field with my own. It's local. It doesn't fix people. It gives them a minute to breathe. If you keep them 10 yards away, we won't have to pick anyone up off the floor. She sipped. You'll write that in a memo, she said. Add a note to keep them outside courtrooms. I said. Good, she said. Go eat. You're pasty. Sharpquill herded us out a side door where the noise was lower and the food was not terrible. We ate. We didn't linger. On the way out, Dumbledore was waiting near a pillar. Not blocking. Present. He tilted his head. Harry, he said. Headmaster, I said. A word, he said, half-smile. 2 minutes, Sharpquill said. In the visible corridor. Not in closets. Dumbledore stepped into the visible corridor. We followed. Sirius folded his arms and leaned on the rail like he hoped it would break under him. Greater good. Dumbledore started soft. Clause, I said. Present your actual proposal in writing, if you have one, not a slogan. His eyes cooled a notch. You've been taught to be narrow, he said. Clear, I said. Not narrow. If you want to discuss policy, write the policy. If you want to say you're sorry, say it. Don't dress it up. Sirius snorted. He doesn't apologize, he said. He contextualizes. Dumbledore ignored him. You're creating distance where cooperation would serve, he said to me. Cooperation requires consent and clear scope, I said. You broke both. We're fixing it. Harry, he said, voice almost fond, which made my skin crawl. You can't undo the past. I don't try, I said. I audit it. Sharpquill checked his watch. Time, he said. Dumbledore's mouth pinched. Well, he said. I'll write. Good, I said. No more lemon drops in shops. He blinked.
Edeupatide furguten.
I didn't. We left. Sirius kept his face straight until we hit the lift. Then he laughed once, short and ugly, and slapped my shoulder. You're a menace, he said. I'm busy, I said. Same thing, he said, grinning now. POV, Hermione. Mum set 2 extra places without making it a thing. Dad checked the gas under the pans twice because he does that when he's anxious. Relax, I said. They're people. They're famous people, he said. He was in prison. Wrongly, I said. And he's bringing a goblin lawyer who won't care if the peas are overdone. The doorbell rang. Dad wiped his hands on a towel and opened the door. Harry stood with his coat zipped halfway and a paper bag in his hands. Sirius stood behind him in a clean jacket that didn't fit his shoulders yet. Sharpquill stood small and composed, holding a bottle of something dark with a neat label. Hello, Mum said. Come in. Shoes? Harry asked. Leave them on, Dad said. Floor's cold. Harry handed Mum the paper bag. Rolls, he said. From the alley. Not cursed. Good to know, Mum said, smiling. Sirius hung back until Dad stuck his hand out. Dan Granger, Dad said. Glad you're here. Sirius Black, Sirius said. Thank you for having me. Sharpquill, Sharpquill said. I'll only talk law if asked. Please don't ask. Mum laughed. Deal. Sit. Eat. We sat. It smelled like tomatoes and basil and garlic. The table felt stable. That helps. Harry waited until everyone had plates to start. Sirius took small bites and set his fork down in between like he was learning the rhythm again. So, Dad said, jail food. Terrible, Sirius said. This is better. Good, Dad said. Hermione will tell you if you salt badly. I said. Fair warning. Sirius looked at me. Thank you, he said, for watching him in the snake hole. You're welcome, I said. Thank you for not making this a speech. I'm out of speeches, he said. I'm counting chairs now. Sharpquill ate like he had somewhere to be and didn't. You have a nice table, he said to Mum. It doesn't wobble. Thank you, Mum said. Dan fixed the leg last week. We like things that don't wobble, Sharpquill said. We talked about normal things on purpose. School schedules. The best way to keep parchment from curling. How to keep goblin oil off trousers. Sirius told one short story about a motorbike that didn't end with him dying. Dad told a short story about a patient who tried to pay with a chicken. Mum asked if they wanted tea or coffee after dinner. Harry asked for tea. Sirius asked for tea. Sharpquill surprised everyone and asked for coffee. After plates, Mum put a plate of biscuits on the table like she does when she likes people. Sirius looked at them like they were foreign and then ate one and relaxed a fraction. Sharpquill checked his watch. I'll take my leave, he said. You two have 10 minutes to enjoy being human before I hand you tomorrow's agenda. Thank you, Mum said. Come again. He nodded, put on his neat coat, and left. Sirius leaned back. You're good people, he said. So are you, Dad said. You had a bad few years. Sirius breathed out and then in again. Yes, he said. Harry stood to help Mum with the plates. He carried the stack like a person who learned how not to chip. He smiled once at me when he thought no one saw. I saw. We walked them to the door. Sirius shook Dad's hand like he meant it. Mum hugged Harry because she can. He blinked and then hugged back because he can. Study tomorrow? I asked Harry. Yes, he said. Grid. Grid, I echoed. They left. Dad closed the door and leaned his forehead against it for a second. Mum patted his back. I laughed and then stopped because I was tired and happy and a little scared in the good way. POV, Dumbledore. Harry doesn't make it easy. Good boys should be easy. He's not good. He's precise. I went back to my office and sat in the chair that has known me longer than most men have known their wives. Fawkes watched from the perch. He didn't sing. He misses the days when I made choices and people trusted me. I do too. The boy has a goblin mind with a human face. He requires contracts like air. He's not sentimental. He's kind in a way that refuses to explain itself. It's dangerous. Greater good once worked when people were frightened and wished for someone to hold the numbers. It doesn't work here. He wants clauses. I can write clauses. They won't be mine. They'll be his, and he will hand them back to me until I sign his words. I took out a sheet and wrote a draft anyway. Proposal: Joint Safety Protocols Hogwarts and Gringotts. Wards: shared audit every term. Staff: background checks independent of headmaster's office. Potions and mind arts: explicit consent required. Dementors: banned from grounds. Emergencies: chain of command documented, not implied. It's not the greater good. It's a list, a good list. It's also an admission that I'm no longer the center of the circle. That's the only way forward. The other way is to break him, and I won't. Not because I can't, but because I shouldn't. I signed the draft in pencil and left it on the desk. I would send it in the morning after I took out the pride. POV, Sirius. We walked into the night and it didn't smell like sea rot. It smelled like buses and chip fat and rain on stone. I could have cried at that. I didn't. Good dinner, I said. Good table, Harry said. Good lawyer, I added. He'll be smug for a week, Harry said. Let him, I said. He's earned it. We stopped under a street lamp. He looked up at me like he was measuring if he could ask something. Say it, I said. Do you want me to file the paperwork to move you into Black House with wards and a bed that isn't a cot? He asked. Yes, I said. Yes, please. Plain words, he said. I need a bed and a door and a morning that isn't a bucket, I said. And a dog bowl. For me. He grinned. We'll get you a bowl, he said. No interviews. No speeches. We'll put the wards up. We'll get you a toothbrush. I have teeth, I said. I noticed, he said. We stood like idiots, smiling in the dark. Fine. We'd earned a minute of stupid. What do I do tomorrow? I asked. Sign 3 things. Sleep. Eat something that isn't gray, he said. Then we'll walk around the block and not talk to anyone who wants to take a picture. Deal, I said. He stuck out his hand again like he liked hands. I shook it. We went our separate ways with a time on a card. I didn't fall over. That counted. POV, Hermione. I walked into the library at 7 with the grid in my pocket. Harry was already at the table, pens lined up, ring off his finger next to his ink so he didn't smudge it. Agenda, he said, tapping the paper. 2 items. Dementor memo and house seats summary for my guardian. Dementor first, I said. Human words. No mystic talk. He wrote. Dementor field practical notes. They produce a chill that's more than temperature. It's a to-the-bone fatigue. Field can be reduced with a focused null. Distance helps. Keep them outside courtrooms and away from healers. Don't use as guards near children. If exposure occurs, follow with hot drink, sugar, and supervised rest. No potions without consent. Good, I said. Add. If a person can't stop shaking after 15 minutes, call a healer. He added it. He signed it. We slid it into an envelope with Bones' office on the front. Seats, he said next. Short, I said. No bragging. He wrote. Seats status Potter. Claimed. Proxies frozen. Black. Claimed by Sirius O. Black. Peveril. Steward status only. Used for procedure. Voting. Against 2 slush items. For audits. Neutral on school funds. He signed that too. He left the ring off a moment longer and rubbed the indent it left on his finger. He looked tired, but bright tired, not broken. Sleep at 11, I said. Not 12. I'll try, he said. You'll, I said. We put the papers away. We read for 20 minutes. We didn't talk. It was quiet in the good way. POV, Harry close. Sharpquill's note was on my desk when I got back. Tomorrow, vault hold release requests. Say no. Press letters. Say nothing. House wards. Yes. Bring Sirius. Bring tea. Dumbledore draft. Read twice. Mark in red. I washed and set the knife on the table in reach. I touched the ring, the key, the blade. All 3 sat solid. I wrote the line in my log. Pettigrew seized. Oath taken. Sirius released. Seats claimed. Dementor memo filed. Dinner at Granger's. Dumbledore asked for greater good. Replied with clauses. I put the pen down. I turned off the lamp. I slept. POV Harry. Sharpquill set the parchment down between Bagman and Madame Maxime like a dealer placing cards neither of them asked for. Participation requires this, he said. Read every line. Ask short questions. Don't grandstand. Bagman tried a smile. All formal. Safety is formal, Sharpquill said. Bones sat in the corner with a pad and a blunt pencil. She wasn't a judge here, but she watched like one. Dumbledore folded his hands and tried to look cheerful. I skimmed the top clause again. It was ours. Not flowery. Not clever. Clear. No unlogged port keys, I said. No surprise bindings. Every artifact that touches a champion is catalogued before and after. If something triggers outside the arena, you keep the area cold, you keep curious hands out, and you don't blame the champion for surviving. Karkaroff made a noise in his throat. Maxime poked him with one finger. We don't argue the line that saves our students, she said. Hermione squeezed my wrist once under the table and let go. Bagman cleared his throat. And evidence retention? Sharpquill slid a second sheet. Chain of custody. If a device activates, a bank courier or DMLE officer stands within 6 feet until the log is complete. No missing minutes. He tapped the margin. You initial here to show you read it. Dumbledore lifted his chin. I can initial. You can read, Sharpquill said. Then initial. The quills moved. Bones didn't sign. She added her name as observer. Maxime signed with a neat flourish and no dramatics. Karkaroff signed like he'd bite the paper. Bagman doodled a tiny whistle next to his name. Dumbledore initialed, mouth thin. Task briefs, I asked. Bagman perked up. Dragons, he said. Don't tell your friends. I don't have to, I said. They'll smell it. Hermione kept a straight face and wrote one word on her pad. Dampers. POV, Hermione. We laid out the kit on the suite table and went through the checklist without pretending it was exciting. Pheromone dampers, I said. 3 vials. 2 spares. You'll place them along the wind line. Upwind, not down. Right, Harry said. Empathy pact, I said, tapping the small clay token with a pressed scale. It's not mind talk. It's a mutual boundary. You accept no fire at the line and no approach to eggs. You give no projectile at body height and no heat above this mark. Keep it in words when you said it. No theatrics. Plain words, he said. Eye protection, I said, handing him the tinted lenses and then taking them back. Right, we don't wear lenses. Mirrors only. Mirrors only, he echoed. Flitwick knocked once and came in with a rolled map. Arena wind vectors, he said. I can't coach you, but I can give you weather. The wind shifts 15 degrees at the second minute. Place your dampers before that. Thank you, Harry said. Flitwick looked at me. Ms. Granger, when the crowd boo, don't take it personally. I won't, I said. I'll time the wind. We walked to the tent. The air smelled like char and hay. Dragons grumbled behind Canvas and Ward. Trainers moved with that cautious, firm way people use around big animals. One looked at Harry's empty hands and at me with my notebook and raised a brow. We're not stupid, I said. Good, she said. POV, neutral observer Amelia Bones. The first champion sprinted, rolled, grabbed, missed, nearly burned the hem off his robe, recovered and scrambled away. The stands roared. The trainers winced. I wrote reckless, still alive. The second cried. I don't hold that against children. He kept moving. He didn't die. The French girl Delacour kept her wand low and her chin high and used a cooling veil that actually worked for 30 seconds. Smart. She got singed. She walked out on her feet. Then Potter came in with no bow and no swagger. He looked at the dragon, not the crowd. I saw 3 small capsules leave his hand in quick arcs. They snapped open along the wind line and put out a scent I knew from an old training. We're not prey, we're not food, not magic. Chemistry. Trainers use it with hatchlings. He stopped at the chalk boundary and raised a hand in plain view. I'm not here for your eggs, he said. I won't cross the line. I ask that you don't fire at me. The dragon's head tilted. His pupils narrowed. The fire notch in its throat didn't glow. He kept his hands away from the blade. The crowd booed. He didn't twitch. He waited 6 seconds, which feels like a year in an arena, then set a small token on the ground and nudged it over the chalk with the toe of his boot. Offer, he said. Boundary for boundary. The dragon leaned, sniffed, and huffed. The smell shifted againless hot metal, more heavy air. The trainer 2 seats down from me grimaced, then relaxed when the dragon didn't coil. Potter kept talking. I need the golden egg, he said. I won't touch anything else. I'll stay where you can see me. He backed 2 steps, then 3 eyes on the dragon and circled left. He didn't sneak. He didn't jerk. He stayed in view and clear of the nest like he had memorized the angle. He took the golden egg off its hook, held it up so the dragon could see the shine, then set it under his arm and backed out the way he came. No fire.
No chase. No roar.
The crowd didn't know whether to clap. Some booed because they wanted to see someone dodge. I didn't boo. I wrote, negotiated like a grown-up. Dumbledore watched with his hands folded. Karkaroff looked annoyed. Maxime smiled once, a quick, private thing. Bagman cleared his throat and tried to describe what had happened like it was normal. It wasn't normal. It was correct. POV Harry. Hermione met me at the edge of the tent with water and an expression that said, You did what you said you would. You all right? She asked. Fine, I said. She was calmer than her keeper. You were calmer than the stands, she said. Second task. Air arrays, I said, and no hostage calculus. She nodded. Good. We sat on the step and listened to the scraping and the shouting. I rolled the egg between my knees and felt the hum. It was a puzzle, not a trap. At night, we lay the plan out again on the sweet table.
No speeches.
Anchors at 4 points around the Black Lake, I said. We seed them with Flitwick's permission. They don't cut. They don't pull. They keep the bubbles from collapsing if someone bumps them. Bubbles are yours, Hermione said. I'll set the tethers and check knots. Who do we bring? I asked. No one, she said. We keep it clean. We don't drag friends into a cold lake with merfolk who may not love us. Right, I said. We cut their song with a dampener if it gets sharp. Only if it gets sharp, she said. It's their home. We don't act like tourists. We met the mayor chief the next day on the shingle under the teacher's eyes and the judge's clipboard. He had a jaw like a blade and eyes that didn't blink much. He held a contract strip in his left hand and watched to see if we would try to take it. We wrote something simple, Hermione said. You hold the hostages until the horn at the 30-minute mark. You allow retrieval by any champion who can get there. We expect no biting. You expect no striking. If any child goes limp, you... He read. He grunted. If a child pulls against the rope, we don't cut. Correct, Hermione said. He pressed his thumb. The strip warmed and curled. Done. POV, Neutral Observer Amelia Bones. The whistle blew. The second task started with flailing splashes and brave dives. I watched Potter walk into the lake like a man walking down a ramp he'd built himself. He didn't sprout gills. He didn't grow a fin. He set a charm at his throat that bubbled once and then went still. He sank at a controlled rate and didn't thrash. I walked the shoreline and watched his anchor points settle. Small pulses under the water that only show if you know the look. Neat. No big flare. He'd placed them the day before under staff supervision. I'd initialed it. I don't initial much. I did here. He reached the bottom and found the hostages, fast lines of them at the statue. Eyes closed, hair waving. He checked his array first. He didn't touch a child until he'd set air over all four. Then he cut the cords in one motion and handed two to the two closest champions with a gesture that said, "Take them." Crumb glared, then nodded. Delacour's face eased. They went. Potter stayed and checked the last rope. He cut it and then put a hand on the Merchant's shoulder and pointed up. It was not rude. It was clear. They went up slow in a line. The crowd half booed and then, gradually, didn't. Watching children breathe is better than watching them drown. Potter didn't take the points. He took the quiet. I wrote, did the adult thing and underlined it. POV, Hermione. He came out of the lake white and shivering but not shaking. I put a towel on his shoulders and then another. Pomfrey shoved a mug into his hands and asked about numbness. He said fingers, and she nodded and added a second mug. You gave Crumb his hostage, I said. I gave everyone theirs, he said. They were all ours for the moment. You're getting better at saying it out loud, I said. Practice, he said. We didn't linger. We went back to the suite. Maze Prep waited. Inspection window? I asked. 20 minutes tomorrow, he said. Bank observer. Flitwick. No one else. Anchors, I said. 6. Not offensive. Stops the maze from becoming a throat, he said. He looked at the floor plan a moment. I want a dragline on me and on the cup. If it fires, geometry shifts in our favor. Do we tell anyone? I asked. We filed the line that says, anchors permitted for life safety, he said. We don't hide. We also don't perform. Right? I said. What about Moody? He watches me too hard, Harry said. Snape's got eyes on him. If there's polyjuice in him, the staff contract will bite when we call the clause. Good, I said. He rolled his shoulders. Sleep. Sleep, I said. POV Harry. Flitwick walked the outer hedges with me and a bank courier who said nothing and wrote everything. I set 6 anchors that didn't hum. They sat like thumbprints in stone and root. I checked each point with a mirror, pressed my thumb, and moved on. At the entrance, Flitwick caught my sleeve. If you can avoid duels, avoid them, he said. I plan to, I said. Good, he said. Don't let them bait you. I don't bait easy, I said. You don't, he agreed. The day of the third task came cold and dry. The maze loomed under a pale sky. The stands were full. The hedges smelled like cut leaves and damp dirt. Bagman bellowed names. Cedric ducked his head and smiled like a decent person. Crumb looked stripped down to the studs. Fleur pressed her hands at her sides and didn't pretend she wasn't nervous. We stood in a row and listened as they explained the rules in public. Cup at the center, Bagman said. First to touch wins. No killing. No permanent damage. No maiming. If you shout out, we pull you. I looked at the cup. It sat too bright for a hedge maze. Fine. The whistle blew. Cedric and I went left. He kept pace because we had talked already. "Your anchors hum," he said. "Not loud." "Good," I said. "If something pulls, we clip to them. If you see a rope, don't trip it." We moved quick and quiet.
No heroics.
A mist wall tried to confuse our sense of direction. Cedric pressed a marker to his wand and drew a line on the ground. I tested the mist. It didn't bite. I pushed a null field out like closing a drawer. The mist thinned. We walked through. Crumb stepped out of a turn with his eyes not right. His wand came up. "Stop," I said, palm out. "You're compelled." His mouth tightened. His arm trembled. He looked sick. "Drop," Cedric said to him, voice firm, like a coach. "Now." Crumb's wand shook. He didn't drop it. He didn't hex either. I stepped in, spine of the blade at the air between us. I pressed once. The compulsion web around his head shivered and broke like old twine. He sagged, caught himself, and stared at me like I'd yanked a hook out of his jaw. "Thank you," he said, rough. "Out?" Cedric asked. Crumb looked toward the cup. He adjusted his grip. "No," he said.
Ego.
"Then go," I said.
No trophies. No fights.
He nodded once and vanished down the left corridor. Fleur screamed somewhere to our right. We ran. A vine had wrapped her ankle. It wasn't lethal. It was ugly. Cedric slashed it off and hauled her up. She said merci and didn't fight us when we pointed her toward the exit. She shook us off after 3 steps and limped on, stubborn as a nail. We reached the center fast because the map in my head matched the ground. Cedric looked at me. The cup pulsed like a heartbeat without blood. "We touch together," he said. "Yes," I said, "but be ready. For it to be the wrong kind of win," I said. We gripped the handles at the same time. The pull came like a jerk on a rope. My anchors bit. The world bent. I let it take me. The graveyard smell hit first. Cold dirt. Old stone. I placed my feet before I saw anything. Cedric swore. A wand hit the ground near my boot. Wormtail staggered into view with a bundle. He stared at me and at the blade on my hip and made a terrible face. "Cup," I said to Cedric. He tightened his grip and dragged it close with his foot. "Stay behind me," I added. "I'm not a child," he said, offended. "Then don't die," I said. A thin, high voice came from the dark. It wanted to be grand. It wasn't. "Bind him." Wormtail flicked his wrist. The rope shot out. I pressed the spine to the air and pinched. The rope unraveled mid-flight and hit the ground like old yarn. Cedric hissed. "What?" "Later," I said. A figure and a cauldron waited by a headstone. Bones. Blood bowl. Bad ritual lines. Curls of smoke that smelled wrong. Voldemort stub shape in wraps on a table. He started the chant. I didn't let him finish. I set the blade spine to the ritual web and pushed like closing a latch. The structure buckled and died. The glow went dead. The thing in the wrappings twitched and didn't become more. Wormtail screamed and grabbed for the knife. Cedric kicked it away. I put my foot on Wormtail's wrist and pressed down until the tendons stopped fighting. He whimpered and went flat. "Prisoner," I said. "Healers," I added to the empty air because we had people listening. A Death Eater tried to come in fast from the left behind stone. Cedric threw a stunner without shouting. It hit. The man went down. A second lifted his wand. I looked at him and shook my head. "Don't," I said. He hesitated long enough for the null field to reach the wand's tip. The spell died, half-born. He dropped the wand and put his hands up. Sensible. The small shape on the table tried to inhale power that wasn't there. I stepped up, set the spine of the blade under the rib line, and pushed up clean and deep. No speech. No drama. Breath stopped. It was a body, not a legend. "Done," I said. Cedric stared at the table, then at me. He didn't cheer. He went a little gray and kept his chin up. Wormtail sobbed. "Please," he said. "Stop," I said. He did like a hand had closed his mouth. I took the ritual bowl and the knife and put them in the lead case that sat by the headstone because Gringotts sends couriers even to graveyards when you file forms. I tugged the cup so it touched my boot. Cedric kept watch on the left. 2 more cloaked shapes appeared at the far edge and then fled when they saw the one on the ground. "On 3, I said. "Back." "Ready," Cedric said. We took the cup together. The pull came. The graveyard fell away. We hit the maze center hard enough to bruise shins. The judge's box exploded in noise. The crowd didn't know what they were seeing. Bones knew. She stood before anyone told her to. "Chain," she said, voice sharp, and Emily moved like a pour of water down steps. Cedric and I let go of the cup. Snape was the first to reach us. He took one look at the case and the blood on my blade and didn't flinch. "Prisoners?" he asked. 2, I said. 1 stunned. 1 surrendered. Wormtail alive, bound. Snape nodded, turned, and barked at an oar. "Bring stretchers. Bring the binders. Don't let Bagman touch anything." Bagman tried to get in front of a camera with a grin. Bones shoved him aside with a shoulder. Dumbledore stood still. His face told me he saw exactly what we had avoided. Hermione reached me a second later and put her palm flat on my chest like she was checking whether I had remembered to breathe. "Okay?" she asked. "Okay," I said. My hands shook once and then stopped. Cedric wiped his mouth on the back of his hand. "You killed him like you were shutting a door," he said. "I shut a door," I said. He nodded. "Good," he said almost to himself. POV, Neutral Observer Amelia Bones. DMLE did the thing we train for and almost never get to do on time. We took the case. We took the knife. We took the stunned Death Eater and the one with his hands up. We cuffed Wormtail and gagged him when he cried at the wrong time. We didn't let anyone stand close enough to rub their reputation on the scene. I bent over the case and checked the seals. Intact. Good. I pressed my seal opposite the bank's. "Opened only in the lab," I said to the clerk. "If anyone asks for a look, say no until I walk you in." The medic checked Potter's pupils. Normal. He checked Diggory's pulse. Fast. He told both boys to sit. They didn't. They stood because stupid pride sometimes keeps you upright. Dumbledore came to the edge of the cordon and raised 2 fingers at me as if he could call a truce with a gesture. I didn't wave him through. Not because I hate him. Because the line exists for a reason. "Amelia," he said, mild. "May I?" "No," I said. "Not now." He lowered his hand and smiled like denial was familiar. "Wrap it," I told my team. "Courier to the lab. 2 Aurors with the prisoners. Potter goes nowhere without a lawyer on his shoulder." Sharpquill appeared like I had summoned him and took that slot without needing to be told. He's annoying. He's useful. The stands had stopped cheering. People knew they had almost seen a child die for a sport. The mood turned strange and thin. I kept my back up and my pen in my pocket and my temper low. We walked Potter and Diggory to the tent. The canvas smelled like sweat and damp wool. Granger slipped in after us and closed the flap and sat between the boys on a bench like a bookend. "Talk," I said to Potter. Simple words. No flourishes. He told it simple. Cedric added 3 corrections that made the story stronger. Granger put a hand on his knee when his voice ran a little fast, and he slowed. I wrote. When they were done, I blew on the ink and folded the page. "Good," I said. "You'll repeat this in front of a clerk in an hour. We'll staple it to the chain." "Do I still get a trophy?" Cedric asked, deadpan. "If I had my way," I said, "you'd get a sandwich and a bed. Let Bagman hand out ribbons later." He laughed, surprised at himself, and then quieted again. POV, Hermione. I wiped Harry's hands with a cloth and handed Cedric another. Neither of them looked at the cloth. They looked at me and then at each other and then at the flap. Don't bolt, I said. We won't, Cedric said. Harry didn't answer. He leaned his head back against the pole and breathed like he remembered the trick. Can I ask a stupid question? Cedric said finally. Sure, Harry said. How did you do that to the ritual? Without even... Because it was bad work, Harry said. Sloppy lines. Thin anchors. He rushed. He fought the last war. I don't do that. Cedric nodded like he'd been given a normal answer. Moody, I said, and felt both of them go still. What about him? Cedric asked. Snape's been watching him, Harry said. If he's who we think he'll try to pull me into a room after this to debrief. We don't go. Who do we think he's? Cedric asked. Not Moody, Harry said. Cedric blinked. Right, he said. So we don't go. Bones opened the flap. You don't go anywhere without my people, she said. If a teacher tries to pull rank, say my name and wait 10 seconds. Okay, Harry said. She looked at me. You come as well, she said. You're good at hitting the brakes. I know, I said. POV Harry. Potter. Moody barked from the tent flap 2 minutes later, face lined, eye whirling. With me. No, I said. He blinked. What? Chain of custody, I said. Bones first. He scowled. We have to. Name yourself, I said quiet. His mouth twitched. He didn't. Snape slid in past him with a look that could cut cloth. He held a paper. Staff contract says no polyjuice while on duty, Snape said, almost bored. Clause 3 bites, remember? He grabbed Moody's wrist and pressed the paper to it. The seal flared. The man hissed. His skin bubbled. His face slid. Wrong. Barty Crouch Jr. stood there panting, furious, bare. Prisoner, Bones said from behind me, calm, almost satisfied. 2 good ones in 1 day. Clean it up. They took him. Moody, the real one, was found in a trunk. They got him out fast without speeches. He was alive. He would live. Good. Dumbledore tried to step into the tent then, and Bones blocked him with a look that said, not yet. He put his hands behind his back like a chastened professor and waited. That was new. Cedric sagged on the bench and rubbed his face. I'm glad I didn't let my dad donate anything to this cup, he said. He would never have shut up about it. You can tell him you ran a maze and helped free 4 hostages and didn't die in a graveyard, I said. That's enough. He nodded. Fair, he said. Bagman stuck his head in. Press 1 a line, boys, he said. A word. No, Bones and Sharpquill said at the same time. Bagman paled and retreated. Hermione took my hand under the bench and squeezed hard once. I squeezed back. POV, neutral observer Amelia Bones. We walked them out at dusk, not to the podium, not to the cameras, but to the hospital wing by the long way. I don't like parades when children are tired. Diggory's father met him halfway and hugged him like a person. He cried into his own sleeve. He didn't try to make his son a banner. Good for him. Granger peeled off to tell 2 worried muggles she'd call them after dinner. Potter kept walking beside me like a soldier who had learned to match the pace of the person with the clipboard. Tomorrow I'm going to ask you to write it all down again in a quieter room, I said. Will you show up? Yes, he said. Good, I said. Don't read the papers. I don't, he said. Even better, I said. He stopped at the doorway. Madam Bones. Yes. Keep the Dementors off the lab, he said. They taint evidence. I smiled despite myself. Already done, I said. He nodded once like that was the last box he needed to tick and went inside. POV, Hermione. We sat on the floor of the suite after Madame Pomfrey finally stopped hovering. Harry leaned against the desk. I tucked my feet under the chair and handed him the last biscuit from Mum's tin. "Eat it or I'll," I said. He took it and chewed and made a face because it was stale and then ate the rest because we don't waste. "You killed him," I said. "No drama. The fact." "Yes," he said. "How are you?" I asked. He thought. "Tired," he said. "Not sorry. Not proud. Done." "That's fine," I said. "We don't need more." He put his head back and looked at the ceiling. "Cedric was good," he said. "He was," I said. "I like him. He doesn't make himself a show." "Bones was good," he said. "She's," I said. "She likes rules too." He let out a breath. "I hate the cup," he said. "Me too," I said. We sat a while without talking. The room felt like stone and paper and soap. Normal. He closed his eyes and didn't jerk when a door down the hall closed. "Good. Do you want me to stay?" I asked. "Yes," he said, simple. "Okay," I said. I moved to the chair by the bed and dragged a blanket over my knees. "Sleep." He did. POV Harry close. Morning tasted like metal until tea washed it out. Sharpcool came with a schedule and a clean shirt and didn't talk for the first 5 minutes. Then he did. "DMLE will take your statement again," he said. "Then we'll go to the lab so you can point at the bowl and say, 'That's the one.' Then we'll sign a restraint on the cup so no one uses it again until I say so." "Fine," I said. "After lunch, you'll send 3 short notes. 1 to Delacour, 1 to Crumb, 1 to Diggory," he said. "Say glad you're alive, and no hard feelings, and thank you for not being stupid in the maze. Pays out in 10 years. "I can do that," I said. "Dumbledore sent me a draft letter asking to cooperate in a task force called the Greater Good Council," he said, deadpan. I snorted. "What did you answer?" I wrote back, "I propose. Safety Committee," he said. "He can sign that without choking." "Good," I said. He paused. "You did the job," he said, quiet. "You came back. You brought prisoners. You kept your head. That's enough." "I know," I said. He left. Hermione came in with toast and sat cross-legged on the floor. We ate. We didn't make plans for a week for once. We let the air go flat. At noon, Bones put the bowl on the lab bench and the knife beside it and asked me, "These?" "Yes," I said. She wrote it. We signed it. She sealed it. At 2, we walked by the cup in a glass case with 3 locks and 5 seals. Dumbledore stood there with his hands behind his back like a man at a museum. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Headmaster," I said. "You did what needed doing," he said. "Yes," I said. He opened his mouth to say something like "greater good," then didn't. He looked at the seals instead. "Safety Committee," he said like he was testing the taste of the words. "I can work with that." "Good," I said. We left him there with the glass and the lock thing. Outside, Hermione took my hand. I laced our fingers. We walked the long way back to the suite and didn't look over our shoulders. We didn't need to. The door closed. The blade went on the desk. The window let in cold air. We were done with games. POV Harry. Sharpquill ran the checklist without looking down. "Exhibits," he said. "Certified diagnostic parchment," I said, tapping the sealed tube. "Chain signed by Doc and Pomfrey." "Good," he said. "Pensive strips." 3, I said. "Block removal, Horcrux extraction, proxy filing at Gringotts countersigned by an old clerk." "Receipts," he said. "Ledgers of stipend transfers from Light Defense Fund," I said, "to the Weasley household, to 2 other families, all filed under Dumbledore's proxy authority." "Witnesses," he said. "Pomfrey, Doc by mirror, McGonagall, Snape, Ron if we need intent. Me for facts. Language, he said. Plain, I said. Hermione stood by the door with a thin folder and a pen. We're not trying to humiliate, she said. We're trying to stop a pattern. Exactly, Sharpquill said. He looked at me. You don't react. If he tells a story, you don't let it be the story. I won't, I said. Barchoke straightened my collar and then my ring. Drink, he said, passing me a glass of water. I drank. Amelia Bones met us outside the tribunal chamber. Rules, she said. No shouting matches. No wand play. You want to object, you say objection, and then you give me 6 words. Not a sermon. Understood, Sharpquill said. She looked at me. You ready? Yes, I said. We walked in. The chamber was full. Press in the gallery. Wisengamot in their colors. Dumbledore at the respondent table without a lawyer. He could have brought one. He didn't. He smiled at me like we were sharing a joke. Bones rapped once. This is a certification hearing, she said. Scope. Alleged unlawful binds, illegal proxy use, and financial irregularities affecting one Harry James Potter. Gringotts presents. The respondent is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Dumbledore inclined his head. Present. Counsel, Bones said. None, he said. I'll speak for myself. Noted, she said. Gringotts, your floor. Sharpquill stepped up with the first tube. He set it on the table in front of the clerk and broke the seal. Exhibit A, he said. Certified diagnostic parchment. Subject, Harry James Potter. Performed, August 6, 1983, in a sealed Gringotts ritual ward. Healer Doc present. Pomfrey later reviewed. It records an 80% core block, compulsion and loyalty webs in the subject's signature, ongoing potion exposure markers, and a foreign soul fragment attached at the scar. Murmurs. Bones lifted a hand. Silence fell. Objection, Dumbledore said mildly. Healer-client privilege. Overruled, Bones said. The patient and guardian waved. Proceed. Sharpquill read without drama. He didn't add adjectives. He pointed to the lines that mattered, then laid the parchment flat where the clerk's lens could see it. Exhibit B, he said, placing a short, capped vial on the table. Pensive strip. Healer Doc's procedure to remove the foreign soul fragment.
Certified no edits.
Show it, Bones said. The clerk drew the memory up in a controlled bowl. The room's light bled, then steadied. No gore. Clean, clinical steps. Doc's voice. Steady. Breathe. Now. My own breathing, younger, tight, and even. The strip ended with a sealed container and a sign tag. Exhibit C, Sharpquill said, setting a thin ledger book down. Proxy filings. Dumbledore signed for Potter votes without authority. He also authorized disbursements from a light defense fund to select households, including a stipend to the Weasley home. We make no claim of criminal intent for recipients. The point is the proxies and secrecy. Dumbledore raised a hand. We aid families, he said. We have always aided families. Objection, Sharpquill said. Non-responsive. The question is authority. Sustained, Bones said. We're not trying the morality of a soup kitchen. We're trying authority and consent. Sharpquill turned a page. We call Madame Pomfrey. Pomfrey came to the stand in her square shoes and steady hands and swore to tell the truth. Sharpquill kept it tight. Is the diagnostic parchment accurate? He asked. Yes, she said. Would you ever place an 80% block willingly on a child's core? No, she said. There are small regulators for seizures or dangerous surges. This was not that. Were you aware of potion markers? Yes, she said. Something was dosed over time. Couldn't tell what. Did you consent to legilimency on your students? No, she said. I record every diagnostic I perform. There's no blanket consent for mind magic at Hogwarts. Thank you, Sharpquill said. Dumbledore stood. Madame Pomfrey, he said, gentle grandfather again. Would you agree that unusual children present unusual challenges? That sometimes we act? Objection, Sharpquill said, leading to a speech. Sustained, Bones said. Ask a question, headmaster. He tried again. Do you believe I would harm a child? Pomfrey looked at him like he'd asked a better question. I believe harm was done, she said. Whether you meant it's not my lane. I treat the wound. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. He sat. Next, Sharpquill said. Healer Doc by mirror. The clerk swung the small mirror up. Doc's face appeared, calm as always. Sharpquill ran the same questions. Was it accurate? Yes. Would you place such a block? No. Anything to add? The fragment was inert after separation. We sealed it. We logged it. I sent a copy of the log to the ministry. Thank you, Bones said. We have the log. Sharpquill turned to the stipend ledger. We call Mr. Ronald Weasley. Ron stood from the bench, walked like his feet were too loud, and sat at the witness table. He didn't touch the water. He swore, voice steady enough. Sharpquill's tone went lighter. Mr. Weasley will keep this narrow and factual, he said. Do you understand? Yes, Ron said. Did anyone in your family receive a stipend from a fund managed by Albus Dumbledore or his proxies? Sharpquill asked. Ron swallowed. Yes, he said. Mum did. She said it helped with school costs and travel and stuff. Did anyone ask you to take any specific actions regarding Harry Potter? Sharpquill asked. Ron looked at me. I didn't help him. I kept my face clean. Yeah, he said. I was told to keep an eye on him, to make sure he didn't get in trouble, to tell Mum if he did, to put a bead in his bag if he wouldn't listen. Who told you? Sharpquill asked. An uncle from the Order, Ron said. He said it was a safety thing. He said I was helping. Do you remember the wording? Sharpquill asked. Ron's ears went red. He said, keep him where we can find him if he wanders. Did you understand that as an order? I thought it was a job, Ron said. I'm not proud of it. I told Harry when he caught the bead. He told me to stop. I stopped. Hermione stood. May I ask the last questions? She asked Sharpquill. Please, he said, stepping back. She kept her voice low. Ron, did you know about the block? About the potions? About the proxies? No, he said, quick. I heard rumors. That's it. Would you have agreed to any of it if you'd known? She asked. No, he said. I'm not a spy. She nodded. Thank you for saying it out loud, she said. She looked at Bones. That's all. Bones wrote a line and set her pen down. Mr. Weasley, you can stand down, she said. Don't read the papers for a week. Ron's mouth tugged. Right, he said, and walked back to the bench. Dumbledore stood. He'd waited. He had that patient look of a man who thinks his turn will fix the room. I won't deny that I made choices, he said. The world was falling apart. I acted to hold the line. If we quarrel now, it's because we have the luxury of safety I bought at terrible cost. Objection, Sharpquill said. Speech. Sustained, Bones said. Ask a question or answer one. Dumbledore faced me. Harry, he said, do you believe I wanted to harm you? Yes, I said. Silence. He blinked. You wanted an outcome, I said. When people got in the way, you harmed them. You wrapped it in a story. The still harm. He looked down. He looked up. You'll regret treating allies as enemies, he said. Objection, Sharpquill said. Threat. Overruled as commentary, Bones said.
Seat, Headmaster.
He sat. The room watched him like a man watching a dam flex. Bones turned her head. Gringotts, she said. Your certification? Sharpquill lifted the last sheet. Gringotts certifies the exhibits as true and complete copies, he said. We certify that the binds existed and that we removed them. We certify that the proxy filings were made without the subject's consent. We certify the stipend ledger. We don't allege that recipients acted with criminal intent. We allege that the proxies did. Bones nodded. The tribunal accepts the certification, she said. Findings: binds present without consent, proxies abused, stipends concealed.
Sanction, proxy revoked.
Hogwarts staff warned. No potions, no mind arts, no unlogged artifacts. Dumbledore, stripped of proxy powers, referred to DMLE for process crimes. This is the record. We won't debate philosophy on this floor. The clerk read it back. Quills scratched. The gavel went down once. Dumbledore stood. I can't accept. Sit, Bones said, still now. He sat. His hands shook once and then went still. We walked out into the corridor with the crowd pressing the ropes and reporters lifting quills. Sharpquill held up one card. No comment. It worked. McGonagall met us at the door. Back to the school, she said. Lock your door tonight. Why? Hermione asked, already frowning. Because men who lose power make messes on the way down, McGonagall said. Go. POV, Snape. I felt the air change before the note hit my desk. Wards crept wrong under the skin. The castle's hum shifted half a note lower. I've lived with those stones long enough to taste it. Filch came panting into my office. Visitors, he said, grinning with all the wrong teeth. Which door? I asked. 3, he said. Forest side. Good, I said, and walked to the bell pull and yanked twice. The response echoed up and down the hidden channels. Staff moved. Elves moved. Goblins moved. I put on my coat. Outside, the light had gone flat. 12 figures in patched cloaks and borrowed courage strode across the lawn with wands high and chins higher. Splinter Order, the ones who don't understand that a war is not a personality trait. 2 wore masks with symbols drawn on in a childish hand. I suppose it made them feel dramatic. I stepped out onto the steps and lifted my voice. The grounds are closed, I said. Leave. One in frontal rapped too tight shouted back. We're reclaiming the school from Goblin rule. I stared. From who? From him, he pointed. And the charm he used sent a ghost of Harry's outline up on the tower like a shadow. Stupid and sloppy. The ward bit his finger. He swore and shook it. Amateur. Consent, I said loud. You don't have it. This is your notice. They launched anyway. The first volley would have downed a troll. It shattered across the first layer of Harry's lattice and rained down in sparks. He had laid it with gobbledygook anchors in the mortar. It didn't sing. It absorbed. I smiled. Good boy. The centaurs moved in the tree line, bows low, not loosed. The goblin pair took the gate and drew lines on the post that I recognized. Bind, bind, bind. The elves didn't show at all. Doors slammed behind students in unison. Good. Stop, I said again to say it. The second volley came. It died the same way. Now, I said, and flicked a small, ugly charm at the ground in front of them. Harry had left me a key. The ward lattice took my flick and rolled. The grass grabbed ankles. Not vines. Not transfiguration. Pressure and bite in the turf. 3 men fell with a curse. 2 stumbled and recovered. The leader held his wand high like a banner. I walked down the steps. 2 hexes slid. Cut one. The other hissed past. I didn't throw a curse back. I raised my hand, showed them the bank stamp on my sleeve, and spoke so everyone could hear. You're on a school lawn, I said. You're recorded. You're warned. If you continue, we bind and we deliver you to Amelia Bones with a bow on top. We fight for the greater good, the leader cried. Children sleep in there, I said. They don't care for your slogan. He spat. He turned you, he said. Meant Harry. Idiot. I inclined my head. The bank turned me into someone who reads contracts. I said. Try it. A woman on the left twitched. She aimed at my knee. She never got the spell off. An arrow thudded into the ground in front of her boot, so close the fletching brushed leather. She let out a small sound and lowered her wand, eyes wide. Centaurs don't miss by accident. Third warning, I said. Last one. They charged. They did. I cut the leader's wand arm with a stinging bind and stepped aside. Filch, of all people, tripped another with a broom like a truncheon. A goblin's net dropped from nowhere and pulled two men to the grass. The woman with the boot arrow froze. An old man on the right raised his wand and found his hand stuck to his own sleeve by a glue hex I have always liked. Neat, non-lethal, efficient. Harry's lattice pressed from the walls. Doors sealed. Windows glazed. The sound of the castle quieted and flattened. The fight lasted 30 seconds. Maybe 40. They were not trained for a wall that pushed back. Enough, I said. It was half of them on the ground, the other half on their knees because they finally noticed the children at the windows, round faces, dark eyes, watching. Shame is useful. I let them feel it. Dumbledore appeared at the top of the lawn like an actor missing his cue. His face was pale. His eyes were bright. He looked at me and at the nets and at the centaurs in the trees and at the goblins at the gate, and he knew he had lost something he could not get back. Albus, I said, calm. Don't. He lifted his wand only a fraction. The lattice hummed. It was enough. Two goblins moved like knives. I stepped. Minerva stepped. Harry stepped from the doorway with Hermione a half-step behind. Stop, Harry said to Dumbledore. Not shouted. Firm. Dumbledore looked at the children at the windows. He lowered his wand. I only wanted. Not now, Minerva said. Walk. He stood straight. He walked down the path between the fallen and folded men. He didn't look left or right. Amelia Bones strode across the grass as if she'd been waiting around the corner. Her cloak snapped. She had four oars with her. She watched Dumbledore like a bird of prey that had already decided when to strike. Albus, she said. Amelia, he said, you have your show. This is not a show, she said. It's a record. She turned to the oars. Cuffs. He didn't fight. They bound his hands. Not tight. Enough. His eyes flicked to me. Severus, he said. Don't, I said again. It isn't my name on the ledger. He swallowed. He looked at Harry. He tried to speak. He shook his head once. Not angry. Done. They marched the splinter order to the gate in a line. Goblins watched them pass without a word. The centaurs faded into the trees like a sigh. The lawn was a lawn again. Minerva held her clipboard like a shield. Count, she said to me. 14, I said. No students in corridors. No blood. Good, she said, and only then did her shoulders drop a fraction. Harry's lattice eased. Doors unlocked. The hall buzz crept back like rain on the roof. We stood on the steps and breathed. POV, Hermione. I didn't enjoy any of it. I don't enjoy watching people make bad choices and then get caught. I also don't enjoy dead children. Those were the options. We moved the younger years to the great hall with blankets and tea and that steady elf order that looks like magic because it's... McGonagall took head count in a voice even I didn't interrupt. Pomfrey walked the aisles with hot mugs and stern eyes. A splinter group tried to rush the back door to the hall with a "For Hogwarts" and a raised fist. I walked to the middle of the space and said it loud. Stop. They looked at me like I had no authority. Fine. You don't have standing, I said. You're not family, staff, or DMLE. You're trespassers with bad paperwork. I lifted a folded sheet and read one line. Clean. Pursuant to the accord between Gringotts and Hogwarts, I'm authorized to give you notice. Leave or be bound and handed to Amelia Bones. I won't say it twice. They kept moving. 3 steps. 4. One opened his mouth to say something about the greater good. Names, I said over him. Say your names if you're so confident. Look at the children while you say them. He froze. You could hear the little ones breathing. You think this is a story where you win the room with a slogan, I said. It's not. It's a log. We're making one. Your names will be in it. A woman near the front, hair gray, eyes tired, lowered her wand a fraction. I don't want to scare them, she said. Then don't, I said. Turn around. Walk out. Go sit in a room for a week and write down why you came. If your list is good, bring it to Bones. If it's a slogan, tear it up. The gray-haired woman put her wand away. A man on her left followed. The rest looked at each other and then at the little faces watching and sagged. One last man tried to say, but, and I cut him off by reading the first line of the tribunal finding in a voice big enough to fill the rafters. Findings. Fines present without consent. Proxies abused. Stipends concealed. They shut up. They left. It wasn't clever. It wasn't fun. It was necessary. I walked back to Harry. My hands shook. He took one and squeezed once. We didn't say anything. Words can wait. McGonagall stepped to the high table and spoke calm. This is a school, she said. We'll act like it. People laughed a little, mostly with relief. Students ate. We sat with them and took turns telling third years they would have their exams next week like normal. Later, when the hall emptied and the benches groaned from hours of bodies, Bones came in with a paper for me. You ended a riot with a sentence, she said. Good work. I ended it with a record, I said. Words matter. They do, she said. Keep using them. She looked at Harry. We'll transfer your full statement to the tribunal record and lock it. You're done testifying for the week. Thank you, he said. She left. We sat on the steps and drank tea that had gone lukewarm. Harry leaned his shoulder against mine. I hate slogans, he said. Me too, I said. I watched Ron across the hall talking quietly to Ginny and their parents. He had his hands in his pockets like a boy too tall for his own arms. Molly cried. Arthur held her. Ron answered a question, shook his head at another, then came over. Can we? He started. Sit, Harry said, and Ron did. Ron swallowed. Mum didn't know about the bead, he said. She knew about money. She thought it was charity. I think she lied to herself because it kept food in the pantry. I don't blame her. We don't either, I said. We blame bad rules and a man who liked to pull strings. Ron winced and nodded. I told Dad I'm done taking favors I don't understand, he said. He said good. He said he should have said it first. Good, Harry said. Ron's mouth twisted. I'm not giving anyone a speech about it, he said. Good, I said. We're out of speeches. OV Ron. I didn't sleep. I lay on my back and stared at the hangings and listened to Neville breathe and tried not to think about how close we came to having a proper battle in the corridor where we keep our washing buckets. Mum cried at me and then hugged me and then cried at me again, and I didn't even get mad because she deserves a cry. Dad looked tired and smart and said we were going to sell the ghoul's old couch because we don't need it and maybe we never needed it and we'd been saving rubbish because it made us feel safe. I went down to the kitchens when it got stupid late. The elves gave me toast with jam and didn't ask why my eyes were red. They don't ask. They see. Harry came in 5 minutes later like he does. He looked like someone had drawn a line around him in chalk and told him to stay inside it. He sat. He took a piece of toast and ate all the jam off first and then the bread. I laughed because it was stupid and normal and he did it on purpose to make me laugh. I think he did. I'm sorry, I said again. I say it a lot. I mean it every time. I know, he said. We've both done stupid things. I'm not putting beads in anyone's bag again, I said. Good, he said. I'm not carrying a tournament cup again. Deal, I said. We sat. The elves put down tea like they were feeding cats. I didn't ask for anything else because it would feel like asking them for things is what they're for. Hermione would say something smart about that. I'm getting there. Dumbledore, I started. Is in custody, Harry said. Bones has him. He'll get his tribunal. You think I should hate him? I asked. No, he said. I think you should keep your eyes open. He was wrong. He still thinks he's right. Dad says that about blokes who argue in pubs. They'll hold you down with words if you let them. Better to keep your hands in your pockets and go home. I ate the last triangle of toast and pushed the plate away. If the splinter idiots come back, I said, I'm going to stand with McGonagall and yell at them. I can yell. You can, Harry said, smiling a little. I can yell in a way that makes people ashamed, I said. You can, he said again. He stood. Sleep, he said. Yeah, I said. I slept. Not well, but some. Povey Harry. Dumbledore looked smaller in the visitor cell. Bones didn't put him in Azkaban. She put him in a holding room with clean walls and a real bed because he hadn't killed anyone in a corridor. He sat straight-backed with his hands folded. The door clicked. I stood on the other side of the glass with Sharpquill. I want to talk to him, I said. You want to watch him talk, Sharpquill said. That's different. I want to make an offer, I said. He studied my face. Plain words. He has to sign the safety committee charter, he mocked, I said. He has to write a letter to staff saying some things were wrong. No mind arts. No potions without consent, no secret binds. He has to tell the school he's stepping back. Why give him the pen? Sharpquill asked. So he can't say later he wasn't given a way out, I said. If he refuses, that's on the record too. Sharpquill nodded once. 2 minutes, he said. Bones stepped up. 2 minutes, she said. If he starts a speech, I cut the line. I lifted the handset. He didn't look surprised to see me. He never looked surprised. Harry, he said, have you come to gloat? No, I said. I've come to give you a way to be useful. He smiled sadly, like I'd confirmed something sad about myself. Always the banker's son, he said. What's the price? You sign a charter and a letter, I said. You stop pretending that greater good lets you step on consent. You write it down. You put your name under it. You let someone else carry the keys. He went quiet. He looked at his hands. He looked at the wall. And if I refuse? He asked. Then Bones grinds you to paste under the rules, I said. You end up as a cautionary tale instead of a man who made amends. He chuckled once. It wasn't kind. You talk like a man twice your age, he said. I read faster, I said. He sighed. Send the papers, he said, and hung up. Sharpquill's mouth twitched. 50-50 he signs, he said. Maybe 60-40. Either way, it's on record, I said. We walked out into sun that felt like it had done work. McGonagall stood by the steps, reading the head count again like it was a prayer. Everyone slept, she said. Some even dreamed. Good, I said. Hermione joined us with a stack of letters and an expression that said she'd been solving 10 problems in her head while walking. Safety committee charter, she said. I made the language tighter. No Dementors on school grounds is line 1. Consent is in all caps without being in all caps. McGonagall took it, read the first line, then the last. Yes, she said. We sign this. Bones will back it, I said. Dumbledore might too. And if he doesn't? McGonagall asked. Then we sign it without him, Hermione said. And we do it anyway. Correct, McGonagall said. She put her hand flat on the paper for a second like she was blessing it, then slid it into her folder. Class in 10 minutes, she said. We'll act like a school. We laughed, tired. Snape came up the steps with his coat flapping and a list in his hand. Ingredients are accounted for, he said. No one touched the stores. I confiscated 3 jars from a former orderman who thought Veritaserum grew in cupboards. He was disappointed. Good, I said. Snape's mouth twitched. Tell your goblin to stop putting pretty edges on his letters, he said. My colleagues are becoming addicted to stationery. I'll ask him, I said. He nodded at Hermione. You did well, he said, and left before she could deflect. Hermione watched him go. Did he? Yes, I said. Frame it. She snorted. Bones walked past with a stack of files. Sign here, here, and here, she said without breaking stride. We did. The day ground forward. Classes met. Wards hummed low and calm. Elves put extra biscuits on tables like a reward for surviving a test we didn't study for. Students whispered and then stopped whispering because there wasn't a secret anymore. It was a record. At night, I wrote the line in the log.
Tribunal, bint exposed, proxy stript, stipend logged.
Siege. Held. No students hurt. Dumbledore alive. Letter pending. Safety committee drafted. I set the pen down. Hermione took it and added one more line. We ended a fight with a sentence. I looked at it until my eyes stopped burning. The blade sat on the desk. The window let in cold. The door was locked. The room smelled like paper and soap and tea. Sleep, Hermione said from the chair. Sleep, I said and did. Povey Harry. The chamber picked for the accord wasn't grand. Bones chose a room with straight tables and clear light.
No banners. No dice.
She said people think better when their chairs don't wobble. Delegates took seats without ceremony. Barchoke for the bank. Megorian for the centaurs. Tilly for the elves. The mayor chief from the lake. 2 dwarf smiths from the north mines. A werewolf representative named Fun who asked for no photographs and got his request in writing. McGonagall for Hogwarts. Bones for DMLE. I sat at the end with Sharpquill and Hermione, close enough to pass pages back and forth. Begin, Bones said. No speeches. Hermione slid the charter to the middle. We wrote this with your drafts and complaints, she said. Plain words. If a clause feels like it has a catch, say so out loud. Megorian read with his finger under each line, patient and thorough. Borders first, he said. Our forest remains ours. We decide who enters. You notify us before you send children past the line. Yes, McGonagall said. We add a gate list. No surprises. Tilly smoothed the paper with her palm. Elves are workers, not property, she said. Every elf at Hogwarts has a written compact. Ours pay, rest, opt out. We sign, not our masters. Hermione nodded. That's line 4, she said. It stands. The mayor chief tapped the table. We won't be exhibits, he said. If you want to study our songs, you ask. If we say no, that's no. Yes, I said. No permission by default. Consent on record. Fun's hands shook once. He kept them still and raised his head. We're not asking to be liked, he said. We're asking to be left alone unless we ask for help.
No midnight hunts. No raids.
No laws that say we're beasts. Bones wrote 3 words and held them up. Written, she said. Enforced. Barchoke cleared his throat. Contracts supersede moods, he said. If anyone breaks an oath, the bond bites. We won't pretend otherwise because the paper has polite letters on it. Fine, Bones said. We put enforcement lines in plain sight. Dwarven Smith Baron leaned forward. Disputes go to a panel, he said. 1 from each side plus the bank. No secret rooms. No closed doors. Hermione put a tick by the clause. We called it the gate, she said. It opens when 2 sides sign. It closes when all 3 say done. School? McGonagall asked. Runes and contracts become core studies, Hermione said. First years learn consent language before they learn to make a plant dance. Flitwick, there as a silent observer, smiled and kept his mouth shut. Dementors? I asked. Off school grounds, Bones said. Off clinic grounds. Off courtrooms unless I put them there, and then I keep them outside the line mark you drew for me. Good, I said. Dumbledore was not in the room. His letter had arrived with a clean signature on the safety committee charter and 3 lines of apology that didn't pretend. He wouldn't share anything for a long time. He had not asked to. I kept that letter folded in my pocket and didn't take it out. Megorian touched the clause about the Forbidden Forest and lifted his chin. No named paths, he said. No maps in children's hands. Your teachers escort them and pay attention. They'll, McGonagall said. I'll see to it. We went line by line. No flerish. No pasturing. 2 hours of yes. Change that word. More narrow here. Strike that. When we reached the end, Bones uncapped a simple pen. Names, she said. We signed. No blood drops. No rings that bit. Names where the lines said, name. I wrote mine with slow letters and didn't add the second surname. Clan is not an ornament. It's work. I do the work. I don't need to show off. Barchoke signed with a clean hand. Megorian pressed a thumb mark, then added his name carefully under the print. Tilly used her full name and added a tiny leaf drawn next to it. Van wrote with effort and didn't look up until he finished. The Mayor Chief marked with a sharp fishhook symbol and nodded once. Bones signed last. Done, she said. Now we follow it.
No applause.
A little air left the room. People stood in a slow way, like a weight had shifted but not fallen. Good. Hermione gathered the duplicates and strapped them in a case. Copies go to Gringotts, DMLE, and Hogwarts, she said. 1 to each delegation. Nothing gets misplaced. Correct, Sharpquill said. We walked out into pale sun.
No cameras. No chairs.
Bone-deep quiet. I could live on that. POV, Hermione. The staff room felt smaller when everyone agreed on something. McGonagall stood at the front with the schedule. Snape leaned against a cabinet with a face that said he was ready to fight me on principle and might not if I did it right. Flitwick had chalk in one hand and a smile he tried to hide. Sprout wore boots still muddy from the greenhouse. Runes and contracts, McGonagall said, tapping the board. Core. Snape's eyebrow lifted. First years. With quills they can't hold straight. You'll be lucky if they spell their names right. They don't have to spell them, I said. They have to read 3 lines. I agree to this. I don't agree to this. I know what happens if I break this. You can teach that. He opened his mouth to argue. Closed it. I can, he said. Flitwick coughed. We'll share time blocks, he said. I can swap out 2 weeks of ornamental charm work for the consent unit. They can learn floating feathers later. Sprout nodded. And I can teach binding language tied to plants, she said. If they can agree with a friend on when they water a pot, they can understand a clause. McGonagall's mouth softened. Good, she said. We'll build a schedule that doesn't crush them. I laid out the first week lesson plan. Not long. Simple. We start with names. We add yes and no. We practice stopping and starting in pairs. We make them write down what they won't do in class and sign it. We show them where that paper lives. We use it when they test it. We don't shout. We point at lines. We let the line do the work. Snape looked at me over the rim of his teacup. You enjoy this, he said. I enjoy teaching children how to keep their bodies and minds safe, I said. I'd enjoy it if no one ever needed it, but they do. He inclined his head in a small, real way. You do it, he said. I'll back you. We took it to the Great Hall that afternoon.
No banners.
McGonagall spoke plain. New subjects. Runes. Contracts, she said. You dislike it? Fine. You'll learn it anyway. You'll thank me when someone tries to hand you a bad form. Harry stood beside me without stepping forward. We handed out the paper and the stiff boards and the blunt pencils we'd ordered because ink makes a mess when you're nervous. First years looked suspicious. Second years pretended to be bored and then read every line. A Muggle-born girl raised her hand. "What if we write no and a teacher ignores it?" she asked. "Then you bring me the paper," I said, "and the safety committee. You won't have to shout. You'll only have to point." Her face opened in a way that made my throat hurt. She wrote her name in slow letters and put her thumb on it like she wanted to leave a mark. She did. We started. We read. We signed. We practiced saying stop and having it work. Flitwick made them lock doors and unlock them. Sprout made them agree not to use scissors on a plant without asking. Snape surprised everyone and made them write, "I won't tamper with potions I didn't brew twice." Then once more because the boys smirked. He smirked back when they realized he meant it. After class, I found Harry by the door. "First week will be loud," I said. "Good," he said. "Loud means alive." "Dinner?" I asked. "Tea with barchoke first," he said. "Come if you want." "I'll come," I said. POV, barchoke. The lad has grown without becoming noisy. That's rarer than gold. He still sits with his feet flat on the floor and his hands open on his knees like he was taught to do when we first brought him below. Calms a room. Hermione came 2 steps behind him and went to the side of the table without asking where to stand. She knows where to stand. She doesn't fill the air with apologies. That's a relief. I poured the tea we keep for human throats. I set the small sweets in the middle. He took one only after she took one. Polite but not performative. Good. "You signed something heavy," I said. "We did," he said. "Now we follow it." "That's the work," I said. "Paper is the start. Habit is the end." Hermione took out a thin folder and slid it to me. "Curriculum," she said. "You can laugh at the parts that look like we wrote at 2 in the morning." I read 10 lines and didn't laugh. "You'll bore them for a week," I said, which is praise. "Then you'll make them sharp." She grinned. "Good," she said. I turned to the boy. "The blade," I said. He set a hand on the hilt where it leaned against his chair. He didn't touch it like a toy. "I want to hang it," he said. "Not as a threat." "Good," I said. "Where you see it when you forget why you work. Not where others must walk under it." He nodded. "We were thinking the alcove in the suite," he said. "Above the desk. Safe sealed. Not locked away like a bad secret." "Do it," I said. "I'll send a plate for it. Runic. Not flashy." Hermione watched our faces and didn't step in to make it pretty. She's learning our language. I poured more tea. "Serious?" I asked. "Eating," he said. "Sleeping in a bed." He says the silence in the old house isn't hostile anymore. "That's because your ward lattice sits like a spine in the walls," I said. "The house knows it won't be abused. Houses learn." Hermione's eyes lifted. "Do they?" she asked, curious, not romantic. "They do," I said. "Stones hold habit. We treat them well, they treat us well. We treat them badly, they fall on us." "It matches everything," she said. "It does." I took a folded letter from my pocket and pushed it across. The script on the front was not Goblin. It was not any human script I cared for. Lines bent at angles that would make some wizards dizzy if they looked too long. "Courier brought this to our outer desk," I said. "It's addressed to you. They claim to have felt a waking. I can't read it and I don't believe in claims. Still, it's polite." He didn't reach for it. He looked me in the eye. "Will it set a hook?" he asked. "Not if you don't swallow it," I said. "You'll take it home. You'll set it on the table. You'll read it later with someone sober looking over your shoulder." "Okay," he said. He took the letter and slid it under his palm. He didn't break the seal. He looked steady. Good. One more thing, I said. You're building a life that's not a parade. That's wise. Still, there will be days when someone tries to drag you onto a stage. When that happens, you'll do what? Point at the claws, he said. And if that fails? I'll leave, he said. I don't have to stay in rooms that don't listen. Correct, I said. We finished the tea. They stood. I didn't hug them. That's not our way. I did put my hand on the boy's shoulder and leave it there long enough to be noticed. He didn't flinch. Go hang the blade, I said. Let it watch you work. They went. Povey Harry. We chose the alcove by the desk and lit the lamps. Hermione stood on the chair to hold the plate while I set the anchors. Small, neat runes. Don't draw me unless you mean it. Don't take me in anger. Don't flash me to feel big. The plate softened and set into stone. Ready? She asked. Yes, I said. We slid the blade into the cradle. The metal took the weight and stopped humming. It looked right. It looked like a promise. I don't want to be the boy with a sword on his hip all the time, I said. You aren't, she said. You're the person who can take it down if he has to. That's enough. We stood there a long minute and didn't fill it with words. The room felt right. The air moved. The lights buzzed once and went quiet. Come sit, she said. We sat on the floor with our backs to the bed and our knees up. I pulled the letter out and set it on the rug between us. The seal showed a shape I didn't recognize. The script bent and flowed like someone had written with a square brush and a bad attitude. Do we open it? I asked. Not yet, she said. Later is allowed. We signed a charter that says so. Right? I said. She watched my face the way she always does when she's about to ask something that matters. Tell me about your source, she said. Not the clever version. The real one. I looked at the blade. I had a double heartbeat under my ribs when the bank pulled the block. I said. Not a sound. A feeling. Like a drum I didn't set. It isn't a voice telling me what to do. It's a way to see how magic is built. I can look at a spell and know where it joins and where it breaks. I don't know why I can. I can. And when I fight, I don't get rattled like other people. I get steady. Does it scare you? She asked. It scares me when I think it could make me stop listening, I said. Like I could decide I'm above the rules because I can pinch a ritual shut. That's why I write things down. The paper keeps me honest when my hands are sure. She nodded. Good, she said. I don't need you to be small. I need you to be accountable. I said. Do you want me to say the bit I've already decided? She asked. Yes, I said. You're Harry, she said. The rest is an edge. Useful. Not your master. My throat went tight. Passed. Thank you, I said. Okay, she said, like we'd crossed a street. She leaned her shoulder into mine. Warm. Solid. Now the part where we stop pretending we're not in love. I didn't make a joke. I said. Me too, she said. We sat in the quiet and let the words settle where they needed to go.
No fireworks. No strings.
Breath and the weight of it easing into our bones. Can I kiss you? I asked. Yes, she said. We kept it simple. We kept it slow. Tasted like tea and relief. I stopped first and laughed once because I'm terrible at soft things and didn't want to mess it up. She laughed too and put her forehead against mine. We don't make it a banner, she said. We don't, I said. We kissed again. We didn't rush it. We didn't turn it into a story to tell other people. We kept it ours. When we pulled apart, she put her hand on my chest and felt where that strange, steady second beat goes when I'm calm. It's quieter, she said. I said. We leaned back against the bed and watched the blade. It didn't judge. It didn't glow. It hung there waiting as it should. POV, Hermione. We built the first runes and contracts class like a clean kitchen. Everything where it belongs. No knives left loose. The first years shuffled in with faces still open from all the noise this term has made. I wrote your name on the board. Harry wrote yes and an O and stood to the side. We start with names, I said, because names are how you stand in a room. A boy in the front row raised his hand. Do I have to write my middle one? He asked. You can if you like it, I said. You don't have to if you don't. Your choice. That's the point. They wrote. Some wrote slow, careful. Some scratched quick. I read upside down as I walked. I didn't correct anyone's spelling. I cared that they finished. We added stop and go and practiced with a partner. We made them laugh by saying stop and then not stopping and then pointing at the paper and stopping because the paper was the rule. They giggled and then they got quiet and then they understood. Harry showed them how to lock a trunk and only open it to the person named on a line. He used Madame Pomfrey as the name. He said it 3 times to get them used to hearing it. He opened the trunk. The class made small impressed sounds. Why do we do this now? A girl asked. Because someone decided kids didn't need it, I said. They were wrong. We're fixing it. They nodded like a flock. They wrote. We finished right on the hour. We didn't keep them. We didn't send them out with a speech. They left talking about who gets to open their trunks, which is exactly right. After they were gone, I leaned on the desk and looked at Harry. We're doing it, I said. We're, he said, quietly. Good, I said. He squeezed my fingers once and then stepped away because he's careful about school and home touching. I like that about him. Povey Harry. Sirius came by the next evening with bad flowers from a good shop and a face that said he'd slept. He looked around the suite, saw the blade on the wall, and grinned. About time, he said. Looks less like a barracks now. It's still a barracks, I said. A clean one. He put the flowers in an old water jug and looked at the letter on the table. That trouble? He asked. Maybe, I said. Haven't read it. Want me to take it away and drop it in the river? He asked. Not yet, I said. You're allowed to pick later, he said. Most people don't know that. I have a teacher, I said. He tipped his head toward the wall where Hermione had pinned the preliminary runes and contract schedule. I can see that, he said. I like her. Me too, I said. He sat on the edge of the desk. You know, he said, voice lighter. I keep waiting to be told I don't get to have this. Fresh tea. Clean chair. The bad habit doesn't die easy. It doesn't, I said. We'll teach it to sit. He laughed. Do that. We ate biscuits that were only a day old and didn't talk about the tribunal or the siege or the way a man can build a church to himself and ask everyone else to kneel. We talked about paint. He wants to paint the old drawing room a color that looks like dawn. I told him to pick something that won't make his eyes ache. He said he'd ask Hermione. Smart. After he left, I cracked the letter seal. The script inside was the same as on the front. It curved and broke in ways that made my eyes want to skip. I set it on the table and let the blade's plate settle my breathing. Then I read. It wasn't long. Said, in neat, spare lines. We felt a source wake. We teach roots and structure without show. If you want to learn, come for a month when your spring turns to summer. Bring your own rules. We won't ask you to leave them. The Stone Faculty Amsahir Institute. I read it again. I read it a 3rd time. It didn't feel like a trap. It felt like an invitation from people who would be rude if you tried to make them your friends. Hermione came in from the library with ink on her fingers. I handed her the letter. She read it twice. We can say no, she said. I know, I said. It's nice to get something that doesn't expect a debt. We decide later, she said. Later, I said, and put it back in the envelope. POV, Hermione. We ate dinner at my parents' table 2 nights later. Sirius came and didn't tell any stories he used to tell. He told one small one about buying a kettle and getting wound up over the price of a plug and then laughing at himself. Dad liked that. Mum fed him too much on purpose. He fed the cat under the table and pretended not to when she looked at him. After washing up, Dad asked Harry to help him carry a box to the shed. Mum pulled me into the hallway and pretended to straighten my collar. "How are you?" she asked. "Good," I said. "Tired. Calm." "You look like a person who's decided something," she said. "I have," I said. "We're together. We're not performing. We're working and we're together." She smiled. "That sounds like you," she said. "We like him." "I know," I said. She kissed my cheek. "Go help your father cheat at chess," she said. I did. Harry wrong-footed Dad in 7 moves and then pretended not to notice. Dad noticed. He laughed and made he play with his offhand. He lost on purpose badly and then made coffee. On the walk back to the castle, the air smelled like wet stone. Harry laced his fingers through mine and didn't say anything until we reached the willow. "Promise me something," he said. "What?" "If we get a year that doesn't try to kill us, we'll take it," he said. "We won't make work to fill the space." "Promise," I said. "And if we get a letter that looks like trouble and our hands itch, we'll sit on them for a week." He squeezed my hand. "Promise," he said. We went in. The suite felt warm and steady. The blade watched. The letter waited. We slept. Povey Harry. Classes changed the hall noise. Kids stopped yelling down corridors and started saying, "Show me the line." I liked that. It felt like we had moved the center of gravity by an inch. That's how houses don't fall. Snape's lesson notes got shorter and more useful. "No touching minds" sat at the top of 3 handouts in big letters. He didn't explain it to death. He let the paper speak and then taught. He seemed less tired when he wasn't always pretending to be the worst man in the room. He's still barbed. He'll die barbed. But he's better. Ron brought a book to breakfast and read a page before buttering his toast. He has begun to ask who benefits when someone tells a big story. That's a good habit. Ginny wrote a piece for the school paper about consent that didn't sound like me or Hermione. It sounded like a girl who had been used and refused to be a symbol. It was better than anything I could have written. She didn't ask for permission to publish it. She didn't need to. Bones sent a note that said Dumbledore signed and kept quiet, and left it at that. No flerisc. Good. He would live long enough to die an old man who didn't get to write his own hagiography. That's justice of a kind. The bank hall felt like home when we went down to sign for the Accord copies. The torches hummed. The counters clicked. Barchoke gave me the clan pin he said I'd earned and made a remark about keeping my shirts pressed. I promised nothing. Hermione rolled her eyes and promised everything. We hung a smaller plate in the suite with the words we kept close. Ask. Tell. Stop. Start. They were not magic words. They were habits we wrote down. We made ourselves look at them each morning so we wouldn't forget that a life is built out of small choices, not grand scenes. At the end of term, McGonagall read out the new curriculum as if it had always been there and no one booed. That's when you know you've done it, when the thing you fought for is boring. We sat our exams without drama. We handed in essays that read like people wrote them who sleep and eat and know where their lines are. We didn't stay up all night to prove a point. We went to bed. On the last day, I stood with Hermione at the alcove. I put my hand on the blade's hilt and didn't lift it. Stay, I said to it, and it stayed. I stepped back. I felt good. You're allowed to look proud for 4 seconds, she said. Done, I said, and we both smiled because it took exactly 4 seconds. I packed one small bag for the train and left the rest. The suite would be here when we came back. Houses remember. Barchoke had said so. I believed him. We took seats by a window. The carriage rolled. Kids shouted. Someone slept with their mouth open. Hermione leaned on my shoulder and read a book for fun. I read the letter again and put it away. Summer, she said. Summer, I said. We'll decide in July, she said. We'll, I said. The train hummed. The world outside moved. Inside, it was quiet in the good way. We didn't need more. We had enough. We had oaths and habits and a blade on a wall where it belongs, and a letter that waited without pushing. That's a good ending for now. That's the point.